Tonight, my friends, we'll be talking about the Phantom Thief and many other mystical stories. Before you get cozy, be sure to like the video and subscribe if you're new to the channel. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. So, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the journey begin. The village of Oak Haven had always been defined by its cycles: the riotous green of spring, the sun-drenched gold of summer, the fiery hues of autumn, and finally, the pristine, silencing blanket of winter snow. Oak Haven was nestled in a valley carved deep into the Whisperwind Mountains, and the snow, specifically, was their lifeblood. It fed the rivers in the spring, watered the crops, and, in its frozen glory, protected the roots from the harshest of winter winds. But this year, the cycle was broken. The final leaves had long since fallen, painting the ground in shades of rust and ochre. A perpetual twilight clung to the air, a hazy, melancholic amber that seemed to seep into the very bones of the villagers. The air held the crisp bite of late autumn, but the anticipated snowfall never came. Day after day, the gray sky remained stubbornly empty, offering no promise of the white relief they desperately needed. The elders of Oak Haven, their faces etched with worry lines that deepened with each passing sunless day, spoke of a disturbance in the natural order. The animals grew restless, migrating erratically. The river, usually a boisterous torrent by now, dwindled to a sluggish stream. Fear, like a creeping vine, began to choke the joy from the village. One crisp morning, Astesius, the village's self-proclaimed historian and keeper of lore, stumbled into the town square, his usually meticulous robes rumpled and his eyes wide with a blend of fear and excitement. Astesius was a man of eccentric charm, given to long-winded explanations and a penchant for dramatic pronouncements. He was also, despite his quirks, the repository of Oak Haven's history. "It's him," he declared, his voice cracking slightly. "It's Hemlock, the autumn thief." A murmur rippled through the small crowd that had gathered. Hemlock was a name whispered only in hushed tones, a mischievous spirit of the wild hunt, said to delight in disrupting the seasons. Legends painted him as a creature of autumnal beauty and chaotic energy, with eyes like amber and laughter like the rustling of leaves. He was said to crave attention, indulging in elaborate pranks to draw notice to himself. Most dismissed the stories as folklore, bedtime tales to warn children against wandering into the woods alone. But now, faced with the undeniable absence of winter, they clung to Astesius' words with desperate hope. Hemlock is said to steal the last snowfall, trapping places in endless autumn. Astesius continued, pacing frantically. He does it for the sheer entertainment of it. A cosmic prankster, if you will. The stories say he dwells within the heart of the Petalwood, guarding his stolen season. A young woman named Carrie pushed her way to the front of the crowd. Carrie was a practical, strong-willed woman, a skilled hunter, and the daughter of the village's former leader. She possessed a pragmatic mind and a fiery spirit, rarely swayed by superstition. But even she couldn't deny the unsettling changes that had gripped Oak Haven. "So, what are we supposed to do, Astesius?" she asked, her voice laced with a mixture of skepticism and desperation. "Offer him tea and crumpets in exchange for our snow?" Astesius wrung his hands. No, it's not that simple. Hemlock is capricious. Bribes won't work. Force is out of the question. He is a spirit. The only way to retrieve the snow is to trick him. A collective groan arose from the crowd. Tricking a spirit sounded like a fool's errand, a recipe for disaster. But what other choice did they have? Trick him how? Carrie pressed, refusing to back down from the challenge. Astisius paused, his eyes darting around as if searching for inspiration from the very air itself. Hemlock craves attention, yes, but he also has an immense sense of pride. He believes himself to be unmatchable. We need to find a way to appeal to that arrogance, to make him believe he's winning, when in reality, he's being led into a trap. The idea was vague, but it was all they had. Carrie, despite her doubts, knew that inaction was not an option. "All right," she said, squaring her shoulders. "I'll go to the Petalwood." A gasp rippled through the crowd. The Petalwood was a place of ancient gnarled trees and perpetual twilight, a place where reality seemed to thin and the veil between worlds grew fragile. Few dared to venture into its depths. "Carrie, no!" An older woman cried out, her voice filled with concern. "It's too dangerous. The Petalwood is unpredictable." "Someone has to go," Carrie retorted, her gaze unwavering. "We can't just sit here and watch our village wither away." She looked at Astisius. "You'll come with me. You know the lore. You know what we're up against." Astisius paled visibly. "Me? But I'm a scholar, not a—" He trailed off, unable to articulate his fear. "You're our only hope, Astisius," Carrie said, her voice firm but gentle. "We need you." He swallowed hard, his gaze flickering between Carrie's determined face and the anxious faces of the villagers. With a sigh, he relented. "All right," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I'll go, but I'm warning you, I'm terrible in a fight." Carrie offered a small, reassuring smile. "We're not planning on fighting. We're planning on tricking." As Carrie prepared for her journey, gathering supplies and sharpening her hunting knives, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were embarking on a fool's errand. The legends of Hemlock were unsettling, and the Petalwood was a place steeped in mystery and danger. But the thought of Oak Haven, slowly dying beneath the weight of an endless autumn, fueled her resolve. She would do whatever it took to restore the balance, even if it meant facing a mischievous spirit in his own enchanted domain. Carrie and Astisius set off towards the Petalwood as the sun, a hazy orange disk, dipped below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the valley. The air grew colder as they approached the edge of the woods, the familiar scent of decaying leaves and damp earth growing stronger. A sense of unease settled over them, a feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. The Petalwood was unlike any forest they had ever encountered. The trees were ancient, their gnarled branches twisted into bizarre shapes, as if frozen in the midst of some silent, agonizing scream. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of decaying petals, their colors faded and muted, emitting a sweet, cloying scent that was both alluring and unsettling. The air was thick with a perpetual twilight, the sunlight barely penetrating the dense canopy overhead. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the sounds of the outside world faded away, replaced by a symphony of whispers. The wind rustled through the leaves, carrying voices that seemed to speak in riddles and half-forgotten memories. The trees themselves seemed to watch them, their branches like skeletal fingers pointing accusingly. Astisius, despite his initial fear, seemed to find a strange sort of comfort in the Petalwood. The atmosphere of ancient magic seemed to invigorate him, and he began to recite passages from forgotten texts, his voice echoing through the silent woods. "The Petalwood is a place where the veil between worlds is thin," he explained, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's a place where the past, present, and future intertwine. Be careful what you think, Carrie. Your thoughts can become real here." Carrie, however, remained skeptical. She trusted her senses, and her senses were telling her that they were not alone. She kept her hand on the hilt of her knife, her eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. After hours of walking, they came to a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a towering oak tree, its branches reaching up towards the sky like supplicating arms. The tree was adorned with hundreds of small, intricately carved wooden masks, each one depicting a different emotion: joy, sorrow, anger, fear. "This is the Whispering Oak," Astasius said, his voice hushed with reverence. "It's said to be a gateway to the spirit world. Hemlock often uses it to communicate with mortals." As he spoke, a voice echoed from the tree, a melodious, lilting voice that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the forest. "Welcome, mortals," the voice said. "I have been expecting you." Carrie stepped forward, her voice clear and strong. "We seek Hemlock, the autumn thief." The voice chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Hemlock is a busy spirit. What business do you have with him?" "He stole our winter," Carrie said, her voice laced with anger. "He trapped Oak Haven in an endless autumn. We want it back." The voice sighed. "Hemlock does what he does for amusement. He doesn't take requests." "Then tell him this," Carrie said, her eyes fixed on the Whispering Oak. "We challenge him. We challenge him to a contest. If he wins, he can keep our winter. But if we win, he must return it to us." A long silence followed, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the leaves. Then the voice chuckled again, a sound that sent a shiver down Carrie's spine. "Very well," the voice said. "Hemlock accepts your challenge. Meet him at the sunken glade at dawn. But be warned, mortals. Hemlock is not easily defeated." The voice faded away, leaving Carrie and Astasius alone in the silent clearing. The wooden masks on the Whispering Oak seemed to stare at them with mocking eyes. "What have you done, Carrie?" Astasius whispered, his face pale with fear. "We're going to face a spirit in his own domain. We don't stand a chance." "We have to try," Carrie said, her voice firm. "Oak Haven is counting on us." She looked at Astasius, her eyes filled with determination. "We need a plan. We need to figure out how to trick Hemlock." Astasius wrung his hands, his mind racing. "He's vain," he said, his voice barely audible. "He's arrogant. He believes himself to be unbeatable." "Then we need to exploit that," Carrie said, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes. "We need to make him believe he's winning until it's too late." As the night wore on, Carrie and Astasius huddled beneath the Whispering Oak, devising a plan to outwit the autumn thief. The whispers of the Petalwood seemed to mock them, but they refused to give up. They knew that the fate of Oak Haven rested on their shoulders. The sunken glade was a place of ethereal beauty and unsettling stillness. The ground sloped downwards, forming a bowl-shaped depression in the forest floor. A thick mist clung to the ground, obscuring the edges of the glade and creating an illusion of endless depth. In the center of the glade stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth and reflective as a mirror. As Carrie and Astasius entered the glade, They saw Hemlock standing by the edge of the pool. He was everything the legends described, a creature of autumnal beauty, with eyes like amber and hair like the rustling of leaves. He wore a cloak woven from fallen leaves, and his presence radiated an aura of chaotic energy. "Welcome, mortals," Hemlock said, his voice melodious and mocking. "I see you dare to challenge me. I admire your courage, even if it is foolish." "We're not afraid of you, Hemlock," Carrie said, her voice clear and strong. "We're here to reclaim what you stole." Hemlock laughed, a sound like the rustling of leaves in a whirlwind. "You think you can defeat me? I am a spirit of the wild hunt. I have existed since the dawn of time." "We're not trying to defeat you," Carrie said, a sly smile playing on her lips. "We're simply proposing a contest, a game, a test of skill." Hemlock raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "A game? What kind of game?" "A storytelling contest," Carrie said. "We each tell a story. The best story wins. If your story is better, you can keep our winter, but if our story is better, you must return it to us." Hemlock considered the proposition, his amber eyes gleaming with amusement. "A storytelling contest? How quaint. Very well, mortal. I accept your challenge. But be warned, I am a master storyteller. My tales have captivated gods and mortals alike." "We're not intimidated," Carrie said. "Let the contest begin." Hemlock gestured toward the pool of water. "The rules are simple. Each story must be inspired by the reflection in the pool. The reflection will change with each telling, offering a new source of inspiration. I shall go first." Hemlock gazed into the pool, his eyes widening as the reflection shifted and swirled. A vision of a lone wolf howling at the moon appeared on the water's surface. Hemlock smiled, his eyes gleaming with inspiration. He began to speak, his voice weaving a tale of loneliness, survival, and the primal call of the wild. He spoke of the wolf's struggles against the harsh elements, its desperate search for companionship, and its ultimate triumph over adversity. His words were lyrical and evocative, painting a vivid picture in the minds of Carrie and Astesius. When Hemlock finished his story, a silence fell over the sunken glade. The mist seemed to thicken, and the air grew heavy with emotion. "Impressive," Carrie said, her voice barely audible. "But it's our turn now." She looked at Astesius, her eyes pleading for inspiration. Astesius swallowed hard, his mind racing. He knew that they had to tell a story that was not only captivating, but also strategically crafted to exploit Hemlock's arrogance. He gazed into the pool, his eyes widening as the reflection shifted again. This time, a vision of a withered flower struggling to bloom in the harsh autumn frost appeared on the water's surface. Astesius began to speak, his voice trembling slightly at first, but growing stronger with each word. He told a story of perseverance, hope, and the enduring power of beauty. He spoke of the flower's defiance against the dying season, its unwavering determination to bloom despite the odds. He told of the bee that found the flower and carried its pollen across the land. He spoke of its vibrant color and sweet smell, a beacon of hope in a world consumed by decay. As Astesius spoke, Carrie realized the brilliance of his strategy. He wasn't just telling a story, he was subtly praising Hemlock, comparing him to the flower that dared to defy the natural order. He was appealing to Hemlock's vanity, making him believe that he was the hero of the story. When Astesius finished his story, Hemlock's expression was unreadable. He stared into the pool, His amber eyes narrowed in thought. "Well told," he said finally, his voice carefully neutral. "But it is my turn again, is it not?" The reflection in the pool shifted once more, this time revealing a vision of a mighty oak tree, its branches laden with golden leaves. Hemlock smiled, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He began to speak, his voice filled with pride. He told a story of strength, resilience, and the unwavering power of tradition. The oak was a king, ruling over the forest, wise and strong, a friend to the animals, and a protector of the weak. But as the story went on, the oak's leaves started to fall, one by one, until the mighty tree was bare and withered, a symbol of decaying pompousness. Carrie and Astesius exchanged glances. They knew that they had to deliver the final blow, the final twist that would secure their victory. The reflection shifted again, revealing a vision of a single snowflake falling from the sky. Carrie took a deep breath and began to speak, her voice filled with genuine emotion. She told a story of renewal, change, and the beauty of letting go. She spoke of the snowflake's journey from the heavens to the earth, its fleeting existence a symbol of the ephemeral nature of life. The snowflake falls gently, melting as it touches the ground, feeding the earth with life, preparing it for the next cycle, a small, insignificant droplet of water that ultimately becomes a gushing river once again. As Carrie spoke, she wove a subtle message into her story. She wasn't directly criticizing Hemlock, but instead explained how spring always follows winter, how autumn gives way to snow, how one tiny change can have a dramatic and wonderful effect on the world. It's all connected, and it's all a cycle. When Carrie finished her story, a long silence fell over the sunken glade. Hemlock stared into the pool, his expression a mask of fury, as he realizes he was tricked. He has been played. He could almost feel the village of Oakhaven as the air around him grew several degrees colder. "You think you've won?" he said finally, his voice laced with suppressed anger. "You think you've outsmarted me? I am Hemlock. I cannot be defeated." "We didn't defeat you, Hemlock," Carrie said, her voice calm and reassuring. "We simply told a better story, a story of hope, of renewal, of the beauty of balance." Hemlock stared at Carrie, his eyes blazing with fury. Then slowly a wry smile spread across his lips. "Very well, mortals," he said, his voice resigned. "You have earned your victory. I will return your winter to you." He closed his eyes and raised his hands toward the sky. A gust of wind swept through the sunken glade, carrying with it the scent of snow and the promise of winter. The mist began to dissipate, and the first snowflakes began to fall, swirling gently in the air. Hemlock opened his eyes, his amber gaze fixed on Carrie. "I have kept my word," he said, "but do not think that this is the end. I will return, mortals. I will always return. The cycle of the seasons cannot be broken." With a final laugh, Hemlock vanished into the mist, leaving Carrie and Astesius alone in the sunken glade. The snow continued to fall, covering the ground in a blanket of white. As Carrie and Astesius emerged from the petalwood, they were greeted by a sight that made their hearts leap with joy. Oakhaven was transformed. The ground was covered in a pristine layer of snow. The trees were dusted with white, and the air was filled with the crisp, invigorating scent of winter. The villagers rushed to greet them, their faces beaming with relief and gratitude. They cheered and danced in the snow, celebrating the return of the season they had feared they had lost forever. Carrie and Astesius were hailed as heroes, their names forever etched into the annals of Oak Haven's history. But they knew that they were not truly heroes. They had simply done what was necessary to protect their village, to restore the balance of the seasons. As the days turned into weeks, Oak Haven gradually returned to normal. The river began to flow again. The animals returned to their natural migration patterns, and the villagers resumed their winter routines. But something had changed. They had learned a valuable lesson about the importance of respecting the natural world and the power of stories to shape their reality. Carrie, no longer just a hunter, but a respected leader, continued to serve her village with wisdom and compassion. She often ventured into the petalwood not out of fear or obligation, but out of a newfound appreciation for its mysteries. She learned to listen to the whispers of the woods, to understand the language of the spirits, and to respect the delicate balance between the mortal and the magical. Astesios, emboldened by his experience, embraced his role as the village's historian and lore keeper with renewed vigor. He spent his days poring over ancient texts, seeking to expand his knowledge of the spirit world and the secrets of the seasons. He became a mentor to the younger generation, sharing his wisdom and instilling in them a sense of reverence for the natural world. And as the years passed, the legend of the autumn thief and the frozen bloom lived on, a reminder of the day when a mischievous spirit threatened to plunge Oak Haven into eternal autumn, and two unlikely heroes rose to the challenge, using their wits and their words to restore the balance and bring back the beauty of winter. Years later, on a crisp autumn evening, a young girl named Luma sat by the fire, listening intently as Astesius, now an old man with a twinkle in his eye, recounted the tale of Hemlock and the stolen snow. "So, what happened to Hemlock?" Luma asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Did he ever come back?" Astesius smiled, a knowing glint in his eye. "Oh, he came back, Luma. He always comes back. He is the spirit of autumn, after all. But he never bothered Oak Haven again. He learned that sometimes the best pranks are the ones that aren't played at all." Luma snuggled closer to the fire, her imagination ignited by the tale. She knew that the story of Hemlock was more than just a legend. It was a lesson about the importance of respecting the seasons, the power of stories, and the enduring strength of community. And as she drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of a world where the balance of nature was always protected, and the spirit of mischief was kept in check by the wisdom and courage of those who dared to challenge him. Carrie, now the village elder, watched from the doorway, a smile playing on her lips. She knew that the cycle would continue, that the seasons would always change, and that new challenges would always arise. But she also knew that the spirit of Oak Haven would endure, passed down from generation to generation, a beacon of hope and resilience in a world filled with both beauty and peril. And somewhere in the depths of the petalwood, Hemlock stirred, a mischievous glint in his amber eyes. He knew that his game was far from over. The world was full of stories waiting to be told, and he was always ready to play his part, to challenge the status quo, and to remind mortals that even in the darkest of times, there is always room for a little bit of mischief. After all, what is a life without a bit of chaos? He let out a soft chuckle that sounded like the rustling of leaves, and the petalwood whispered in response. The cycle would continue. In the iridescent realm of Bumblum, where the rivers flowed with liquid starlight and the mountains hummed with ancient magic, the balance of existence rested upon the shoulders of the guardian winds. Zephyr, Boreas, Eurus, and Notus, spirits of the west, north, east, and south. They were the unseen hands that painted the seasons, the breath that stirred life into the fertile lands. For centuries, since the dawn of Bumblum, they had danced their celestial ballet, ensuring the gentle transition from the blossoming of spring to the golden slumber of autumn, the fiery embrace of summer to the crisp serenity of winter. But the harmony was shattered. One starless night, the winds fell silent. Panic rippled through Bumblum like a tremor. The eternal spring, usually kissed by Zephyr's gentle touch, began to stagnate, its blossoms growing grotesque and overripe. The promised summer, heralded by Eurus's warm breath, arrived in a scorching, relentless wave, withering the land and driving creatures mad with thirst. Boreas, who usually ushered in the peaceful slumber of winter, was nowhere to be heard, and the lands prepared for harvest remained vulnerably unfrozen. Notus, the harbinger of autumn, was equally absent, promising to leave the landscape in a perpetual, unchanging state. Chaos reigned as the seasons, unbound and untamed, collided in a terrifying dance of destruction. In the village of Evergreena, nestled at the foot of the Whispering Peaks, lived Summer, a young woman touched by the ancient magic of weather shaping. She could coax rain from stubborn clouds, still a whirlwind with a whispered word, and soothe the most savage storm with a song. But even Summer felt powerless against the unnatural turmoil that gripped Bumblum. The crops withered in her mother Layla's fields, the livestock grew thin, and a chilling fear settled in the hearts of the villagers. Layla, a woman weathered and strong, her eyes the color of a storm-gathering sky, was a seer, gifted with visions of the past, present, and future. She saw the unraveling of Bumblum, the slow, agonizing death of the land, and knew that only drastic action could avert the impending doom. It was Layla who divined the truth. The guardian winds had not merely vanished. They had been silenced, their essence scattered, their power dormant. "They sleep," Layla rasped, her voice hoarse with dread. "But they can be awakened. A weather shaper, pure of heart and strong of will, must undertake the ancient journey, venturing into the heart of each wind spirit's domain." "But be warned, Summer." Layla's gaze intensified, locking onto her daughters. "Each wind spirit demands a price. A part of your soul, a piece of your very being, must be offered to reawaken their power." Summer felt a shiver crawl down her spine. The legend spoke of the sacrifices demanded by the winds, memories, emotions, even the very essence of one's being. To lose a part of herself, the thought was terrifying, but the sight of her dying village, the desperate hope in the eyes of her people, steeled her resolve. She would do whatever it took to save Bumblum. "I will go, Mother," Summer declared, her voice trembling but firm. "I will awaken the guardian winds." Layla nodded, a flicker of pride in her eyes mixed with an undeniable sorrow. "Then you must seek out Dex. He is a lore keeper, one who remembers the old ways. He knows the paths to the wind spirit's domains. But be warned, Summer, Dex is not easily swayed. He guards his knowledge jealously. Dex lived in a crumbling tower overlooking the Whispering Peaks, a recluse shrouded in mystery. He was a repository of forgotten lore, his mind a labyrinth of ancient knowledge. When Summer arrived at his tower, she found him surrounded by dusty tomes and arcane instruments. He regarded her with cold, calculating eyes, his gaze piercing as if searching for any vulnerability. "I know why you've come, Weather Shaper," Dex said, his voice like the rustling of old parchment. "You seek the knowledge to awaken the guardian winds, but knowledge is not given freely. What will you offer me in return?" Summer hesitated. She had expected this, but the reality of it still stung. I have little to offer, Lorekeeper. Only my determination to save Bumble." Dex scoffed. "Determination is cheap, Weather Shaper. I need something more tangible, something personal. Tell me a secret, Summer, a secret you have never shared with anyone, a secret that you hold close to your heart. Only then will I consider helping you." Summer's mind raced. She had many secrets buried deep within her heart. But which one was worth the price of saving Bumble? Finally she spoke, her voice barely a whisper. I have always felt drawn to the wild hunt. I have always dreamed of riding with them, of feeling the thrill of the chase, the freedom of the open sky. But I know it is a dangerous path, a path that could lead me to ruin." Dex listened intently, his eyes gleaming with a strange fascination. After a long, agonizing silence, he nodded. "Very well, Weather Shaper. Your secret is enough. I will guide you." Dex revealed that the path to each wind spirit was veiled in trials, each designed to test the worthiness of the seeker. To awaken Zephyr, the spirit of the west, Summer had to cross the shifting sands of illusion, a desert where mirages preyed on one's deepest desires and fears. Armed with Dex's cryptic instructions, Summer ventured into the shifting sands. The sun beat down mercilessly, the heat shimmering off the endless dunes. Soon, the mirages began to appear, visions of her village restored to its former glory, of her mother smiling with pride, of a life filled with peace and happiness. Each mirage was more enticing than the last, promising her everything she desired. But Summer remembered Dex's warning. The illusions were designed to trap her, to lure her away from her true purpose. She closed her eyes, focusing on the memory of her dying village, the faces of her desperate people. With newfound resolve, she pushed forward, ignoring the siren call of the mirages, until she reached the heart of the desert, where a single withered tree stood sentinel. Beneath the tree, she found a pool of shimmering water. As she gazed into it, she saw her own reflection, but it was not the reflection of the Summer she knew. This Summer was carefree, reckless, her eyes filled with a wild, untamed spirit. It was the Summer she had always kept hidden, the Summer who longed to abandon her responsibilities and embrace the wild freedom of the wild hunt. The reflection spoke, its voice a seductive whisper. "Why deny yourself any longer, Summer? Embrace your true nature, leave behind this burden of responsibility, and join me. We will ride the winds together and never look back." Summer felt a powerful pull, a temptation to surrender to her deepest desires. But she knew that if she did, she would lose herself completely. She would become a shadow of her former self, a creature driven by instinct and devoid of compassion. With a heavy heart, she turned away from the reflection, shattering the illusion. The pool of water vanished, leaving behind a single shimmering feather. As Summer grasped the feather, a wave of sadness washed over her. She realized that she had sacrificed a part of her soul, a piece of her own identity. The feather was a reminder of the summer she could have been, the summer she had chosen to leave behind. But with that sacrifice, she had proven her worthiness to Zephyr. A gentle breeze stirred, the first sign of the west wind's awakening. To awaken Boreas, the spirit of the north, Summer had to climb the crystal peaks, a treacherous mountain range where the air was thin and the cold was relentless. Dex warned her that the mountain held a test of resilience, where one had to endure the harshest conditions imaginable. He also told her to seek Austin, a mountain hermit who had spent many years in the frigid north. Austin, a weathered man with eyes as blue as glacial ice, lived in a small cabin carved into the side of the mountain. He welcomed Summer with a gruff demeanor, his voice hardened by years of solitude. "So, you're the weather shaper who seeks to awaken Boreas," Austin said, his gaze piercing. "The mountain will test you, push you to your limits. Are you prepared to endure the cold, the hunger, the loneliness?" Summer nodded, her determination unwavering, even though the thought threatened to unsettle her. Austin led her to the base of the crystal peaks, pointing out the path she needed to follow. "The summit is where you will find Boreas," he said, "but the mountain will not make it easy for you. Beware of the whispering blizzards. They carry voices of lost souls, voices that will try to break your spirit." As Summer began her ascent, the cold intensified, biting at her skin and numbing her limbs. The wind howled like a banshee, and the snow swirled around her, obscuring her vision. Soon she heard the whispering blizzards, their voices filled with despair and regret. They spoke of lost loves, failed dreams, and the futility of existence. Summer struggled to block out the voices, but they were relentless, preying on her own doubts and fears. She began to question her purpose, wondering if she was strong enough to endure the hardships ahead. The voices threatened to overwhelm her, to shatter her resolve. During her ascent, Summer faced many challenges. A sudden avalanche nearly swept her off the mountain. She had to navigate treacherous ice bridges and climb sheer cliffs. Hunger gnawed at her stomach, and her body ached with exhaustion. But she pressed on, fueled by her determination to save Bumblum. As she climbed higher, she encountered a frozen lake, and trapped beneath the ice was a wolf. The wolf looked at Summer with pleading eyes, and she knew she had to help it. She spent hours breaking through the ice, using her weather-shaping magic to thaw the frozen water. Finally, she managed to free the wolf. The wolf, now free, licked Summer's hand in gratitude before disappearing into the wilderness. Summer continued her ascent, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. She had shown compassion and kindness even in the face of adversity, and she knew that this act had pleased Boreas. Finally, after days of arduous climbing, Summer reached the summit. The air was frigid, and the wind howled with unrestrained fury. In the center of the summit stood a towering ice statue, sculpted in the likeness of a majestic stag. As she approached the statue, the whispering blizzards intensified, their voices threatening to shatter her mind. Summoning all her strength, Summer focused on the image of her village, the faces of her loved ones, the beauty of Bumblum. She closed her eyes and began to sing, her voice rising above the howling wind, a song of hope, resilience, and unwavering determination. As she sang, the ice statue began to glow, its surface cracking and breaking apart. From within the statue emerged Boreas, the spirit of the north, his eyes as cold and bright as the winter stars. You have proven your resilience, Weather Shaper, Boreas said, his voice like the rumble of an avalanche. You have endured the harshest conditions and overcome the voices of despair. You have shown compassion and kindness even in the face of adversity. You are worthy to reawaken my power. Boreas extended his hand, and Summer grasped it. A surge of icy energy coursed through her veins, filling her with the raw power of the north wind. But with that power came a profound sense of loneliness, the crushing weight of isolation. Summer realized that she had sacrificed her ability to connect with others, to form deep and meaningful relationships. The price of Boreas' power was solitude. To awaken Eurus, the spirit of the East, Summer had to navigate the labyrinth of whispering woods, a forest filled with deceptive paths and illusions. Dex warned her that the labyrinth was a test of perception, where one had to see beyond the surface and discern the truth from the lies. As Summer entered the labyrinth of whispering woods, she found herself surrounded by towering trees, their branches intertwined to form a dense canopy overhead. The air was thick with humidity, and the silence was unsettling. Soon she began to hear whispers, voices that seemed to come from the trees themselves. They spoke of hidden treasures, secret paths, and forgotten knowledge. Summer knew that she had to be careful. The whispers were designed to mislead her, to lure her away from her true path. She focused on her instincts, trusting her intuition to guide her through the labyrinth. As she journeyed deeper into the woods, she encountered Layla. Seeing her daughter, she said, "Summer, you must turn back. This journey is too dangerous. You have already sacrificed too much. Return to the village and let me handle this." Summer was shocked. She knew that her mother would never try to dissuade her from her mission. This Layla was an illusion, a figment of the labyrinth's magic. She steeled her resolve and continued forward, and soon the image of her mother vanished. Summer faced many other challenges. She had to cross a bottomless chasm using a rope bridge made of vines. She had to solve riddles left by ancient tree spirits. She had to outsmart cunning woodland creatures who tried to lead her astray. After what felt like an eternity, Summer finally reached the heart of the labyrinth. In the center of a clearing stood a giant ancient tree. The tree glowed with a warm golden light. As she approached the tree, she heard a voice, melodious and enchanting. "Welcome, Weather Shaper," the voice said. "You have successfully navigated the labyrinth of whispering woods. You have proven your ability to see beyond the surface and discern the truth from the lies. You are worthy to reawaken my power." From the tree emerged Eurus, the spirit of the East, his eyes as bright and radiant as the rising sun. "Before you can reawaken my power," Eurus continued, "you must face one final challenge. You must confront your deepest fear." Summer hesitated. She had many fears, but one stood out above the rest, the fear of failure. She was afraid that she would not be able to save Bumblum, that her efforts would be in vain. She was afraid that she would let her people down. Eurus, reading her thoughts, said, "Your fear of failure is holding you back, Weather Shaper. You must confront it, overcome it, and embrace the possibility of success." Summer closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and faced her fear. She imagined herself failing, watching Bumblum wither and die. But then she imagined herself succeeding, seeing her village bloom again, hearing the laughter of her people. She realized that even if she failed, she would have given it her all. She would have fought for what she believed in. With newfound confidence, Summer opened her eyes and looked at Eurus. "I'm ready," she said. "I'm ready to face my fear." Eurus smiled. "You have already faced it, Weather Shaper. By acknowledging your fear and embracing the possibility of success, you have conquered it." Eurus extended his hand, and Summer grasped it. A surge of warmth coursed through her veins, filling her with the vibrant energy of the east wind. But with that power came a profound sense of regret, the crushing weight of all the things she had left undone, all the words she had left unsaid. The price of Eurus's power was regret. Finally, to awaken notice, the spirit of the South, Summer had to descend into the sunken city of memories, a place where the past was ever present and the lines between reality and illusion were blurred. Dex warned her that the city was a test of acceptance, where one had to embrace the past, both the good and the bad, and learn to move forward. The sunken city of memories was a hauntingly beautiful place, submerged beneath the shimmering waters of the forgotten sea. As Summer descended into the city, she found herself surrounded by crumbling buildings overgrown with coral and seaweed. The air was thick with the scent of salt and decay. Memories swirled around her like ghosts, images of her childhood, her friends, her loved ones. She saw moments of joy, moments of sadness, moments of triumph, moments of failure. She relived her past, feeling the emotions as if they were happening all over again. As she navigated the city, she encountered figures from her past, her deceased father, her childhood friends, her former lovers. They spoke to her, reminding her of the choices she had made, the paths she had taken, the people she had hurt. Summer struggled to stay focused. The memories threatened to overwhelm her, to trap her in the past. She knew that she had to let go of the past, to accept it for what it was, and to move forward. As she journeyed deeper into the city, she came across a grand palace, its walls adorned with intricate carvings. In the center of the palace stood a throne, and on the throne sat Notus, the spirit of the South, his eyes filled with a deep sense of sorrow. "Welcome, Weather Shaper," Notus said, his voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "You have descended into the sunken city of memories. You have relived your past, faced your regrets, and confronted your demons. You are worthy to reawaken my power." Notus extended his hand, and Summer grasped it. A surge of melancholy coursed through her veins, filling her with the bittersweet energy of the south wind. But with that power came a profound sense of apathy, the crushing weight of indifference. Summer realized that she had sacrificed her ability to feel, to care deeply about the world and the people around her. The price of Notus's power was apathy. With the power of all four guardian winds coursing through her veins, Summer returned to Bumblum. The land was still in turmoil, the seasons still in chaos, but now she had the power to restore balance. She stood atop the whispering peaks, closed her eyes, and focused on the essence of each wind spirit. She called upon Zephyr to bring gentle breezes to cool the scorching summer, Boreas to usher in the peaceful slumber of winter, Eurus to herald the warm embrace of summer, and Notus to paint the land with the vibrant colors of autumn. Slowly, the seasons began to shift. The scorching summer gave way to a gentle autumn. The stagnant spring transformed into a vibrant summer, and the chaotic turmoil subsided into a harmonious balance. Bumblum was healed, restored to its former glory. But Summer was changed. She had sacrificed parts of her soul to awaken the guardian winds, and she could never be the same again. She was resilient, but lonely, perceptive, but regretful, compassionate, but apathetic. She was a weather shaper, a savior of Bumblum, but also a broken soul. As she looked out over the restored land, she felt a sense of pride and accomplishment. She had saved her people, but she also felt a deep sense of loss. She had lost pieces of herself along the way, and she knew that she would never fully recover. Summer was left in Bumblum to try to bring herself to peace with the loss of her memories. She would always be a hero, but she would always feel incomplete. When she passed, the remaining people of Bumblum told stories of Summer and how she saved their land, and the legend was sung among the people for generations to come. Summer's tale serves as a cautionary myth, a reminder that even the noblest of intentions can come with a terrible price. It highlights the sacrifices we make for the greater good, the parts of ourselves we lose along the way, and the enduring power of hope in the face of despair. And the most important thing is to remember the winds, both in summer and winter, in Bumblum. In the fledgling colony of Jamestown, nestled amidst the verdant, untamed wilderness of the New World, lived Walter, a young man of humble origins and boundless curiosity. Walter was neither a nobleman nor a soldier, but rather a craftsman's son, possessing a gentle heart and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Jamestown, in its infancy, was a melting pot of dreams and desperation. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, wood smoke, and the ever-present anxiety of survival. The settlers, driven by visions of gold and glory, had arrived with hopes as vast as the ocean they had crossed. But the reality was harsh, and the land, though abundant, was unforgiving. One fateful eve, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep violet, a commotion erupted near the colony's edge. A group of hunters, their faces flushed with excitement, returned bearing a cage woven of sturdy vines. Inside, a creature of unimaginable beauty pulsed with an ethereal glow, a firebird, its feathers shimmering like molten gold and its eyes burning with the intensity of 1,000 suns. The news of the firebird's capture spread like wildfire through Jamestown. The colony's leaders, men hardened by hardship and driven by ambition, saw in the bird's capture an opportunity to secure their future. Its feathers, they believed, could be sold for a king's ransom, its magical properties harnessed to ensure their prosperity. But Walter, drawn by an unseen force, approached the cage with a sense of trepidation. As he gazed into the firebird's eyes, he saw not a creature of immense power, but a being of profound sorrow, a prisoner of its own magnificent existence. That night, under the cloak of darkness, Walter crept towards the cage. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and gently touched the bars. The firebird stirred, its gaze meeting his. In that instant, Walter felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins, a connection forged between their souls. As days turned into weeks, the firebird remained captive, its flames growing ever more erratic. The colony, initially filled with excitement, began to experience strange occurrences. Stars fell from the heavens with alarming frequency, their fiery trails scarring the night sky. Dreams bled into reality, blurring the line between what was and what could be. Walter, witnessing these events, understood the dire consequences of the firebird's captivity. The bird's essence was intertwined with the fabric of reality, and its imprisonment was tearing holes in the delicate balance of the world. Torn between his loyalty to the colony and his growing compassion for the firebird, Walter found himself at a crossroads. He could choose to exploit the bird's power, securing Jamestown's future, but at the cost of unraveling the very essence of existence. Or he could defy his community, freeing the firebird and risking their wrath, but potentially saving the world from destruction. With a heavy heart, Walter made his decision. He would free the firebird, placing his faith in the unknown and trusting that the universe would find a way to restore balance. Under the cover of a moonless night, Walter approached the cage, his heart pounding in his chest. He carried with him a set of lock picks, tools he had learned to use from his father. With trembling hands, he worked on the lock, the metal clicking softly in the stillness of the night. Finally, with a resounding click, the lock sprung open. The cage door creaked ajar, and Walter stepped back, allowing the firebird to emerge. The bird hesitated for a moment, its gaze fixed on Walter. Then, with a grateful cry, it spread its wings and soared into the night sky, its flames illuminating the darkness. As the firebird ascended, the stars realigned themselves in the heavens, their brilliance restored. The strange occurrences that had plagued Jamestown ceased, and the world began to heal. Walter, watching the firebird disappear into the vast expanse of the night sky, felt a sense of both relief and trepidation. He knew that his actions would not go unnoticed, that he would face the consequences of his defiance. The following morning, Walter was summoned before the colony's leaders. He stood before them, his head held high, and confessed to his actions. The leaders, their faces etched with anger and disappointment, condemned Walter for his betrayal. They saw him as a threat to their authority, a rebel who dared to challenge their vision. But as they prepared to pronounce their judgment, a voice spoke out from the crowd. It was the colony's elder, a wise woman who had witnessed the firebird's capture and the subsequent chaos. "Hold," she said, her voice filled with authority. "Before you condemn this young man, consider the consequences of your actions. You sought to exploit the firebird's power, but in doing so, you threatened to unravel the very fabric of our world. Walter, in his compassion, chose a different path, a path that has saved us all." The leaders, taken aback by the elder's words, paused to consider her wisdom. They looked at Walter, not with anger, but with a newfound respect. In the end, they decided to spare Walter's life, acknowledging the significance of his actions. However, they banished him from Jamestown, fearing that his rebellious spirit would incite further unrest. Walter, accepting his fate, bid farewell to his family and friends. He left Jamestown, not as a criminal, but as a hero, a young man who had dared to defy authority in the name of compassion and balance. As Walter ventured into the wilderness, he carried with him the memory of the firebird, its radiant beauty, and its profound sorrow. He knew that his journey would be fraught with challenges, but he was determined to live a life guided by the principles he had learned from the firebird: compassion, courage, and a deep respect for the delicate balance of the world. And so Walter, the craftsman's son, embarked on a new adventure, a journey that would lead him to the far corners of the New World and beyond, a journey that would transform him into a legend, a symbol of hope and resistance in a world teetering on the brink of chaos. Walter's exile from Jamestown led him into the heart of the Virginia wilderness. Stripped of his familiar surroundings and the comfort of his community, he found himself face to face with the raw, untamed beauty of the New World. The dense forests, the winding rivers, and the towering mountains became his new companions. At first, survival was a daunting task. He learned to hunt, to fish, and to identify edible plants. He built a small shelter, a haven from the elements, and gradually adapted to the rhythm of the wilderness. But Walter's journey was not merely about physical survival. It was also a journey of self-discovery. As he spent time alone in the wilderness, he began to hear the whispers of the land, the voices of the ancient spirits that dwelled within the trees, the rocks, and the rivers. He learned that the wilderness was not just a collection of resources to be exploited, but a living, breathing entity, deserving of respect and reverence. He discovered that the native tribes, the indigenous peoples of the land, possessed a deep understanding of this intricate ecosystem, a knowledge that had been passed down through generations. Driven by a desire to learn more, Walter sought out these tribes, seeking their wisdom and guidance. He approached them with humility and respect, eager to bridge the gap between their cultures. Initially, the native tribes were wary of Walter, viewing him as a representative of the colonists who had encroached upon their land and disrupted their way of life. But Walter's sincerity and genuine interest in their traditions gradually won them over. He learned their language, their customs, and their spiritual beliefs. He participated in their ceremonies, listened to their stories, and shared his own experiences. He discovered that they possessed a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, a wisdom that resonated deeply with his own beliefs. Through his interactions with the native tribes, Walter began to see the world through a different lens. He realized that the colonists' pursuit of wealth and power had blinded them to the true value of the land and its inhabitants. He understood that their arrogance and greed were not only harming the environment, but also destroying the delicate balance of human relationships. Walter became an advocate for the native tribes, speaking out against the injustices they faced and working to bridge the divide between the colonists and the indigenous peoples. He used his knowledge of both cultures to negotiate treaties, to mediate disputes, and to promote understanding and cooperation. His efforts were not always successful. Many colonists remained suspicious of Walter, viewing him as a traitor to his own people. They accused him of siding with the savages and undermining their efforts to colonize the New World. But Walter refused to be deterred. He believed that it was his duty to protect the native tribes and to preserve the wilderness from the destructive forces of greed and exploitation. As Walter's reputation grew, he attracted followers from both the colonist and native communities. These individuals, inspired by his vision of a harmonious coexistence, joined him in his efforts to build a better future for the New World. Together, they established a network of settlements where colonists and native tribes could live together in peace and harmony. They shared their knowledge, their skills, and their resources, creating a vibrant and sustainable community. Walter's experiment in coexistence was not without its challenges. There were conflicts and disagreements, misunderstandings, and prejudices. But through open communication, mutual respect, and a willingness to compromise, they were able to overcome these obstacles and build a community based on trust and understanding. News of Walter's success spread throughout the colonies, inspiring others to follow his example. Similar communities sprung up in other parts of the New World, creating a movement of resistance against the forces of exploitation and destruction. Walter, the craftsman's son who had once been banished from Jamestown, had become a leader, a visionary, and a symbol of hope for a better future. He had shown that it was possible for different cultures to coexist in peace and harmony, that it was possible to build a world based on compassion, respect, and understanding. Years passed, and Walter's influence continued to grow. His communities flourished, attracting people from all walks of life who sought a life of purpose and meaning. The wilderness, once a place of exile, had become a sanctuary, a testament to the power of human resilience and the transformative potential of compassion. But the idyllic existence of Walter's communities was soon threatened by a shadow from across the sea. News arrived that a Russian Tsar, driven by insatiable ambition and a thirst for magical power, had learned of the Firebird's existence and its potential to alter reality itself. The Tsar, known for his ruthlessness and his obsession with the occult, dispatched a team of hunters and sorcerers to the New World, tasked with capturing the Firebird and harnessing its power for his own nefarious purposes. These hunters, led by a formidable sorcerer named Rasputin, were relentless in their pursuit. They tracked the Firebird across the vast wilderness, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Walter, learning of the Tsar's intentions, knew that he had to act. He understood that if the Firebird fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. He gathered his allies, both colonists and native tribes, and prepared to defend the Firebird and the balance of the world. The clash between Walter's forces and the Tsar's hunters was inevitable. It took place in the heart of the wilderness, amidst towering trees and ancient ruins. The battle was fierce, with spells clashing against swords and arrows flying through the air. Walter, though not a warrior by nature, fought with courage and determination. He used his knowledge of the wilderness to his advantage, guiding his allies through the treacherous terrain and leading them in ambushes and strategic maneuvers. But Rasputin, the Tsar's sorcerer, was a formidable opponent. He wielded dark magic, summoning storms and conjuring shadowy creatures to fight on his behalf. He possessed a cunning mind and a ruthless heart, making him a dangerous adversary. The battle raged on for days, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Walter's forces, though outnumbered, fought with the conviction that they were defending something far greater than themselves. They were protecting the Firebird, the balance of the world, and the future of their communities. As the battle reached its climax, Walter found himself face to face with Rasputin. The two men stared at each other, their eyes locked in a battle of wills. Rasputin unleashed a torrent of dark magic, attempting to overwhelm Walter and crush his spirit. But Walter stood firm, drawing strength from the wilderness and the spirits of his ancestors. He countered Rasputin's spells with his own magic, learned from the native tribes and honed through years of practice. The two men engaged in a fierce, magical duel, their powers clashing and creating shock waves that reverberated through the forest. The trees swayed, the ground trembled, and the air crackled with energy. Finally, With a surge of power, Walter unleashed a spell that struck Rasputin with full force. The sorcerer staggered back, his body convulsing as the energy coursed through him. He let out a cry of pain and frustration before collapsing to the ground, defeated. With Rasputin vanquished, the Tsar's hunters lost their will to fight. They scattered and fled, abandoning their mission and leaving the Firebird safe. Walter and his allies had won the battle, but they knew that the war was far from over. The Tsar, driven by his insatiable ambition, would not give up so easily. He would send more hunters, more sorcerers, and more forces to capture the Firebird and claim its power. Walter knew that he had to find a way to protect the Firebird permanently, to ensure that it would never fall into the wrong hands. He sought the advice of the native elders, who revealed an ancient prophecy that spoke of a hidden sanctuary, a place where the Firebird could be safe from harm. This sanctuary, according to the prophecy, was located in the heart of the mountains, guarded by ancient spirits and protected by powerful magic. It was a place known only to a select few, a place that could only be reached by those who were pure of heart and possessed a deep connection to the wilderness. Walter, guided by the prophecy and the wisdom of the native elders, embarked on a quest to find this hidden sanctuary. He gathered his most trusted allies and ventured into the uncharted territory of the mountains, facing treacherous terrain and dangerous creatures along the way. Walter's journey into the mountains was a test of endurance, resilience, and faith. The terrain was unforgiving, the weather unpredictable, and the dangers lurking in the shadows were ever present. But Walter and his allies pressed on, driven by their determination to protect the Firebird and ensure its safety. They faced challenges that tested their limits, both physically and mentally. They climbed treacherous cliffs, navigated through dense forests, and crossed raging rivers. They battled wild animals, avoided hidden traps, and outsmarted cunning foes. But the greatest challenges they faced were not external, but internal. They had to confront their own fears, doubts, and prejudices. They had to learn to trust each other, to rely on each other, and to work together as a team. As they journeyed deeper into the mountains, they began to experience strange occurrences. They saw visions, heard voices, and felt the presence of ancient spirits. They realized that they were entering a sacred place, a realm where the veil between the physical and spiritual worlds was thin. The native elders had warned them that the path to the sanctuary would not be easy. They had told them that they would have to prove their worthiness, that they would have to demonstrate their purity of heart and their deep connection to the wilderness. Walter and his allies understood that they were being tested, that they were being judged by the ancient spirits who guarded the sanctuary. They resolved to remain true to their values, to act with compassion and integrity, and to respect the sacredness of the land. After weeks of arduous travel, they finally reached the entrance to the sanctuary. It was a hidden cave concealed behind a waterfall and guarded by two towering stone statues. The statues, animated by ancient magic, challenged Walter and his allies, demanding to know their intentions and their worthiness to enter the sanctuary. Walter stepped forward, his voice filled with sincerity and humility. He explained his quest, his desire to protect the Firebird, and his commitment to preserving the balance of the world. The statues listened intently, their eyes glowing with an ethereal light. After a long moment of silence, they nodded their heads in approval. "You have proven yourselves worthy," one of the statues said. "You may enter the sanctuary." The statue stepped aside, allowing Walter and his allies to pass through the entrance. They entered the cave, their hearts filled with anticipation and awe. The cave led into a vast underground chamber, illuminated by crystals that glowed with a soft, otherworldly light. In the center of the chamber, perched on a pedestal of pure white stone, was the firebird. The bird, sensing their presence, turned its gaze towards them. Its eyes glowed with warmth and welcome. It spread its wings and let out a melodic cry, as if greeting old friends. Walter and his allies approached the firebird with reverence and respect. They knelt before it, offering their gratitude and their commitment to protecting it. The firebird responded by showering them with its radiant energy, filling them with a sense of peace and well-being. It communicated with them telepathically, sharing its wisdom and its knowledge of the universe. It revealed that the sanctuary was a place of healing and renewal, a place where the firebird could rest and rejuvenate itself. It explained that the sanctuary was protected by ancient magic, making it impossible for anyone with malicious intent to enter. Walter and his allies understood that they had found the perfect place to protect the firebird from the Tsar and his forces. They resolved to remain in the sanctuary, guarding the firebird and ensuring its safety for generations to come. They established a community within the sanctuary, living in harmony with the firebird and the ancient spirits who guarded it. They learned to cultivate the land, to heal the sick, and to harness the power of the crystals for their own benefit. The sanctuary became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of compassion, courage, and the interconnectedness of all things. News of its existence spread throughout the world, attracting seekers of truth and wisdom from all walks of life. Walter, the craftsman's son who had once been banished from Jamestown, had become a guardian of the firebird, a protector of the balance of the world, and a leader of a community dedicated to peace, harmony, and sustainability. Years turned into decades, and the sanctuary of souls flourished under Walter's guidance. The community within grew, attracting individuals who sought refuge from the turmoil of the outside world, individuals who yearned for a life of purpose and connection. But the shadow of the Tsar still loomed large, a constant reminder of the threat that lurked on the horizon. Despite the sanctuary's protective magic, Walter knew that the Tsar would never truly give up his pursuit of the firebird. And he was right. One day, a scout returned to the sanctuary with alarming news. The Tsar, fueled by years of birth and obsession, had gathered a vast army, the largest and most formidable force he had ever assembled. He was marching toward the mountains, intent on breaching the sanctuary and claiming the firebird for himself. Walter knew that this was the final stand, the ultimate test of their resolve. He gathered his community, both human and spirit, and prepared to defend the sanctuary against the Tsar's onslaught. He fortified the entrance to the cave, setting traps and reinforcing the stone statues. He trained his community in combat, teaching them the skills he had learned from the native tribes and from his own experiences in the wilderness. He also sought the counsel of the ancient spirits, who revealed that the key to defeating the Tsar lay not in brute force, but in understanding the source of his power. They explained that the Tsar's strength came from his fear, his greed, and his disconnection from the natural world. To defeat him, Walter would have to confront him with his own darkness, to expose his weaknesses, and to sever his connection to the forces that fueled his ambition. As the Tsar's army approached the mountains, Walter led his community out to meet them. They stood before the entrance to the sanctuary, a small but determined force facing an overwhelming enemy. The Tsar, mounted on a black steed and clad in ornate armor, rode to the front of his army. His eyes burned with a feverish intensity, his face etched with lines of ambition and desperation. "Walter!" he roared, his voice filled with hatred and contempt. "I have come to claim what is rightfully mine. Surrender the Firebird, and I will spare your lives. Resist me, and you will all be crushed." Walter stepped forward, his voice calm and steady. "Tsar," he replied, "you seek to possess the Firebird for your own selfish gain. You believe that its power will make you invincible, but you are wrong. The Firebird's power is not meant to be controlled. It is meant to be shared, to be used for the benefit of all." "Silence!" the Tsar bellowed. "You are a fool, a naive idealist who knows nothing of the true nature of power. The world belongs to those who are strong enough to take it." With that, the Tsar gave the order to attack. His army surged forward, a wave of steel and fire crashing against Walter's defenses. The battle was fierce and brutal. Walter's community fought with courage and determination, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. The Tsar's soldiers breached the outer defenses, pushing their way towards the entrance to the cave. As the battle raged, Walter confronted the Tsar in single combat. The two men clashed, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. The Tsar, fueled by his dark magic, fought with incredible strength and ferocity. But Walter, guided by the wisdom of the ancient spirits, fought with a calm focus and a deep understanding of his opponent's weaknesses. He parried the Tsar's attacks, dodged his blows, and waited for the opportune moment to strike. Finally, with a swift and decisive move, Walter disarmed the Tsar, knocking his sword from his hand. He held his own weapon to the Tsar's throat, his eyes filled with compassion. "Tsar," Walter said, "I do not wish to kill you. I only want you to understand the error of your ways. You have been blinded by your ambition, consumed by your desire for power, but it is not too late to change. You can still choose a different path." The Tsar stared at Walter, his face contorted with rage and frustration. But in his eyes, Walter saw a flicker of doubt, a glimmer of hope. I don't understand," the Tsar stammered. "Why are you showing me mercy? I have come to destroy you, to steal your most precious possession." "Because I believe that everyone deserves a second chance," Walter replied. "Because I believe that even you can find redemption." Walter lowered his weapon, offering the Tsar his hand. "Come," he said, "join us in the sanctuary, learn from us, and we will learn from you. Together we can build a better world, a world based on peace, harmony, and understanding." The Tsar hesitated for a moment, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. Then, slowly, he reached out and took Walter's hand. In that instant, a wave of energy surged through the Tsar's body, cleansing him of his dark magic and filling him with a sense of peace and clarity. He fell to his knees, weeping with remorse. The Tsar's army, witnessing this transformation, laid down their weapons and surrendered. The battle was over. Walter had won not by Scylla, but by compassion, not by destruction, but by understanding. He had shown that even the most hardened heart could be touched by kindness, that even the most ambitious soul could find redemption. The Tsar, now a changed man, joined Walter's community in the sanctuary. He devoted his life to serving others, to promoting peace, and to preserving the balance of the world. The sanctuary of souls continued to flourish, a beacon of hope for all who sought a better future. Walter, the craftsman's son, had become a legend, a symbol of the power of compassion, courage, and the interconnectedness of all things. And the Firebird, safe and protected, continued to radiate its light, illuminating the world with its boundless love and its infinite wisdom. And Jamestown was never forgotten. Centuries passed, and the memory of Walter and the Firebird faded into legend, a tale whispered around campfires and passed down through generations. The sanctuary of souls, hidden deep within the mountains, remained a secret, a place of refuge for those who sought solace and connection. But the legacy of Walter lived on, not only in the sanctuary, but also in the hearts of those who dared to dream of a better world. His example inspired countless others to stand up for what they believed in, to fight for justice, and to promote peace and understanding. And so, the story of Walter and the Firebird became a timeless reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope remains, that even the smallest act of compassion can have a profound impact, and that the power to change the world lies within each and every one of us. Posterdam clung to the mountainside like a forgotten memory. The wind, a perpetual mourner, whistled through the skeletal remains of abandoned mines, carrying tales of fortune sought and dreams buried. Houses, built from gray stone that seemed to absorb the meager sunlight, huddled together as if seeking warmth from a cold that seeped into the very bones of the town. The air hung heavy, with a stillness that spoke of resignation, a collective sigh held for generations. Brian, a man etched with the harsh lines of the high altitude and the anxieties of his dwindling livelihood, walked the main street. The cobblestones under his worn boots were slick with a perpetual dampness, reflecting the overcast sky like a distorted mirror. Once, Posterdom had throbbed with life, the rhythmic clang of pickaxes and the boisterous laughter of miners echoing through the valley. Now, silence reigned, broken only by the mournful cry of a hawk circling overhead and the creak of dilapidated signs promising long-gone pleasures. He was on his way to Edith's General Store, the last bastion of commerce in Posterdom. The store was a cluttered sanctuary smelling of dust, dried herbs, and the faint sweetness of forgotten candies. Edith, a woman whose face was a road map of wrinkles earned through hardship and resilience, stood behind the counter, her eyes the color of faded denim, watching him with an unnerving knowingness. "Brian," she greeted him, her voice a low rumble that seemed to echo the mountains themselves. "What brings you out on a day like this, expecting miracles?" Brian managed a weary smile. "Just need some flour, Edith, and some candles. The nights are getting longer." Edith shuffled behind the counter, her movements slow but deliberate. Longer nights, shorter days. Time marches on, Brian, whether we like it or not. "Some say time is marching us toward something terrible," Brian murmured, thinking of the whispers that had been circulating in Posterdom for years. Whispers of an ancient prophecy predicting a doom that would swallow the town whole. Edith paused, her gaze sharpening. You've been listening to Luca again, haven't you? Luca was Posterdam's resident eccentric, a recluse who lived in a crumbling observatory on the outskirts of town. He was a scholar of forgotten lore, obsessed with ancient texts and astronomical charts, and the self-proclaimed prophet of Posterdam's imminent demise. Most dismissed him as a harmless madman, but Brian couldn't shake the feeling that there was a kernel of truth in Luca's frantic pronouncements. He says the signs are all there, Edith, Brian said, accepting the flower and candles. The tremors, the strange weather. He says it's all leading to the end. Edith sighed, her wrinkles deepening. Luca's been saying that for 20 years, Brian. Posterdam's been dying a slow death for longer than that, but the end hasn't come yet. Maybe he's right this time, Brian insisted. Maybe we should be listening. Edith shook her head. Listening to Luca won't put food on the table or warm our houses. We need to focus on the present, Brian, not on some far-off doom. Brian paid for his supplies and left the store, the weight of his worries heavier than the flour sack he carried. As he walked home, he couldn't help but glance towards the observatory perched high on the hill, a dark silhouette against the gray sky. He wondered what Luca was seeing up there, what horrors he was divining from the stars. That night, Brian dreamt of clocks, giant, monstrous clocks with gears that ground and gnashed, their hands spinning wildly out of control. He woke up in a cold sweat. The image of the distorted clock faces burned into his mind. He knew then that he couldn't ignore Luca's warnings any longer. He had to find out what the old man knew, even if it meant confronting the darkness that lurked in the heart of Posterdam's despair. Luca's observatory was a testament to both brilliance and decay. The building, once a proud beacon of scientific observation, now sagged under the weight of neglect. The dome was cracked and rusted, the telescope within seemingly frozen in a perpetual search for answers that remained elusive. Brian hesitated before knocking on the heavy oak door, its surface scarred and weathered. He hadn't spoken to Luca in years, not since his youthful fascination with astronomy had been replaced by the harsh realities of survival. The door creaked open, revealing a figure shrouded in shadow. Luca stood before him, his eyes magnified by thick spectacles, burning with an unsettling intensity. His white hair, long and unkempt, framed a face etched with 1,000 sleepless nights. "Brian," Luca rasped, his voice like the rustling of ancient parchment. "I knew you would come." Brian swallowed, unnerved by Luca's seemingly prescient greeting. "I need to know what you've seen, Luca. What you've been saying about the end." Luca stepped aside, gesturing for Brian to enter. The air inside the observatory was thick with the scent of dust, old books, and something else. Something metallic and faintly ozone-like. Stacks of books lined the walls, their spines faded and cracked. Charts and diagrams covered every surface, filled with arcane symbols and astronomical calculations. "The prophecy," Luca began, his voice gaining strength as he spoke, "it speaks of a convergence, a moment when the celestial and terrestrial realms align in a way that will unravel the fabric of time itself. Posterdam, it says, will be the epicenter." "What kind of convergence?" Brian asked, his heart pounding in his chest. Luca led him to a large table in the center of the room, upon which lay a complex mechanism of gears, springs, and levers. It was a clock of sorts, but unlike any Brian had ever seen. Its face was covered in strange symbols, and its hands moved in erratic, unpredictable patterns. "This," Luca said, his voice filled with a strange pride, "is the chronometer. I built it to understand the nature of time, to unravel its mysteries. But I have discovered something far more profound." He pointed to a specific arrangement of gears. "This alignment, it corresponds to the prophecy. It is the moment when time itself will begin to unravel." "Unravel how?" Brian pressed. "The prophecy speaks of a great reversal, a cataclysm that will rewind the threads of fate," Luca explained, his eyes gleaming with a manic energy. "But I believe I can stop it. With the chronometer, I can stabilize time, prevent the unraveling." "How?" Brian asked, skeptical but desperate. Luca led him to a control panel beside the chronometer. "This is the temporal regulator. By manipulating these controls, I can counteract the effects of the convergence, hold time steady." "But what if you're wrong?" Brian asked, fear creeping into his voice. "What if you make things worse?" Luca paused, his gaze hardening. "I have dedicated my life to this, Brian. I have studied the ancient texts, deciphered the celestial charts. I know what I am doing." He threw a switch on the control panel, and the chronometer sprang to life. The gears began to spin with increasing speed, the metallic scent in the air growing stronger. The strange symbols on the clock face glowed with an eerie luminescence. "The process has begun," Luca announced, his voice trembling with excitement. "Time is being stabilized." Brian watched in horrified fascination as the chronometer whirred and clicked, its intricate mechanism humming with power. He couldn't shake the feeling that Luca was playing with forces he didn't understand, that he was about to unleash something terrible upon Posterdom. The first sign was subtle, a flicker in the gaslights that illuminated the town square. Then a tremor, stronger than any that had shaken Posterdom in recent memory. People rushed out of their homes, fear etched on their faces. Brian, standing beside Luca in the observatory, felt a strange tingling sensation run through his body. The air seemed to vibrate, and the colors around him intensified, then faded, then intensified again. "What's happening?" he cried, clutching his head. Luca, his eyes fixed on the chronometer, didn't respond. The gears were spinning faster and faster, the clock face glowing with an almost blinding light. Suddenly, the tremor stopped. The flickering lights steadied. The air became still, almost unnaturally so. Then, things began to change. A delivery wagon heading towards Edith's general store began to roll backward, uphill. A flock of birds flew in reverse, their wings beating against the wind as they retreated towards the horizon. A conversation Brian had overheard between two miners earlier that day replayed itself in his mind, word for word, but in reverse order. He looked at Luca, his face a mask of horror. "You didn't stabilize time, Luca. You reversed it." Luca stared at the chronometer in disbelief, his hands trembling. "It can't be. The calculations were precise." "Look around you," Brian shouted. "Everything is going backwards." They rushed outside the observatory. The town was in chaos. People were walking backward, their movements jerky and unnatural. Buildings were crumbling in reverse, stones reassembling themselves in mid-air. The river that flowed through Posterdom was flowing upstream, its waters churning and frothing as they defied gravity. Brian saw Edith standing in front of her store, her face a picture of bewilderment. He ran towards her, dodging people who were moving in reverse. "Edith, get inside," he yelled. "It's not safe." But Edith didn't seem to hear him. She was staring at something behind him, her eyes wide with shock. Brian turned around. He saw a younger version of himself, a boy of 10, walking towards him. The boy was carrying a fishing rod and whistling a carefree tune. Brian staggered backward, his mind reeling. He was seeing his past self walking towards his present. "What have you done, Luca?" he whispered, his voice filled with despair. "What have you unleashed?" The chronometer's influence spread like a virus, infecting every aspect of Posterdom's existence. Time wasn't just flowing backward. It was unraveling, fragmenting, replaying itself in disjointed, chaotic loops. People encountered younger versions of themselves, reliving past traumas and joys, forced to confront the echoes of their former selves. The dead walked again, resurrected from their graves, only to fade back into oblivion as the temporal currents shifted. Brian found himself trapped in a nightmare of his own making. He relived the death of his parents in a mining accident, experiencing the grief and despair of his childhood all over again. He watched his younger self make choices he now regretted, powerless to intervene. Luca, consumed by guilt and terror, retreated into the observatory, desperately trying to recalibrate the chronometer. But the machine was beyond his control, its gears spinning wildly, its power surging unchecked. Brian knew that if he didn't do something, Posterdom would be lost, trapped in an endless loop of temporal chaos. He had to find a way to stop the chronometer, even if it meant sacrificing himself. He sought out Nova, a young woman who had always possessed a sharp intellect and a keen understanding of mechanics. Nova had worked in the mines, tinkering with the machines, and she possessed a natural aptitude for understanding complex systems. He found her in her workshop, surrounded by tools and discarded parts. She was trying to repair a broken clock, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Nova," Brian said, his voice urgent, "I need your help." Nova looked up, her eyes filled with apprehension. "I know what's happening, Brian. Everyone does. It's like something out of a nightmare." "Luca's chronometer is responsible," Brian explained. "It's reversing time, unraveling everything. We have to stop it." Nova hesitated. "The chronometer is incredibly complex, Brian. I don't know if I can fix it." "You're the only one who can," Brian insisted. "You're the only one who understands machines like that. Posterdom is counting on you." Nova looked at him, her expression determined. "All right," she said, "I'll help you, but we need a plan." Together, they devised a plan to infiltrate the observatory and disable the chronometer. They knew it would be dangerous. Luca, in his desperation, might be irrational, even violent, but they had no choice. That night, under the flickering light of the reversed stars, they set out towards the observatory, determined to save Posterdom from its temporal doom. The observatory loomed before them, a dark and ominous silhouette against the chaotic sky. The chronometer's power pulsed from within, casting strange shadows that danced and writhed like living things. Brian and Nova approached the observatory cautiously, their hearts pounding in their chests. They knew that Luca was inside, and they had no idea what to expect. They slipped through a back window, the glass shattering in reverse as they entered. The interior of the observatory was even more chaotic than they remembered. Books were flying through the air, pages tearing themselves apart and reassembling in nonsensical patterns. Charts peeled themselves off the walls, their ink running backward across the parchment. They found Luca in the main chamber, standing before the chronometer, his eyes wild and unfocused. He was frantically adjusting the controls, his movements jerky and erratic. "Luca," Brian said, his voice firm but gentle, "we need to stop this. The chronometer is out of control." Luca spun around, his face contorted with rage. "You don't understand," he screamed. "I'm trying to fix it. I'm trying to save us all." "You're making things worse, Luca," Nova said, stepping forward. "Let us help you." Luca waved his hand dismissively. "Stay away from me. You'll ruin everything." He lunged towards the control panel, his fingers flying across the switches. The chronometer's gears spun faster and faster, the clock face glowing with an almost blinding light. Suddenly, a surge of temporal energy erupted from the chronometer, throwing Brian and Nova backward. They crashed against the wall, dazed and disoriented. Luca, caught in the full force of the blast, screamed in agony. His body flickered and shimmered, his form dissolving and reforming in rapid succession. Brian and Nova scrambled to their feet, horrified by what they were witnessing. Luca was being torn apart by the chronometer's power, his timeline fragmenting into a million pieces. "We have to stop it now," Nova cried, rushing towards the chronometer. But as she reached the machine, a younger version of Luca appeared before her, a boy of 10, his eyes filled with innocence and wonder. He was holding a small telescope, gazing up at the stars. Nova froze, her hand hovering over the control panel. She couldn't bring herself to harm a child, even if it meant saving Posterdom. Brian, seeing her hesitation, knew he had to act. He lunged forward, pushing Nova out of the way. He grabbed hold of a large lever on the chronometer, the temporal regulator, and pulled it with all his might. The chronometer shuddered, its gears grinding to a halt. The light faded. The pulsing energy dissipated. The chaotic movement ceased. The fragmented timelines began to coalesce. Silence descended upon the observatory, broken only by the sound of Brian's ragged breathing. He looked around. The younger Luca was gone. The books and charts lay still. The air was clear and steady. He had stopped the chronometer. The effects of the chronometer's reversal began to subside. The river flowed in its proper direction. The buildings stopped crumbling in reverse. The people of Posterdom returned to their normal states, their memories returning to them in a jumbled, fragmented mess. Luca was gone, his fate uncertain. Some said he had been erased from existence, his timeline collapsing upon itself. Others claimed that he had been cast adrift in the temporal currents, lost in the eddies of time. Brian and Nova emerged from the observatory, exhausted but triumphant. They looked out over Posterdom, which was slowly returning to its former state. The town was scarred, changed by the temporal chaos. The buildings were damaged, the landscape altered, but the people of Posterdom were alive, and they had been given a second chance. "What now?" Nova asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Brian looked at her, his eyes filled with hope. "Now," he said, "we rebuild. We learn from our mistakes. We create a new future for Posterdom." They began to gather the townspeople, organizing cleanup efforts, repairing the damage. They shared stories of what they had experienced, piecing together the fragmented memories of the temporal chaos. Edith, Her face etched with a newfound wisdom helped them organize the efforts, providing food and supplies. She had seen the past, the present, and the future, and she understood the importance of cherishing each moment. Slowly but surely, posterdom began to heal. The people rediscovered their sense of community, their resilience, their hope. They learned to appreciate the simple things in life, the beauty of the mountains, the warmth of a shared meal, the comfort of friendship. Brian and Nova worked together, using their skills and knowledge to create new technologies for posterdom, technologies that harnessed the power of the mountains and the knowledge of the stars. They built new systems for generating electricity, for purifying water, for communicating with the outside world. They also created a museum, a place where they could preserve the memories of the temporal chaos, a reminder of the dangers of tampering with forces beyond their understanding. Years passed. Posterdom thrived, transformed from a dying town into a vibrant community. The people had learned from their past, and they were building a future filled with hope and promise. Brian and Nova stood on the hill overlooking Posterdom, watching the sun rise over the mountains. They had faced the end of time, and they had emerged victorious. They had saved their town, and in doing so, they had saved themselves. "We did it," Nova said, her voice filled with pride. Brian smiled. "We did," he agreed, "and we'll do it again if we have to." They looked at each other, their eyes filled with love and admiration. They had faced the impossible, and they had overcome it together. They had forged a bond that would last a lifetime. As the sun bathed Posterdom in its golden light, Brian and Nova knew that the future was uncertain. But they were ready for whatever challenges lay ahead, for they had learned the most important lesson of all, that even in the face of unimaginable chaos, hope can still prevail. The chronometer was silent, but the echoes of its temporal disruption served as a constant reminder. Time, like life, was precious and not to be trifled with. The doom that Luca had foreseen had been averted, not by stopping time, but by understanding its flow and embracing the possibilities of a future built not on fear, but on resilience and hope. The town of Posterdom, once a desolate echo of the past, was now a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. The Skyden realm, a tapestry woven from shimmering aurora skies and floating islands tethered to a luminescent core, was choking. Valor City, once its jewel, now bore the grime of decay, its silver towers tarnished, its vibrant markets subdued. The immortal king, once a beacon of unwavering light, was gone, leaving behind a throne room steeped in shadow and whispered legends. Marius, a historian with eyes that held the dust of forgotten libraries and a spirit yearning for the realm's lost glory, approached the throne room with trepidation. He wasn't a warrior nor a mage, but his knowledge of Skydon's past ran deeper than most. He believed the key to the realm's salvation lay within the ruins of its former grandeur. Alania, a warrior with hair the color of molten gold and a heart forged in the crucible of hardship, stood guard at the entrance. Her armor was scarred, a testament to countless battles fought and won. But her gaze, though sharp, held a weariness that mirrored the city's own. "Marius," she greeted, her voice raspy but firm, "the rumors are true then? You seek the king's memory?" "I seek to understand," Marius corrected, his voice soft but resolute. "To understand what broke him, what broke Skydon. Perhaps within his memories we can find a way to mend it. Alania hesitated, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. The throne room is not a place for scholars. It is tainted. Many have entered, seeking power, knowledge, anything to fill the void left by the king. None have returned the same. I know the risks, Marius said, meeting her gaze, but I believe the risk of inaction is far greater. Alania, after a long, silent moment, stepped aside. Then go. But be warned, Marius, some doors are best left unopened. The throne room was a cavernous space, the air thick with a palpable sense of sorrow. Fragments of stained glass depicting scenes of Skydon's golden age lay scattered across the floor, reflecting the faint light filtering through the cracked dome above. The throne itself, crafted from a single piece of solidified starlight, dominated the room. It was magnificent, even in its desolation, radiating a faint, ethereal glow. But it was the pool at the foot of the throne that drew Marius's attention, a viscous, crimson liquid shimmering unnervingly in the dim light. It was blood, undoubtedly, but not the blood of any mortal creature. It was the blood of an immortal, the blood of the king, imbued with the weight of centuries and the echoes of countless memories. And it spoke. Not aloud, not in any language Marius recognized, but directly into his mind, a chorus of fragmented thoughts and emotions. Triumph, betrayal, loss, despair, the price of immortality, the burden of the crown. The voice was alluring, seductive, promising answers to the questions that plagued Marius's mind. All he had to do was drink. He took a step closer, drawn in by the hypnotic allure of the crimson pool. He knew the legends, the stories whispered in hushed tones about the throne's memory. Those who drank from it gained access to the king's past, to his knowledge and experiences, but at a terrible cost. They lost pieces of themselves, their own memories, their own identities, becoming mere echoes of the king. Marius wavered, the desire for knowledge warring with the fear of oblivion. He looked back at Alania, who stood silhouetted in the doorway, her expression unreadable. He knew she wouldn't stop him, that she trusted him to make the right choice. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and made his decision. He would not drink, not yet. He needed to understand more, to find a way to access the king's memories without sacrificing his own self. He spent hours in the throne room, studying the pool, examining the throne, searching for any clue, any hint of an alternative. He ran his fingers along the cold, smooth surface of the starlight, feeling the faint thrum of energy that still pulsed within it. He tried to decipher the fragmented whispers he heard in his mind, piecing together the puzzle of the king's downfall. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the cracked dome, painting the throne room in hues of rose and gold, Marius noticed something he had missed before, a faint inscription etched into the base of the throne, almost invisible to the naked eye. He squinted, tracing the symbols with his fingers. They were ancient, a dialect of the Skydon language he had only encountered in the most obscure texts. He spent hours translating, poring over his mental lexicon, until finally the meaning dawned on him. The inscription was a warning, a safeguard, a key. It spoke of a ritual, a way to access the king's memories through a conduit, a vessel capable of holding the immense weight of his past. The inscription mentioned a name, Astasia. Astasia was a legend, a myth whispered among the scholars of Valor City. Said to be a weaver of echoes, she possessed the rare ability to touch the threads of memory, to unravel the past and weave it anew. She was also said to be long dead, lost to the ravages of time. But Marius, driven by his unwavering belief, refused to accept that Astasia was gone. He scoured the ancient texts, the hidden archives, the forgotten libraries, searching for any trace of her existence. He followed rumors, chased whispers, braving the dangers that lurked in the shadows of the decaying city. His search led him to the Undercity, a labyrinthine network of tunnels and ruins beneath Valor City, where the downtrodden and forgotten eked out a meager existence. It was a dangerous place, ruled by gangs and shrouded in darkness, but it was also a place where secrets thrived. After weeks of searching, Marius finally found someone who knew of Astasia, an old woman, her face etched with the hardships of a long life, her eyes clouded with age, but still holding a spark of intelligence. "Astasia?" she croaked, her voice raspy. "The weaver? Aye, I remember her, but she's gone now, lost to the tunnels." "Gone where?" Marius pressed, his heart pounding with anticipation. "Deeper," the old woman said, pointing to a dark, foreboding tunnel. "Deeper into the heart of the Undercity. She sought something there, something powerful, but she never returned." Marius knew the risks. The tunnels were treacherous, riddled with traps and inhabited by creatures warped by the darkness. But he had come too far to turn back now. He thanked the old woman and ventured into the depths of the Undercity. The tunnels were damp and claustrophobic, the air thick with the stench of decay. Marius navigated the maze with caution, relying on his knowledge of the city's ancient architecture and his instincts to guide him. He encountered dangers, packs of mutated rats, gangs of desperate scavengers, and strange, shadowy creatures that seemed to melt into the darkness. He fought when he had to, but he preferred to avoid conflict, using his wit and knowledge to outsmart his adversaries. He learned to speak the language of the Undercity, the guttural slang of the scavengers, and the cryptic riddles of the shadow creatures. After days of relentless searching, Marius stumbled upon a hidden chamber, a vast cavern illuminated by an ethereal glow emanating from a crystalline structure in the center. The air hummed with energy, and the walls were covered in intricate carvings depicting scenes of Skaiden's past. And there, kneeling before the crystalline structure, was Astasia. She was not what Marius expected. She was not a wizened old woman, weighed down by the years. She was young, perhaps no older than himself, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes that shimmered with an otherworldly light. She wore simple robes, but they were adorned with intricate embroidery that seemed to shift and change with the light. She was also in a trance, her mind lost in the echoes of the past. "Astasia!" Marius called out, his voice echoing in the cavern. She didn't respond. He approached her cautiously, reaching out to touch her shoulder. As his fingers brushed against her robe, a jolt of energy surged through him, throwing him back against the wall. "Do not disturb her," a voice echoed in his mind. "She is listening to the echoes." Marius looked around, searching for the source of the voice. He saw no one. "Who's there?" he demanded. The voice chuckled. "I am Tenji, guardian of the echoes. I have watched you, Marius, and I know why you have come." A figure materialized from the shadows, a being of pure energy, shimmering and translucent. He was tall and slender, with long flowing hair and eyes that burned with ancient wisdom. "You seek to access the king's memories," Tenji said. But you do not understand the price. The memories are not merely data. They are living entities, capable of consuming those who delve too deep. I know the risks, Marius said, his voice firm. But I believe the knowledge within those memories is crucial to saving Skydon. Tenji studied him for a long moment, his eyes piercing into his soul. You are brave, Marius, and resourceful, but you are also naive. The past is a dangerous place, and some things are best left buried. I cannot accept that, Marius said. I believe the king's downfall holds the key to Skydon's salvation, and I am willing to risk everything to find it. Tenji sighed. Very well, I will help you. But you must understand, I cannot protect you from the consequences of your actions. The memories will test you, challenge you, try to break you. If you fail, you will be lost forever. Marius nodded, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He was ready. Tenji turned to Astasia, placing his hand on her forehead. Awaken, Weaver. The time has come. Astasia stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She looked at Marius, her gaze distant and unfocused. Who are you? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. I am Marius, he said. I need your help. Tenji explained the situation to Astasia, telling her of the king's blood pool, the throne's memory, and Marius's quest to save Skydon. Astasia listened intently, her eyes slowly regaining their focus. I have sensed the echoes of the king's despair, she said. They are strong, overwhelming. It will be dangerous to delve into his memories. I know, Marius said, but I have no choice. Astasia nodded. Then I will help you. But be warned, Marius. The path to the past is fraught with peril, and the truth you seek may be more than you can bear. Astasia explained that accessing the king's memories through her weaving required a specific ritual. They would need to create a link between her consciousness and the blood pool, allowing her to enter the labyrinth of his past. The process was delicate and dangerous, requiring precise control and unwavering focus. Tenji would act as a guide, protecting them from the more malevolent echoes that lurked within the king's mind. But ultimately, it would be up to Marius to navigate the labyrinth, to find the answers he sought without losing himself in the process. They returned to the throne room, the weight of their task pressing down on them. Alania was waiting for them, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. What have you found? She asked. Marius explained about Astasia, Tenji, and the plan to access the king's memories. Alania listened in silence, her gaze shifting between Marius and Astasia. This is madness, she said finally. You are playing with forces you do not understand. You could destroy yourselves and Skydon along with you. We have to try, Marius said. We cannot stand by and watch our realm crumble. Alania sighed. I know. That is why I will help you. She agreed to stand guard during the ritual, protecting them from any external threats. Her presence was a comfort, a reminder that they were not alone in this perilous endeavor. Astasia began the ritual, chanting in an ancient tongue, her voice echoing through the throne room. She drew sigils on the floor with a shimmering powder, creating a circle of protection. She instructed Marius to lie down in the center of the circle, to close his eyes and clear his mind. As she continued her chanting, Marius felt a strange sensation, a tingling in his body, as if his consciousness was being pulled in different directions. He saw flashes of images, fragments of memories, not his own, but belonging to someone else. The throne room began to fade away, replaced by a swirling vortex of colors and sounds. He felt himself being pulled forward, hurtling through time and space, until finally he arrived in a past. He found himself standing in a lush garden filled with exotic flowers and shimmering fountains. The air was warm and fragrant, and the sky was a vibrant shade of blue he had never seen before. He was in Skyden's golden age, at the height of the king's reign. He saw the king not as a broken, despairing figure, but as a young, vibrant ruler full of hope and promise. He was surrounded by courtiers and advisors, all eager to bask in his radiant light. Marius wandered through the garden, observing the scene, trying to understand the king's state of mind. He saw his kindness, his generosity, his unwavering belief in the potential of his people. He also saw his pride, his arrogance, his growing isolation. As he delved deeper into the king's memories, the idyllic garden began to transform. The flowers withered, the fountains dried up, and the sky turned a menacing shade of gray. He saw the first signs of decay, the cracks in the facade of Skyden's perfection. He witnessed the king's growing obsession with immortality, his desperate attempts to cling to his power and his youth. He saw him consulting with dark sorcerers, making dangerous pacts, sacrificing everything to maintain his reign. The memories became more fragmented, more chaotic, as Marius delved deeper into the king's descent into madness. He saw betrayal, loss, and despair, the events that had shattered his spirit and led to Skyden's downfall. He saw the moment when the king discovered the truth, that immortality came at a price, that it required the sacrifice of his own humanity, the erosion of his own identity. He saw him make the decision to create the blood pool, to trap his memories within it, to distance himself from the pain and the guilt. The labyrinth of memory was closing in on Marius, the echoes of the king's despair threatening to overwhelm him. He felt himself losing his grip on his own identity, becoming an extension of the king's tormented soul. He knew he had to escape, to find the key to saving Skydon before he was lost forever. He focused his mind, reaching out to Astasia and Tenji, calling for their help. Tenji's voice echoed in his mind, guiding him through the labyrinth, leading him towards the exit. But the path was fraught with peril, guarded by monstrous creatures born from the king's darkest fears. Marius fought his way through the monsters, relying on his wit and his courage. He used his knowledge of the king's past to exploit their weaknesses, to turn their own fears against them. Finally, he reached the exit, a shimmering portal that led back to the throne room. He stepped through, collapsing on the floor, exhausted and disoriented. Astasia and Tenji rushed to his side, tending to his wounds, helping him to regain his bearings. Alania stood guard, her sword drawn, ready to defend them from any lingering threats. Marius had survived the labyrinth of memory, but he was not the same. He had seen the darkness within the king's soul, the pain and the despair that had consumed him. He had also seen the light, the kindness, and the hope that had once defined him. He now understood the truth, that Skyden's downfall was not the result of a single event, but a gradual erosion of its values, a loss of its connection to its own past. The key to saving Skyden was not to cling to the past, but to learn from it, to rebuild the realm on a foundation of compassion and understanding. Marius knew that the knowledge he had gained in the king's memories was not enough. He needed to find a way to share it with the people of Skydon, to awaken them from their apathy and inspire them to action. He decided to write a book, a chronicle of Skydon's history, from its glorious beginnings to its tragic downfall. He would tell the story of the king not as a flawless hero, but as a flawed human being, capable of both great good and great evil. He would also tell the story of the ordinary people of Skydon, the farmers, the artisans, the merchants, the scholars, the warriors, the ones who had built the realm and who had suffered the most from its decline. He would tell their stories of resilience, of courage, of hope, reminding them of their own strength and their own potential. He worked tirelessly on his book, pouring all his energy and his knowledge into it. He consulted with Astasia, who helped him to weave the memories together to create a coherent narrative. He sought the advice of Tenji, who guided him in the interpretation of the king's more cryptic pronouncements. Alania supported him in every way she could, providing him with food, shelter, and protection. She also acted as his sounding board, listening to his ideas, challenging his assumptions, and keeping him grounded in reality. As Marius wrote, he began to feel the effects of his journey into the king's memories. He found himself losing his own memories, his own experiences, his own sense of self. He would forget where he was, what he was doing, who he was talking to. He would have moments of clarity, followed by periods of confusion and disorientation. He was paying the price for accessing the king's memories, sacrificing pieces of himself to preserve the truth. He knew that he was becoming less and less of himself, but he believed that it was worth it if it meant saving Skydon. Astasia and Tenji grew increasingly concerned about Marius's condition. They tried to dissuade him from continuing his work, but he refused to listen. He was determined to finish his book, no matter the cost. "You are destroying yourself, Marius," Astasia said, her voice filled with sorrow. "You are becoming a mere echo of the king." "I know," Marius said, his voice weak, "but I have to finish this. Skydon needs this." Tenji warned him that if he continued, he would eventually lose himself completely, becoming a mindless vessel for the king's memories. But Marius was deaf to his warnings. He finished his book, a massive tome filled with the history, the legends, and the secrets of Skydon. He presented it to Alania, entrusting her with its safekeeping. "Take this," he said, his voice barely audible. "Share it with the people. Let them know the truth." Alania took the book, her eyes filled with tears. She knew that this was the end, that Marius was about to lose himself completely. "Thank you, Marius," she said. "You have given us a gift beyond measure." Marius smiled, a faint, flickering smile. "It was my honor," he whispered. He closed his eyes and his mind faded away, replaced by the echoes of the king's memories. He was gone, lost forever in the labyrinth of the past. Alania, heartbroken but resolute, took Marius's book and set out to share it with the people of Skydon. She traveled from city to city, from village to village, reading excerpts from the book, telling the stories of the king and the people, reminding them of their past, and inspiring them to build a better future. At first, the people were skeptical, resistant to the truth. They had been living in apathy for too long, and they were afraid to change. But Alania persisted, speaking with passion and conviction, never giving up on her belief in the potential of her people. Slowly, gradually, the people began to listen. They were moved by the stories of the king's rise and fall, by the tales of courage and resilience, by the hope for a better future. They began to question their apathy, to challenge their assumptions, to demand change. A movement began to spread across Skydon, a movement of hope and renewal. The people began to rebuild their cities, to restore their lands, to revive their culture. They elected new leaders, leaders who were committed to justice, compassion, and sustainability. Skydon began to heal, to recover from its wounds, to rise from the ashes of its past. The realm was not the same as it had been in its golden age, but it was stronger, wiser, and more resilient. The people remembered Marius, the historian who had sacrificed everything to save them. They honored him as a hero, a martyr, a symbol of their own resilience and their own hope. They kept his book as a sacred text, a reminder of their past and a guide to their future. Astasia and Tenji watched from afar, their hearts filled with a mixture of sadness and pride. They mourned the loss of Marius, but they rejoiced in the rebirth of Skydon. They knew that the realm would never forget the price that had been paid for its salvation, the sacrifice that had been made to awaken its spirit. And they knew that as long as the people remembered, Skydon would never truly fall. Years passed. Valor City, though still bearing scars of the past, began to gleam again. The silver towers were polished, the markets bustled, and the aurora skies seemed brighter than ever. The Crimson Echo, as Marius's book came to be known, was taught in schools, debated in academies, and cherished in homes. Alania, now an elder, watched the city from the highest tower, a quiet satisfaction in her eyes. The lessons of the past, etched in blood and sacrifice, had not been forgotten. She knew that vigilance was eternal, that the seeds of decay could sprout anew if left untended. But Skydon was awake now, its people conscious of their responsibility, their power. One day, a young scholar approached Alania, holding a worn copy of the Crimson Echo. His name was Lyra, and she possessed the same fiery spirit that Alania had known in Marius. "Elder Alania," Lyra said, "I have been studying the chapter on the king's descent. There are passages, riddles really, that I cannot decipher. They speak of a hidden chamber and a source of corruption within the throne room itself." Alania's brow furrowed. She had read the book countless times, but had never fully understood those enigmatic passages. Marius, even as his mind fragmented, seemed to hint at something more, a deeper layer of truth hidden beneath the surface. "Show me," Alania said, and together they descended to the throne room, now a hallowed space, carefully preserved as a reminder of both Skydon's folly and its redemption. They spent days examining the throne, the blood pool, now contained and neutralized by Astasia's magic, and the surrounding architecture. They found nothing, or so it seemed. But Lyra, with her youthful energy and sharp mind, refused to give up. One evening, as the aurora borealis painted the sky in vibrant hues, Lyra noticed a faint shimmer on one of the stained glass fragments scattered on the floor. It was a reflection, but not of the sky. It was emanating from a hidden seam in the base of the throne. With Alania's help, Lyra managed to trigger a mechanism, revealing a small concealed chamber beneath the throne. Inside, they found a single object, a crystalline shard, pulsing with a dark, malevolent energy. It was a fragment of the original crystal that had formed the throne, but it had been tainted, corrupted by the king's despair and his pacts with dark sorcerers. This shard, Marius had suspected, was the true source of the blood pool's power and the throne's ability to steal memories. Alania and Lyra knew they had to destroy the shard, but they also knew that doing so would be dangerous. The dark energy it contained could unleash chaos upon Skydon. They sought the guidance of Astasia, who was now living in seclusion, meditating on the echoes of the past. Astasia confirmed their suspicions. The shard was a conduit for a force that could unravel the very fabric of Skydon. Its destruction required a ritual of purification, one that would cleanse the throne room and banish the darkness forever. The ritual was complex and demanding, requiring the combined power of Astasia, Alania, and Lyra. They gathered at the throne room, chanting ancient incantations, channeling their energy into a protective shield. As they began the purification, the shard pulsed with increasing intensity, unleashing waves of dark energy that threatened to overwhelm them. The throne room shook, the stained glass windows shattered, and the aurora sky turned a stormy shade of purple. Alania, drawing upon her warrior spirit, stood firm, anchoring the shield with her unwavering will. Lyra, channeling her intellectual prowess, deciphered the complex sigils, ensuring the ritual's accuracy. Astasia, guided by the echoes of the past, focused her energy on purifying the shard, banishing the darkness back to its source. The struggle was long and arduous, but finally, after hours of relentless effort, they succeeded. The shard shattered into dust, the dark energy dissipated, and the throne room was bathed in a soft, ethereal light. The aurora sky returned to its vibrant hues, and a sense of peace settled over Skydon. The source of corruption had been destroyed, the throne room cleansed, and the realm secured. But the victory came at a price. Astasia, weakened by the ritual, faded away, her body dissolving into starlight. She had fulfilled her purpose, guiding Skydon towards its new dawn, and now she could finally rest. Alania and Lyra mourned her loss, but they also celebrated her life. They knew that her spirit would live on in the echoes of the past, guiding future generations towards wisdom and compassion. Lyra continued her studies, becoming a renowned scholar and a wise advisor. She used her knowledge to help Skydon navigate the challenges of the future, ensuring that the mistakes of the past were never repeated. Alania remained the protector of Skydon, a symbol of strength and resilience. She trained new warriors, instilling in them the values of courage, loyalty, and selflessness. And the Crimson Echo continued to be read, a beacon of hope and a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of truth can always prevail. Skydon had learned the ultimate lesson, that true immortality lies not in clinging to power, but in embracing change, in learning from the past, and in building a future worthy of the sacrifices made by those who came before. The echoes of Marius, Astasia, and the king continued to resonate through the realm, shaping its destiny and guiding it towards a brighter tomorrow. The blood spoke its final riddle, its price was paid, and the realm was finally at peace. My name is Samantha, though some whisper the salt bride behind gloved hands. I am a creature of artifice, sculpted from the purest salt of the endless wastes, a bargaining chip offered to Prince Samuel of Brimturn to staunch a war that threatened to drown our lands in blood. Brimturn! Even the name tasted of iron and cold rain. It was a kingdom built on cliffs overlooking a turbulent sea, a place of ancient stones, whispering winds, and secrets older than the gnarled trees that clung to the hillsides. My homeland, the shimmering desert realm of Ethel, was all sun-baked sand and swirling mirages. We were a people of quiet strength, but our wells had run dry, and King Oberon, in his desperation, had offered me as a peace offering. I remember the sculpting. Mistress Alara, her hands as dry and cracked as the desert floor, worked for weeks, layering salt upon salt, binding it with ancient magic and whispered incantations. She carved my face, my body, my very essence from the earth. She gave me life of a sort. She gave me beauty, cold and sharp as a winter wind, and she gave me the warning, etched into my being more deeply than any chisel mark. Never weep, Samantha, for salt dissolves in water, and you will return to the dust from whence you came. The journey to Brimturn was a blur of jostling carriages and wary glances. The Athelian delegation treated me with a mixture of reverence and fear, as if I were a precious artifact that might shatter at any moment. I was forbidden from speaking unless spoken to, from expressing any emotion that might betray my unnatural origins. I was a statue, a symbol, a fragile hope for peace. The first time I saw Prince Samuel, I confess, I felt a flicker of something akin to disappointment. I had expected a warrior, a man forged in the fires of war, a grim figure wielding a sword and a heart of stone. Instead, I found a young man, barely a man at all, with kind eyes, a hesitant smile, and an air of melancholy that seemed to cling to him like the sea mist. He was handsome undeniably with his dark hair and the strong lines of his jaw, but he looked weary. The wedding was a grand affair held in the great hall of Brimturn Castle. The hall was vast, echoing with the murmur of courtiers and the clang of goblets. Banners depicting the crests of Brimturn and Ethel hung side by side, symbols of a fragile alliance. I wore a gown of shimmering white silk, embroidered with silver threads that caught the light like captured stars. It was beautiful, but heavy, constricting. I felt like a doll dressed up for a macabre performance. Samuel took my hand, his touch surprisingly warm. His eyes met mine, and for a fleeting moment I thought I saw a question there, a flicker of understanding. But then the ceremony began. The priest's droning voice filled the hall, and the moment was lost. "Do you, Prince Samuel, take Samantha to be your lawfully wedded wife?" "I do," he said, his voice clear and resonant. "Do you, Samantha, take Prince Samuel to be your lawfully wedded husband?" I had been instructed, of course. I had rehearsed the words countless times. But as I looked at Samuel, standing before me, his face etched with a quiet solemnity, the words felt wrong. They tasted like ash in my mouth. I began, then hesitated. A collective gasp rippled through the hall. King Theron, Samuel's father, a man with a face like granite and eyes like chips of ice, fixed me with a withering stare. The Athelian delegation shifted nervously. The fate of two kingdoms hung in the balance. "I do," I forced out, the words a hollow echo. The ceremony continued. The rings were exchanged, and the marriage was sealed. I was now the Princess of Brimturn, bound to a man I barely knew, trapped in a kingdom of stone and shadows. That night, in the royal chambers, the reality of my situation crashed down upon me like a tidal wave. The room was opulent, filled with heavy furniture and tapestries depicting scenes of heroic battles. A fire roared in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. I stood by the window, staring out at the churning sea, feeling utterly alone. Samuel entered the room, his footsteps soft on the thick carpet. He looked at me, his expression unreadable. "Are you all right, Samantha?" he asked, his voice gentle. "I am as I am sculpted to be, Your Highness," I replied, reciting the phrase I had been taught. He sighed. "Please, call me Samuel, and you needn't speak in riddles. I know why you are here." I turned to face him, surprised. "You do?" "My father believes that marrying you will secure peace between Brimturn and Ethel. He believes that your unique nature will make you a compliant wife, a symbol of our alliance." "And you?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "What do you believe?" He hesitated, then walked to the window, standing beside me. "I believe that peace is worth fighting for. But I also believe that no one should be forced into a life they do not choose." His words struck a chord within me, a flicker of warmth in the cold salt of my heart. "I had no choice," I said, the bitterness creeping into my voice. "I know," he said softly, "and I am sorry." We stood in silence for a long moment, watching the storm rage outside. The wind howled, the waves crashed against the cliffs, and the rain lashed against the windows. I felt a strange kinship with the storm, a shared sense of wild, untamed power. "Tell me about Ethel," Samuel said, breaking the silence. "Tell me about the land where you were born." And so I did. I told him about the endless sands, the shimmering mirages, the scorching sun, and the cool desert nights. I told him about the resilient people of Ethel, their quiet strength, and their deep connection to the land. I told him about Mistress Elara, the sculptor who had given me life. As I spoke, I saw a change in Samuel's eyes. The weariness seemed to lift, replaced by a spark of curiosity, of genuine interest. He listened intently, asking questions, drawing me out. For the first time since arriving in Brimturn, I felt like I was being seen, not as a symbol, not as a bargaining chip, but as a person. The days that followed settled into a strange routine. I attended courtly functions, performed my duties as princess, and smiled politely at the endless stream of dignitaries and nobles. But in the evenings, Samuel and I would retreat to the royal chambers where we would talk for hours. He told me about Brimturn, about its history, its people, its struggles. He told me about his dreams, his fears, his hopes for the future. I learned that he was a scholar at heart, more comfortable with books than with swords. He longed to travel, to explore the world beyond Brimturn, but his duty to his kingdom kept him bound. He was a good man, I realized, a kind and compassionate man, trapped by the weight of his responsibilities. As we talked, I found myself growing increasingly comfortable in his presence. The cold, brittle shell that Mistress Elara had crafted began to soften, to thaw. I found myself laughing at his jokes, sharing my own thoughts and feelings, expressing emotions that I had been forbidden to feel. It was dangerous, I knew. Every laugh, every shared moment brought me closer to the precipice. But I couldn't help myself. My heart, it seemed, was beginning to awaken. One evening, as we sat by the fire, Samuel reached out and took my hand. His touch sent a jolt of electricity through me. I looked at him, my heart pounding in my chest. "Samantha," he said, his voice husky. He hesitated, then leaned closer, his eyes searching mine. I knew what was coming. I knew I should pull away, should remind him of who I was, of the danger I represented. But I couldn't. I was drawn to him like a moth to a flame. His lips met mine, and the world dissolved. It was a gentle kiss, tentative at first, then growing bolder, more insistent. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment. It was the most alive I had ever felt. But then a single tear escaped my eye. I gasped, pulling away from Samuel. My hand flew to my cheek, touching the wetness. Panic seized me. I stumbled back, away from him, away from the fire, away from everything. "Samantha, what's wrong?" Samuel cried, his face etched with concern. I couldn't speak. I could only stare at him, my eyes wide with terror. I felt it then, the first twinge of disintegration, a slight blurring of my vision, a sense of dissolving. "Stay away from me," I managed to choke out. "Please, just stay away." I turned and fled, running blindly through the castle, my bare feet pounding on the cold stone floors. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to escape, to get away from Samuel, away from the love that threatened to destroy me. I found myself in the castle gardens, a wild, overgrown space filled with thorny bushes and ancient trees. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, casting the gardens in an eerie darkness. I collapsed onto a stone bench, gasping for breath, my body trembling. The tears continued to flow, unstoppable now. I felt myself dissolving bit by bit, my body becoming less solid, less real. My fingers were blurring, my skin was becoming grainy. I was fading away. I closed my eyes, accepting my fate. I had known this was inevitable. I was a creature of salt, and salt cannot withstand water. I had dared to feel, to love, and now I was paying the price. But then I heard a voice. "Samantha!" It was Samuel, his voice filled with urgency. I opened my eyes and saw him running towards me, his face pale in the darkness. "Go away," I cried. "You can't help me. Just leave me to die." He ignored me, reaching me in a few strides. He knelt beside me, taking my dissolving hand in his. "I'm not going to let you die," he said, his voice firm. "I love you, Samantha, and I'm not going to lose you." "But I'm dissolving," I cried, my voice choked with sobs. "There's nothing you can do." He looked at me, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. "There has to be. There always is." He stood up, pulling me to my feet. "Come with me," he said. "I know a place." He led me through the gardens, deeper and deeper into the darkness. I stumbled along beside him, my body growing weaker with each step. I didn't understand where he was taking me, but I trusted him. I had no choice. Finally, we reached a hidden grotto, tucked away behind a waterfall. The waterfall cascaded down into a small pool, the water shimmering in the moonlight that managed to penetrate the clouds. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "This is the source," Samuel said. "It's a natural spring, fed by the heart of the mountain. The water is said to have healing properties." He led me to the edge of the pool. "Get in," he said. I hesitated, "but I'll dissolve even faster." "Trust me," he said. "Please, Samantha, just trust me." I looked at him, into his eyes, and saw nothing but love and hope. I took a deep breath and stepped into the pool. The water was cold, shockingly cold. It stung my dissolving skin, sending shivers through my body. I gasped, my heart pounding in my chest. But then something strange began to happen. Instead of dissolving faster, I felt myself solidifying. The blurring in my vision began to clear, the grainy texture of my skin smoothed out. The pain subsided, replaced by a feeling of renewal. I looked at my hands, and they were whole again. I looked at my body, and it was solid, real. I was no longer dissolving. I was being restored. I looked at Samuel, my eyes filled with wonder. "What's happening?" I whispered. He smiled. "The water is drawing out the salt," he said. "It's purifying you." I stayed in the pool for what felt like hours, the cold water slowly but surely restoring me to my former self. Samuel stayed by my side, offering words of encouragement, holding my hand when the pain became too intense. Finally, when I felt completely whole again, I stepped out of the pool. I was naked, dripping wet, but I had never felt more alive. Samuel wrapped me in a warm cloak, his eyes filled with love and relief. He pulled me close, holding me tight. "I thought I was going to lose you," he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. "I was afraid I was going to lose myself," I replied. We sound of the waterfall filling the air. I knew then that I was truly loved, that I was no longer just a symbol, a bargaining chip, a creature of artifice. I was Samantha, and I was loved for who I was, salt and all. But our troubles were not over. The next morning, King Theron summoned us to the great hall. He had learned of my near dissolution, and he was furious. "You have jeopardized the alliance between Brimturn and Ethel," he roared, his face red with anger. "Your weakness, your unnatural nature has put our kingdom at risk." He turned to Samuel. "I should have known. You have always been too soft, too sentimental. You have chosen a creature of salt over the good of your people." Samuel stood tall, his eyes blazing with defiance. "Samantha is my wife," he said, his voice clear and strong, "and I will not allow you to speak to her in that manner." "You dare defy me?" King Theron thundered. "I dare to stand up for what I believe in," Samuel replied. "I believe in Samantha. I believe in love, and I believe in peace, a peace that is built on respect and understanding, not on fear and manipulation." He turned to me, taking my hand. "We are leaving, Samantha," he said. "We are leaving Brimturn." "Where will we go?" I asked, my heart pounding. "I don't know," he said, "but we will go together. We will find a place where we can be ourselves, where we can be happy." And so we did. We left Brimturn that very day, riding away on horseback, leaving behind the kingdom of stone and shadows. We traveled for weeks, through forests and mountains, across rivers and plains. We faced hardship and danger, but we faced it together. Along the way, we learned to rely on each other, to trust each other, to love each other even more deeply. I learned to embrace my emotions, to laugh and cry without fear, to be true to myself. Samuel learned to stand up for what he believed in, to be a leader, to be a king in his own right. Finally, we reached a small hidden valley, a place of lush green meadows, sparkling streams, and towering trees. It was a place of peace and tranquility, a place where we could finally build a home. We built a small cottage with our own hands. We planted a garden filled with flowers and herbs. We befriended the local villagers who welcomed us with open arms. And there, in that hidden valley, we lived happily ever after. I never forgot my origins. I was still a creature of salt, still vulnerable to water. But I had learned that love was stronger than any element, that true strength came not from suppressing emotions, but from embracing them. And so, the salt bride of Brimturn found her happily ever after, not in a castle, but in a cottage, not as a symbol, but as a wife, not as a creature of artifice, but as a woman of love. but the whispers of Brimturn followed me, as did the weight of my origins. Years passed in our hidden valley, filled with the simple joys of tending our garden and the quiet comfort of Samuel's love. I learned to bake bread that didn't crumble too easily in the humid air, and Samuel, with his scholarly bent, documented the local flora and fauna, his eyes sparkling with a joy I'd never seen in the shadowed halls of Brimturn. One day, a rider arrived, cloaked and weary, bearing the crest of Ethel. He carried a message from King Oberon, my father. Ethel was in dire straits once more. A sandstorm, unlike any in living memory, had choked the life out of the land, burying wells and leaving the people desperate for water. The king, weakened and ill, pleaded for my return, for my salt magic, as they now called it, to somehow save our dying kingdom. My heart clenched. I hadn't seen my homeland since my wedding, hadn't spoken to my family. A part of me, the salt-carved part, felt a pang of guilt, a duty to return. But the thought of leaving Samuel, of returning to the arid despair of Ethel, filled me with dread. I turned to Samuel, his face etched with worry. "I have to go," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Ethel needs me." He nodded, his eyes filled with understanding. "Then we will go. We go together to Ethel." The journey back was arduous. The once familiar landscape of Ethel was now alien, choked with swirling sand that stung our eyes and filled our lungs. The vibrant colors I remembered were muted and gray, the air heavy with the scent of dust and despair. The welcome was muted too. My father, withered and weak, greeted me with a mixture of relief and suspicion. The people, once proud and strong, were gaunt and listless, their hope buried beneath the relentless sand. They looked at me, the salt bride, the one who had been sent away to buy peace, with a mixture of awe and resentment. I tried to help. I used the knowledge Mistress Elara had instilled in me, knowledge of the properties of salt, of the way it could draw moisture from the air, of its power to bind the shifting sands. But the storm was too powerful, the land too parched. My salt magic was a mere drop in the ocean of desolation. Days turned into weeks, and the situation grew more desperate. The sandstorm raged on, relentless and unforgiving. The people were starving, their spirits broken. Even Samuel, with his unwavering optimism, began to look defeated. One evening, as we sat huddled in the royal tent, listening to the howling wind, I felt a surge of despair wash over me. I had failed. I had come to save my people, but I had only brought them false hope. "I can't do it, Samuel," I said, my voice cracking with emotion. "I'm not strong enough. I'm just a creature of salt, a failed attempt at a miracle." He took my hand, his touch warm and reassuring. "You are not a failure, Samantha. You are strong, stronger than you know, and you are not just a creature of salt. You are a woman, a wife, a princess, and you are loved." His words touched me deeply, but they couldn't erase the despair that gnawed at my heart. I looked at him, his face illuminated by the flickering lamplight, and I saw the love in his eyes, the unwavering faith he had in me. And then I understood. It wasn't about salt magic, about grand gestures or miraculous solutions. It was about love, about hope, about the simple act of caring for one another in the face of adversity. I stood up, my heart filled with a newfound resolve. "Come with me, Samuel," I said. "I have an idea." I led him to the heart of the village, to the ancient well that had once been the lifeblood of Ethel, now choked with sand and despair. The villagers looked at us with weary eyes, their faces etched with hopelessness. "We are going to clear this well," I announced. my voice clear and strong. We are going to dig until we find water, and we are going to do it together. At first, there was silence. Then a murmur of dissent rippled through the crowd. "It's useless," someone cried. "The well is buried too deep. We'll never find water." "We have to try," I said. "We have to have hope. We have to believe that we can save ourselves." I picked up a shovel and began to dig. Samuel joined me, his strong arms working tirelessly beside me. And then, one by one, the villagers began to join us. Old and young, men and women, they picked up shovels and began to dig, their faces set with a newfound determination. We dug for days, the sandstorm raging around us, the sun beating down on our backs. We were exhausted, hungry, and thirsty, but we didn't give up. We dug with a single-minded purpose, driven by the hope that we could find water, that we could save our land. And then, on the third day, we struck something hard. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. We dropped our shovels and began to dig with our hands, frantically clearing away the sand, and then we saw it. Stone, the ancient stonework of the well, buried beneath centuries of sand. We dug faster, our hands bleeding, our bodies aching, and then we heard it, a trickle, the sound of water. A collective cheer erupted from the crowd. We had found it. We had found water. We cleared the well completely, and the water began to flow slowly at first, then faster and faster, until it was a torrent of life-giving liquid. The villagers drank deeply, their faces filled with joy. They laughed, they cried, they embraced each other. The sandstorm seemed to subside, the sun broke through the clouds, and a sense of hope filled the air. I looked at Samuel, his face streaked with dirt and sweat, his eyes shining with pride. We had done it. We had saved Ethel, not with salt magic, not with grand gestures, but with love, with hope, and with the simple act of working together. In the days that followed, the people of Ethel rebuilt their lives. They replanted their crops, they cleaned their wells, they restored their homes. The land began to heal, the desert began to bloom, and the spirit of the people was renewed. King Oberon, his health restored, thanked me for my courage and my love. He realized that true strength came not from power or magic, but from the bonds of community and the resilience of the human spirit. I stayed in Ethel for a while, helping the people rebuild their lives. But eventually, I knew it was time to return to our hidden valley, to the life that Samuel and I had built together. We left Ethel with the blessings of the king and the love of the people. We carried with us the lessons we had learned, the knowledge that even a creature of salt could find strength in love, and that even the most barren desert could bloom with hope. We returned to our hidden valley, to our cottage, to our garden, and there we lived happily ever after, our love stronger than ever, our hearts filled with gratitude for the life we had been given. And sometimes, when the wind howled and the rain fell, I would remember my origins, remember the warnings of Mistress Ilara, remember the fear of dissolving, but I would also remember the love of Samuel, the kindness of the Athelian people, and the hope that bloomed in the desert. And I would smile, knowing that even a salt bride could find her happily ever after, not in a fairy tale, but in a life filled with love, laughter, and the simple joy of being human, or perhaps something close enough. The whispers of Brimturn faded, replaced by the laughter of children, the murmur of the stream, and the comforting presence of the man I loved. For in the end, It wasn't the salt that defined me, but the love that set me free. And that, I knew, was a magic more powerful than any spell. The village of Eldertide nestled in a valley cradled by ancient snow-capped peaks. Life flowed with the rhythm of the seasons, dictated by the ebb and flow of the river, the migration of the caribou, and most importantly, the solemn beat of the ancestor drum. Carved from the heartwood of a 1,000-year-old cedar and stretched with the hide of the great elk, the drum was more than just an instrument. It was the voice of the ancestors, a conduit to the spirit world, a living memory of the tribe's history, wisdom, and traditions. For generations, the Eldertide people had relied on the drum's resonant call. Its beat guided their ceremonies, celebrated their harvests, mourned their losses, and connected them to the spirits of those who came before. The drum's rhythm was the heartbeat of their culture, a constant reminder of their place in the intricate tapestry of existence. But the drum had fallen silent, not a gradual fading, but a sudden, unsettling cessation. One day, its vibrant voice simply ceased, leaving behind an unnerving void in the village's soul. The elders tried everything, reciting ancient chants, offering sacrifices to the forest spirits, even meticulously re-examining the drum itself for any physical flaw. Yet, the drum remained stubbornly mute. Fear began to creep into Eldertide. The crops withered, the hunts grew barren, and a sense of unease settled over the village. The elders whispered of forgotten transgressions, of a disconnect with the spirit world, of a looming darkness that threatened to consume them. They feared the ancestors had abandoned them, that the lifeline connecting them to their past had been severed. Amidst this despair, there was Ayla. Born into the world of sound, Ayla was tragically robbed of it by a childhood illness. The world, for her, was a silent movie, a realm of vibrations and visual cues. Yet Ella possessed a unique gift, a sensitivity to energies beyond the grasp of ordinary hearing. She could feel the vibrations of the earth, sense the emotions of others, and perceive the subtle currents of the spirit world. While the rest of the village heard nothing but silence from the ancestor drum, Ayla experienced something different. In her dreams, she heard it. Not a clear, distinct sound, but a faint, muffled echo, a ghost of a beat resonating deep within her mind. The dream drum possessed a heartbreaking, mournful quality, as though the ancestors were calling out in despair, their voices trapped in a distant realm. Ayla, though young, understood the gravity of the situation. She saw the worry etched on her parents' faces, felt the fear that gripped the village, and knew that the silence of the drum was slowly killing their spirit. Despite her inability to communicate with them through conventional means, she was determined to help. Using a combination of gestures, drawings in the dirt, and the few signs she had learned, Ayla tried to convey her dream to the elders. Initially, they were skeptical. How could a deaf child hear what they, with all their experience and wisdom, could not? But Ayla's persistence, combined with the undeniable desperation of their situation, eventually wore them down. They saw the unwavering conviction in her eyes, the intensity of her purpose, and decided to trust her. The shaman, a wizened old woman named Anya, was particularly intrigued by Ayla's claim. Anya had always believed that Ayla's deafness had opened her to other forms of perception, that she could see and feel things that others could not. She saw in Ayala a potential bridge to the spirit world, a key to unlocking the mystery of the silent drum. Anya consulted the spirits, seeking guidance on Ayala's dream echo. After days of meditation and ritual, Anya emerged with a revelation. The ancestors were indeed trapped, their voices silenced by a malevolent force that had infiltrated the spirit world. The drum's silence was a symptom of this spiritual corruption, a manifestation of the ancestors' imprisonment. To restore the drum's beat and free the ancestors, someone had to journey into the spirit world, confront the malevolent force, and restore balance. It was a perilous task, one that required courage, resilience, and a deep connection to the spirit world. And Anya believed that Ayla, with her unique ability to hear the drum's echo in her dreams, was the only one who could do it. The elders, while hesitant to send a young deaf child on such a dangerous mission, ultimately agreed. They had no other choice. Their people were fading, their culture dying, and Ayala's dream offered the only glimmer of hope. Thus began Ayala's preparations for her journey into the spirit world. Anya guided her, teaching her ancient rituals, sharing stories of the ancestors, and helping her hone her spiritual senses. Ayala learned to meditate, to quiet her mind, and listen to the subtle whispers of the spirit world. She learned to interpret the signs and symbols that surrounded her, to understand the language of nature, and to trust her instincts. Anya also crafted a special amulet for Ayla, made from a piece of the ancestor drum itself and imbued with protective energies. The amulet would serve as a guide and a shield, helping Ayla navigate the treacherous terrain of the spirit world and ward off malevolent entities. As Ayla prepared, she also spent time with her family and friends. She knew the journey would be long and arduous, and there was no guarantee she would return. She wanted to leave them with memories of her love and gratitude, to reassure them that she was doing this for them, for their people, for their future. The day of Ayala's departure arrived, cloaked in a somber yet hopeful atmosphere. The entire village gathered to bid her farewell. Anya led a ceremony, invoking the blessings of the ancestors and the protection of the forest spirits. Ayala, dressed in traditional garb and wearing the amulet, stood tall and resolute, her eyes fixed on the distant mountains, her heart filled with determination. With a final embrace from her parents and a nod of encouragement from Anya, Ayla stepped into the swirling mists that separated the mortal world from the spirit realm. As she disappeared from sight, a collective prayer rose from the village, a plea for her safety and success, a hope that she would return with the drum's beat restored and their ancestors freed. The spirit world was a realm of shifting forms and ethereal landscapes, a place where thoughts manifested as reality and the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred. Ayala found herself in a forest of towering luminescent trees, their branches intertwined to form a canopy that blotted out the sky. The air hummed with an energy that both invigorated and intimidated her. Using the amulet as her guide, Ayala began her journey deeper into the spirit world. She encountered strange and wondrous creatures, spirits of animals, guardians of the forest, and echoes of long-dead ancestors. Some were helpful, offering guidance and protection, while others were mischievous or even malevolent, testing her resolve and trying to lead her astray. Ayla relied on her instincts and her connection to the amulet to navigate these encounters She treated every spirit with respect, offering them gifts of gratitude and listening to their stories. She learned that the spirit world was not simply a reflection of the mortal world, but a complex and interconnected web of energies, emotions, and memories. As Ayala ventured further, she began to sense the presence of the malevolent force that had silenced the drum. It felt like a dark, suffocating cloud, a vortex of negativity that corrupted everything it touched. The once vibrant landscapes around her began to wither and decay. The spirits grew agitated, fearful, and the air became heavy with a sense of dread. Ayala knew she was getting closer to the source of the corruption. She pressed on, her determination fueled by the echo of the drum that grew stronger in her dreams, by the memory of her people's faces, and by the unwavering belief that she could restore balance to the spirit world. After days of traversing the treacherous terrain, Ella finally reached the heart of the corruption. It was a desolate wasteland, devoid of life and light. In the center stood a towering obsidian structure, pulsating with a dark, malevolent energy. This was the prison of the ancestors, the source of the drum's silence. Guarding the entrance to the prison was a formidable creature, a hulking shadow figure with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws. It was a manifestation of the malevolent force, a guardian of the ancestors' captivity. The creature lunged at Ayala, its claws slashing through the air. Ayala dodged and weaved, relying on her agility and her knowledge of the spirit world to evade its attacks. She knew she couldn't defeat the creature with brute force. She had to find a way to weaken it, to exploit its vulnerabilities. Remembering Anya's teachings, Ella focused her mind, channeling the energy of the amulet. She visualized the ancestor drum, its vibrant beat filling the spirit world. She imagined the faces of her ancestors, their wisdom and strength flowing through her. As Ella focused, the amulet began to glow with an intense light. The light radiated outwards, pushing back the darkness and weakening the shadow creature. The creature recoiled, hissing in pain as the light burned its shadowy form. Seeing her opportunity, Ayla charged toward the prison. The creature tried to stop her, but Ayla was too quick. She slipped past its defenses and entered the obsidian structure. Inside, Ayla found the ancestors. They were trapped in cages of shadow, their faces gaunt and their spirits broken. The dark energy of the prison was slowly draining their life force, silencing their voices, and erasing their memories. Ayala rushed to the cages, touching them with the amulet. The amulet's light burned away the shadows, freeing the ancestors one by one. As each ancestor was freed, their spirit regained its strength and their voice returned. With the ancestors freed, Ayala turned her attention to the source of the prison's power. At the center of the structure was a dark crystal, pulsating with the malevolent energy that corrupted the spirit world. This crystal was the heart of the darkness, the source of the drum's silence. Ayla knew she had to destroy the crystal to restore balance to the spirit world and return the ancestors' voices to the ancestor drum. But the crystal was protected by a powerful barrier of shadow energy, a barrier that seemed impenetrable. Ayla closed her eyes, focusing all her energy and faith. She remembered the echo of the drum in her dreams, the voices of her people, the faces of her family. She drew strength from their love and support, from their belief in her. With a surge of energy, Ayla raised the amulet above her head. The amulet glowed brighter than ever before, its light piercing the darkness and shattering the shadow barrier. Ayla lunged forward, smashing the amulet against the dark crystal. The crystal shattered into a million pieces, releasing a wave of pure cleansing energy. The prison began to crumble, the darkness receded, and the spirit world was flooded with light. As the light washed over her, Ayla felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. She had done it. She had freed the ancestors, destroyed the malevolent force, and restored balance to the spirit world. With the prison destroyed and the ancestors freed, Ayla began her journey back to the mortal world. The spirit world was transformed. The landscapes were vibrant and alive. The spirits were joyful and at peace, and the air hummed with a harmonious energy. As Ayla approached the boundary between the spirit world and the mortal world, she heard it, the beat of the ancestor drum. It was faint at first, but it grew stronger with each step she took. The drum's rhythm was clear and resonant, filled with the voices of the ancestors, the wisdom of the ages, and the promise of a brighter future. Ayla stepped back into the mortal world, emerging from the swirling mists that separated the two realms. She found herself standing before her village, the faces of her people filled with anticipation and hope. As they saw her, a cheer erupted. They knew from the look in her eyes and the energy that radiated from her that she had succeeded. The drum's beat, now clearly audible to all, confirmed their hopes. Ayla walked towards the ancestor drum, reaching out to touch its weathered surface. As her fingers made contact, the drum resonated with a powerful vibration. The voices of the ancestors filled the air, reciting ancient chants, sharing stories of the past, and offering blessings for the future. The village of Eldertide was revitalized, the crops thrived, the hunts were plentiful, and the people were filled with a renewed sense of purpose and connection. The ancestor drum beat strong, a constant reminder of their heritage, their resilience, and their connection to the spirit world. Ayla became a hero, a legend in her own time. She was revered for her courage, her wisdom, and her ability to bridge the gap between the mortal world and the spirit world. She taught her people the importance of listening to the whispers of the spirit world, of respecting the ancestors, and of maintaining balance in all things. And though she remained deaf to the sounds of the mortal world, Ayla continued to hear the beat of the ancestor drum in her dreams, a constant reminder of her journey, her sacrifice, and her enduring connection to the spirit world. The drum's beat was her voice, her song, her legacy. It was a testament to the power of courage, the strength of belief, and the enduring spirit of the Eldertide people. Years passed, and Ayla grew into a wise and respected leader, guiding her people with compassion and understanding. She never forgot her journey into the spirit world, and she continued to honor the ancestors and maintain the balance between the mortal and spiritual realms. One day, as she sat by the ancestor drum, meditating on its beat, she felt a familiar presence. It was Anya, the shaman, who had guided her on her journey so many years ago. Anya was old and frail, but her eyes still sparkled with wisdom and kindness. "Ayla," Anya said, her voice raspy but strong, "you have done well. You have restored the drum's beat and brought peace to our people." Ayla smiled, gesturing her gratitude to Anya. She knew that she couldn't have done it without Anya's guidance and support. But, Anya continued, there is one more thing you must do. Ayla raised an eyebrow, curious. The spirit world is vast and ever-changing, Anya explained. The malevolent force you defeated may return, or a new threat may arise. You must train someone to take your place, to be the next bridge between our world and the spirit world. Ayla understood. It was her responsibility to pass on her knowledge and skills to the next generation, to ensure that the Elder Tide people would always have a connection to the ancestors and the spirit world. She thought for a moment, considering who would be the best candidate. Then her eyes fell on a young girl playing near the river. The girl was deaf, like Ayla, but she possessed a remarkable sensitivity to the energies around her. Ayla smiled. She knew that she had found her successor. And so Ayla began to train the young girl, teaching her the ancient rituals, sharing the stories of the ancestors, and helping her hone her spiritual senses. She showed her how to listen to the whispers of the spirit world, how to interpret the signs and symbols of nature, and how to trust her instincts. As the girl learned, Ayla felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that she was leaving the Elder Tide people in good hands, that their connection to the spirit world would continue, and that the beat of the ancestor drum would resonate for generations to come. And as Ayla's time in the mortal world drew to a close, she knew that she would soon be joining the ancestors in the spirit world, where she would continue to watch over her people and guide them on their path. Her legacy would live on not only in the beat of the ancestor drum, but also in the hearts of all those who remembered her courage, her wisdom, and her unwavering dedication to the Elder Tide people. The cycle continued, the drum beat on, and the memory of Ayla, the deaf child who heard the ancestors' call, became a sacred part of the Elder Tide story, a testament to the power of spirit and the enduring strength of a people connected to their past. The canyons of the Whispering Cliffs were old, carved by winds that sang secrets only the stones remembered. For generations beyond counting, the cliff dwellers had clung to its face, their homes honeycombed into the rock like the nests of desert swallows. They were a people of quiet resilience, their lives measured by the slow turning of the sun and the patient weaving of intricate tapestries that told the stories of the past. But every 100 years, a different rhythm took hold, the rhythm of the sky serpent. Then the stars would blaze with a fire that wasn't their own. A comet, they called it, though it felt like more. An omen etched into the heavens, a reminder of a long-forgotten pact. It was during such a time, in the year the serpent painted the sky crimson, that a young woman named Anya felt the call in her blood. Anya was not a weaver of tapestries, nor a carver of stone. Her heart belonged to the night. From the highest point of the Whispering Cliffs, she would spend hours tracing the constellations with her fingers, whispering their names like ancient prayers. The elders called her Star-Seer, a title of respect, but also one laced with a certain unease. For Anya saw things others did not, whispers in the wind, shadows that danced in the moonlight, and the faint echoes of a world beyond the veil of the waking. The year of the serpent, she saw more than ever, not just the celestial fire, but patterns within its blazing tail, visions, fleeting and fragmented, of a world bathed in eternal light, a face wreathed in smoke and flame, and a voice that resonated deep within her soul, a voice that spoke of fire stolen and a promise yet to be fulfilled. The elders, wise and weary, saw the change in her. Her eyes burned with an inner light. Her movements were restless. Her spirit seemed to strain at the borders of her mortal form. They knew the legends, passed down through generations, of the sky serpent and the tribe's first fire. A fire not gifted, but taken. A fire that came with a price. The story went like this. In the dawn of the world, the cliff dwellers lived in darkness, huddled in caves, shivering in the cold. They were prey, not masters of their domain. Then came the serpent, a being of immense power and fiery breath, who guarded the secret of flame, a hero whose name was lost to time, dared to challenge the serpent, not for dominion, but for survival. He tricked the serpent, stole a spark of its fire, and brought it back to his people. This act changed everything. The cliff dwellers were no longer creatures of the shadows, but makers of their own destiny. But the serpent was not easily fooled. It cursed the fire so that every century, when it returned to the sky, a member of the tribe would be called to follow its trail, to confront the truth of the theft, and to either atone for the hero's transgression or reaffirm the tribe's right to the fire. Anya, they believed, was the one chosen this time. The shaman, old Kai, his face a roadmap of wrinkles etched by time and wisdom, summoned Anya to his chamber. The air within was thick with the scent of herbs and the smoke of sacred resins. He sat upon a woven mat. His eyes, though clouded with age, still held a piercing clarity. "The serpent calls to you, Starcia," Kai said, his voice raspy like the wind over sandstone. "You see what others cannot. You feel the echoes of the past. The path before you will be fraught with peril, both seen and unseen. Are you willing to walk it?" Anya met his gaze, her heart pounding in her chest. Fear warred with a strange sense of inevitability. She knew deep down that she had no choice. The visions that haunted her, the voice that whispered in her soul, would not let her rest until she answered their call. "I am willing," she said, her voice trembling but firm. Kai nodded, a flicker of relief in his eyes. "Then you must prepare. The serpent's trail leads not only across the land, but also through the realms of dream and spirit. You will need strength of body, clarity of mind, and a pure heart." He then began to instruct her in the ancient ways of the tribe, the rituals of protection, the art of dream walking, and the knowledge of the spirits that inhabited the canyons. He taught her how to read the signs of the desert, how to listen to the whispers of the wind, and how to navigate the treacherous landscapes of the inner world. For weeks, Anya trained, pushing her body and mind to their limits. She learned to run for miles under the scorching sun, to climb sheer cliffs with her bare hands, and to endure the biting cold of the desert nights. She meditated for hours, emptying her mind and opening herself to the flow of the spirit world. She fasted, cleansing her body and sharpening her senses. As the day of her departure drew near, Anya felt a growing sense of anticipation mixed with a profound sadness. She knew that she might never return to the Whispering Cliffs. The serpent's path was unpredictable, and the fate that awaited her was unknown. On the morning of her departure, the entire tribe gathered to bid her farewell. They stood in silence, their faces etched with a mixture of hope and fear. Kai presented her with a staff carved from the heart of the oldest juniper tree. its surface adorned with symbols of protection and guidance. He also gave her a small pouch filled with sacred herbs and a single obsidian blade, sharp as a shard of night. "Remember, Starseer," Kai said, his voice filled with emotion, "you are not alone. The spirits of our ancestors walk with you. Trust your instincts, listen to your heart, and never lose sight of the truth." Anya embraced Kai, tears streaming down her face. She then turned to face the tribe, her eyes filled with determination. "I will not fail you," she said, her voice ringing with newfound strength. "I will follow the serpent's trail to the end, and I will bring back the truth." With that, she turned and began to walk toward the rising sun, her silhouette a solitary figure against the vast expanse of the desert. The first leg of Anya's journey was across the physical landscape. The serpent's trail, as Kai had explained, was marked by subtle shifts in the earth, by the movement of animals, and by the patterns of the stars. Anya followed these signs, her senses sharpened by days of travel and meditation. She walked for days, the sun beating down on her relentlessly, the sand stinging her eyes. She crossed barren plains, climbed rocky mountains, and navigated treacherous canyons. She encountered scorpions, snakes, and other dangers of the desert, but she faced them with courage and resourcefulness. One evening, as she camped beneath a canopy of stars, she heard a faint whisper on the wind. It was a voice, soft and ethereal, that seemed to call her name. Anya closed her eyes and focused her attention, trying to decipher the message. "Follow the river of sand," the voice whispered. "It will lead you to the gateway of dreams." Anya opened her eyes, her heart pounding with excitement. She knew that the river of sand was a hidden canyon, a place of great spiritual power. It was said that the canyon was a gateway to the dream world, a place where the veil between reality and illusion was thin. The next morning, Anya followed the wind's guidance and set off toward the river of sand. The journey was arduous, but she pressed on, driven by the promise of the dream world. After several days of travel, she finally reached the canyon. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, its walls carved by centuries of wind and water. The sand was a shimmering gold, and the air was filled with a sense of peace and tranquility. Anya entered the canyon, her heart filled with awe. As she walked deeper into its embrace, she felt a strange sensation, as if she were leaving her body behind. The world around her began to blur, and the colors became more vibrant. She knew that she was entering the realm of dreams. The dream world was a place of infinite possibilities. Anya found herself in a landscape that was both familiar and alien. The desert stretched before her, but the sky was filled with swirling colors, and the ground beneath her feet shifted and changed with every step. It was here, in this ethereal landscape, that Anya first encountered the spirits. They were beings of pure energy, their forms shimmering and indistinct. Some were benevolent, offering her guidance and protection. Others were malevolent, seeking to mislead and harm her. One of the first spirits she encountered was a coyote, its eyes gleaming with mischief. The coyote was a trickster, a master of illusion. It offered to guide Anya to the serpent, but Anya sensed that it could not be trusted. "Why should I trust you?" Anya asked the coyote. "You are known for your deceit." The coyote chuckled, its voice a dry rustle. "Trust is a fool's game, little Starseer. But I can show you things you cannot see on your own. I can lead you to places hidden from mortal eyes." Anya hesitated. She knew that the coyote was dangerous, but she also knew that she needed its help. "What do you want in return?" she asked. "Only a little amusement," the coyote replied. "A small price to pay for the secrets I can reveal." Anya agreed to the coyote's terms, and the two set off together into the dream world. The coyote led her through treacherous landscapes, past shimmering mirages and hidden pitfalls. It tested her with riddles and challenges, forcing her to rely on her wits and her instincts. Despite its mischievous nature, the coyote proved to be a valuable ally. It showed her how to navigate the dream world, how to recognize illusions, and how to communicate with the spirits. It also revealed glimpses of the past, fragments of memory that shed light on the story of the serpent and the stolen fire. One vision was particularly striking. She saw the hero of her tribe, the one who had stolen the fire, not as a triumphant figure, but as a desperate one. He was starving, his people were dying, and he saw no other way to save them. The act of theft was not one of greed or ambition, but of sacrifice. This vision shook Anya to her core. It challenged her understanding of the story, and it made her question the tribe's long-held beliefs. Was the fire truly stolen? Was the serpent truly wronged? As Anya grappled with these questions, the coyote led her to a hidden grove, a place of ancient trees and shimmering pools. In the center of the grove stood a towering figure wreathed in smoke and flame. It was the serpent. The serpent was even more magnificent and terrifying than Anya had imagined. Its scales shimmered like 1,000 sunsets, and its eyes burned with a primordial fire. The air around it crackled with energy, and the ground trembled beneath its weight. Anya stood before the serpent, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew that this was the moment of truth. She had come to confront the being who had cursed her people, and she had to find a way to either atone for their transgression or reaffirm their right to the fire. "You have come far, little star seer," the serpent said, its voice a thunderous roar that echoed through the dream world. "You seek the truth of the fire, but are you prepared to face it?" Anya met the serpent's gaze, her voice trembling but firm. "I am prepared. I have seen the visions. I have heard the stories. I know that the fire was not taken for malice, but for survival." The serpent was silent for a moment, its eyes burning with an ancient wisdom. Survival is not always justification. The taking of the fire disrupted the balance. It created a debt that must be repaid. "How can we repay it?" Anya asked. "What do you demand?" The serpent considered her words. "I do not demand sacrifice. I do not demand servitude. I demand understanding. Your people must understand the true nature of the fire, the responsibility that comes with its power. They must learn to respect its destructive potential and to use it wisely." The serpent then revealed to Anya the true nature of the fire. It was not merely a source of warmth and light, but a symbol of creation and destruction, of passion and rage, of life and death. It was a force that could be used for good or for evil, and it was up to the cliff dwellers to choose which path they would follow. The serpent showed Anya visions of the future, of the ways in which the fire could be used to heal and to build, and of the ways in which it could be used to destroy and to corrupt. It showed her the potential for her people to create a world of peace and harmony, but also the potential for them to plunge into darkness and chaos. "The choice is yours," the serpent said. The fate of your people rests in your hands. Will you embrace the responsibility that comes with the fire, or will you succumb to its destructive power? Anya understood the serpent was not seeking vengeance, but enlightenment. It was not seeking to reclaim the fire, but to ensure that it was used wisely. The debt that the cliff dwellers owed was not one of material wealth, but of spiritual understanding. Anya made her decision. She would return to her tribe and share the serpent's wisdom. She would teach them the true nature of the fire, and she would help them to choose the path of peace and harmony. I will do as you ask, Anya said, her voice filled with determination. I will guide my people towards the light. I will help them to understand the responsibility that comes with the fire. The serpent nodded, a flicker of approval in its eyes. Then you have fulfilled your destiny, little starseer. You have proven yourself worthy of the fire. Now go and bring this message to your people. With that, the serpent vanished, leaving Anya alone in the grove. The dream world began to fade, and she felt herself being pulled back towards the waking world. Anya awoke in the canyon, the sun rising over the horizon. She felt changed, transformed by her experience in the dream world. She carried the serpent's wisdom within her heart, and she knew that she had a purpose to fulfill. She returned to the Whispering Cliffs, her journey back marked by a newfound confidence and inner peace. When she arrived, the tribe greeted her with joy and relief. They had feared that she would never return, or that she would be consumed by the serpent's wrath. Anya gathered the tribe together and shared her story. She told them of her journey through the desert, of her encounters with the spirits, and of her confrontation with the serpent. She told them of the true nature of the fire and of the responsibility that came with its power. The tribe listened in silence, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and understanding. They had always seen the fire as a gift, a source of comfort and survival. They had never fully understood its destructive potential or the responsibility that came with its use. Anya's words challenged their long-held beliefs, but they also inspired them with hope. They realized that they had the power to choose their own destiny, to create a world of peace and harmony. The cliff dwellers embraced Anya's message. They began to use the fire more wisely, not just for warmth and light, but for healing and creation. They developed new technologies that harnessed the fire's power for the benefit of the community. They created art that celebrated the beauty and power of the fire. They also began to honor the serpent, not as a vengeful deity, but as a wise teacher. They created rituals that acknowledged the balance between creation and destruction, and they taught their children to respect the fire and its power. The cliff dwellers' way of life changed forever. They became a more enlightened and compassionate people, and their community thrived. They lived in harmony with the environment, and they used their knowledge and skills to create a better world. Anya became a leader of her tribe, guiding them with wisdom and compassion. She continued to study the stars, and she used her knowledge to help her people navigate the challenges of life. She never forgot her journey to the dream world or the lessons she had learned from the serpent, and so the story of the serpent's ember became a legend, a tale told around the fire on cold desert nights. It served as a reminder of the importance of understanding, responsibility, and the delicate balance between creation and destruction. It was a story of a young woman who dared to follow her destiny and who transformed her people's understanding of the world. Years passed, and Anya grew old. She lived a long and fulfilling life, surrounded by the love and respect of her people. She saw her tribe flourish, their culture enriched by the wisdom she had brought back from her journey. As she approached the end of her days, Anya felt a sense of peace and completion. She knew that she had fulfilled her purpose and that she had left the world a better place than she had found it. One evening, as she sat beneath the stars, she saw the serpent blaze across the sky once more. It was the end of a century, the time when the cycle began anew. Anya smiled, knowing that the serpent's call would be answered by another young soul, another seeker of truth. The journey was never truly over. The lessons learned would be passed down, and the fire of understanding would continue to burn brightly in the hearts of the cliff dwellers. As the serpent faded into the darkness, Anya closed her eyes and breathed her last. Her spirit soared into the heavens, joining the stars and the ancestors who had come before her. The cliff dwellers mourned her passing, but they also celebrated her life. They knew that her legacy would live on, inspiring generations to come. And so the story of Anya, the star seer who followed the serpent's trail, became a timeless myth, a testament to the power of courage, wisdom, and the enduring spirit of humanity. It was a story that reminded them that even in the darkest of times, there was always hope, and that the fire of understanding could always light the way. This is just the beginning of the tale, the nuances of the spirit world, the specific challenges Anya faced from both benevolent and malevolent spirits, and the practical applications of the fire. Technology, art, social structures within the tribe could be further elaborated upon to enrich the narrative. The complexities of Anya's internal conflicts and her evolving understanding of her role could also be explored in greater depth. For example, further development of the conflict between the tribe's reliance on potentially destructive fire and embracing a sustainable path. Bloomdale wasn't like other villages. It nestled not beside a babbling brook or a sun-drenched meadow, but against the whispering woods, a place where the ordinary rules of life seemed to bend and break. These weren't your typical trees of oak and ash. No, the whispering woods boasted trees with bark like hammered metal, reflecting the pale, ethereal light that constantly seeped from the soil. Their leaves, a brittle, crystalline green, were laced with veins of shimmering frost, even in the heart of summer. They were beautiful, yes, but beautiful in a way that prickled your skin and sent shivers down your spine. We, the residents of Bloomdale, lived with the woods, not in harmony, but in a wary truce. We knew better than to venture too deep, for legend held that on the border between the living and the not living, resided a crone. They called her Memory Weaver. Her dwelling was said to be a ramshackle cottage, cobbled together from bones and petrified wood, perpetually shrouded in a mist that smelled of dried forget-me-nots and dust. The legend also said she traded warmth for memories. A simple bargain, it seemed, but the cost could be everything. For when Memory Weaver forgot your name, you started to vanish, not in a dramatic puff of smoke, but slowly, subtly. First, your favorite song would slip from your mind. Then, the taste of your mother's apple pie would fade, and eventually, you'd simply cease to be, erased from the tapestry of Bloomdale as if you'd never existed at all. I, Jackson Bloom, didn't believe in the legend. Not really. I was a practical man, a carpenter by trade, with calloused hands and a mind that preferred the solid facts of wood and nails to fanciful tales whispered around the hearth. My friends, Clara, Simon, and Kara, however, were less convinced, especially Kara. She was a dreamer, a weaver of stories herself, with eyes the color of the twilight sky and a spirit that yearned for something beyond the mundane. It was Kyra, of course, who first suggested we visit the Whispering Woods. Just a short walk, she'd insisted, her voice laced with a mischievous excitement. To see the metal trees, it will be an adventure. Simon, ever the cautious one, had protested. Are you mad, Kyra? The memory weaver? We can't just wander into her territory. Who knows what she'll do? Clara, pragmatic and level-headed, had tried to mediate. Perhaps a glimpse from the edge of the woods wouldn't hurt. But we stay together, and we don't go near the crone's cottage. I, caught in the middle as always, found myself agreeing with both sides. The lure of the unknown, the chance to see the fabled trees, tugged at my curiosity, but the thought of the memory weaver, the chilling tales associated with her, made my blood run cold. In the end, Kyra's enthusiasm won us over, so one crisp autumn afternoon, under a sky the color of bruised plums, we ventured into the Whispering Woods. The air grew noticeably colder as we crossed the invisible threshold, the sunlight dimming as if a curtain had been drawn. The metal trees stood before us, shimmering like ghostly sentinels. Their frost-veined leaves rustled in the breeze, creating a sound like the hushed whispers of forgotten voices. It was undeniably beautiful, a landscape plucked from a dream, but it was also unsettling. The silence was too profound, broken only by the whispering leaves and the crunch of our boots on the forest floor. An unnatural stillness permeated the air, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. We walked deeper, drawn in by the strange allure. Kyra was in her element, her eyes wide with wonder as she ran her fingers over the metallic bark. Simon kept close to Clara, his gaze darting nervously from shadow to shadow. I tried to remain grounded, focusing on the practical, the texture of the bark, the way the frost sparkled in the dim light. But even I couldn't deny the feeling of unease that was creeping into my bones. Look, Kyra exclaimed, pointing towards a break in the trees. I think I see something. A narrow path, barely visible beneath a carpet of fallen leaves, led towards a clearing shrouded in a swirling mist, a mist that smelled of dried forget-me-nots and dust. The cottage. I grabbed Kyra's arm. Number we agreed, we're not going any closer. But the pull was too strong. Kyra shook me off, her eyes fixed on the clearing. I just want to see, just a peek. Before I could stop her, she was moving down the path, drawn towards the mist, like a moth to a flame. Simon and Clara exchanged worried glances, then followed close behind. I sighed and trailed after them, my heart hammering against my ribs. The clearing was small, barely large enough to hold the cottage. The structure itself was even more dilapidated than the legends described. Bones, bleached white by time and weather, formed the foundation, while petrified wood served as the walls. The roof sagged precariously, covered in a layer of moss and lichen. A single, flickering candle burned in a window, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe with a life of their own. The air was thick with the scent of decay and forgotten things. I could feel the weight of the woods pressing in on me, a sense of ancient power that hummed just beneath the surface of reality. This was no place for mortals. We should turn back. Now, as if summoned by my thoughts, the door of the cottage creaked open. A figure emerged, silhouetted against the candlelight, tall and hunched, draped in a cloak of woven shadows. The memory weaver. Her face was hidden in the darkness of her hood, but I could feel her gaze upon us, cold and calculating. She held a gnarled staff in her hand, its tip carved into the shape of a skull. The silence stretched, taut and suffocating. Kyra gasped, a sound that echoed in the stillness. You're real, she whispered, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and fear. The memory weaver said nothing. She simply raised her head as if sniffing the air. Then, in a voice that sounded like the rustling of dead leaves, she spoke. Warmth. I sense warmth. You seek something from me? Simon stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. We only came to see the woods. We didn't mean to intrude. The memory weaver's gaze shifted to him. Intrude? All are welcome here, but everything has a price. She paused, her head tilting slightly. Warmth for memories, a simple exchange. Clara grabbed Simon's arm, pulling him back. We have nothing to trade. We should leave. The memory weaver chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. Oh, but you do. Everyone does. You carry them with you, these precious memories. They cling to you like shadows, and I can offer you relief from their burden. Kyra stepped forward again, her eyes shining with an almost feverish light. What kind of memories? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. What would you take? The memory weaver smiled, a flash of white teeth in the darkness. Anything, everything, the laughter of your childhood, the sting of heartbreak, the faces of those you love, all for the flooding warmth of a moment. I finally found my voice, the words tumbling out in a rush. We want nothing to do with this. We're leaving. I turned to go, grabbing Kyra's arm, but she resisted. Her eyes were fixed on the memory weaver, lost in a strange, hypnotic trance. Kyra, come on, I urged, pulling harder, but it was too late. The memory weaver raised her staff, its skull-shaped head glowing with an eerie light. She pointed it at Kyra, and a wave of cold washed over us, a sensation that felt like icy fingers reaching into my mind. Kyra gasped, her eyes widening in terror. I don't feel so good, she stammered, clutching her head. My head hurts. Then she swayed, her eyes unfocused. Jackson? Who's Jackson? My blood ran cold. The memory weaver had taken a memory of me. Kyra, it's me, Jackson. Don't you remember? I pleaded, shaking her gently. She looked at me, her eyes blank and uncomprehending. I don't know you. I don't know any of you. Where am I? Panic seized me. This was it. The vanishing. It was happening. I turned to the memory weaver, rage boiling in my chest. What have you done to her? I shouted. The crone simply smiled, her eyes glinting in the candlelight. A small price to pay for warmth. Give her back her memory, I demanded, taking a step towards her. The memory weaver raised her staff again, pointing it at me. Perhaps you would like to trade another memory to ease her suffering? I froze. The temptation was almost overwhelming to sacrifice a part of myself to save Kyra. But what then? Would I be next to vanish? Clara stepped in front of me, her face pale but resolute. "Leave him alone," she shouted at the memory weaver. "We're taking Kyra and leaving." She grabbed Kyra's arm, pulling her away from the cottage. Simon, still trembling, helped support her as they stumbled back down the path towards the woods. I hesitated, my gaze torn between Kyra and the memory weaver. But I knew what I had to do. I couldn't leave Kyra. I turned and ran after them, leaving the memory weaver standing alone in the clearing, shrouded in her mist and her memories. We didn't stop running until we were back in Bloomdale, safe within the familiar walls of our homes. We laid Kyra down on her bed, her face still pale and confused. We tried to jog her memory, showing her old photographs, telling her stories of our shared adventures. But it was no use. The memory of me, of Jackson Bloom, was gone. The next few days were a nightmare. Kyra remained distant, unable to recognize me. She treated me like a stranger, a polite but indifferent acquaintance. It was like a piece of me had been ripped away, leaving a gaping hole in my soul. And then the vanishing began. It started small. I couldn't remember the name of my favorite tree in the Whispering Woods. Then the taste of my grandmother's honey cakes faded from my mind. My reflection in the mirror seemed less defined, as if the edges of my being were starting to blur. I knew what was happening. The memory weaver had forgotten my name, and I was beginning to cease to exist. Desperate, I turned to Clara and Simon. They were worried, of course, but they couldn't fully understand. They remembered me. They could see me. But even their memories were starting to fade, tainted by the memory weaver's magic. "We have to do something," I said, my voice filled with desperation. "We have to find a way to break the curse." Clara wrung her hands. "But what can we do? We can't just go back to the memory weaver. She'll take more memories." "Then we have to find another way," I insisted. "There has to be something we can do. Some way to restore Kyra's memory and to save me from vanishing." Simon, ever the pragmatist, spoke up. Perhaps there's something in the old books. My grandfather had a collection of folklore and legends. Maybe there's something in there about the memory weaver." It was a long shot, but it was all we had. We spent hours poring over the dusty tomes, searching for any mention of the crone and her magic. We found tales of her origins, of her centuries-long existence on the border between worlds. We learned of the source of her power, the stolen memories of countless souls. But we found no cure, no way to reverse the vanishing. Just as despair began to set in, Kyra wandered into the room. She looked at us, her eyes still distant and confused. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice flat. "We're trying to help you, Kyra," Clara said gently. "We're trying to bring back your memories." Kyra frowned. "Memories? What memories? I don't understand." Then her gaze fell on me. She stared at me for a long moment, her brow furrowed in concentration. I think I know you," she said slowly. "You seem familiar, but I can't quite place it. It's like a dream." Hope flared in my chest, a glimmer of recognition. Maybe it wasn't too late. "Tell me what you remember," I urged, my voice trembling. "Tell me anything." Kyra closed her eyes, focusing on the fragments of memory that floated just beyond her grasp. She opened her mouth, and a single word escaped her lips. "Bloom?" she whispered. A jolt of electricity ran through me. "Bloom?" My last name. She remembered something. "Bloom?" I repeated. Yes, that's right. Jackson Bloom, that's me. Don't you remember? We grew up together. We've been friends for years. Kyra's eyes flickered with a spark of recognition. Jackson, she repeated, testing the name on her tongue. Jackson Bloom. Then a wave of emotion washed over her face. Confusion, fear, and finally, recognition. Jackson, she cried, her voice filled with relief. Oh, Jackson. I remember everything. She rushed to me, throwing her arms around me in a tight embrace. I held her close, tears streaming down my face. The curse was broken. Kyra remembered me, but the feeling of relief was short-lived. As Kyra's memory returned, my own began to fade even faster. The edges of my being were dissolving, my thoughts becoming scattered and incoherent. I could feel myself slipping away inch by agonizing inch. Jackson, what's wrong? Kyra asked, pulling away from me. You look faded. I tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. My tongue felt thick and heavy. I could barely remember my own name. He's vanishing, Kyra, Clara cried, her voice filled with panic. The curse is still active. He's disappearing. We were back where we started, only this time the stakes were even higher. Now that Kyra's memory had returned, I was fading away even faster. If we didn't do something soon, I would be gone forever. Then Kyra had an idea. The warmth, she said, her eyes wide with realization. The memory weaver trades warmth for memories. What if we could reverse the process? What if we could trade memories for warmth? It was a desperate gamble, but it was the only chance we had. We decided to return to the memory weaver, not to beg for mercy or offer another sacrifice, but to propose a new kind of bargain. We gathered our courage and ventured back into the whispering woods. The metal trees loomed over us, their frost-veined leaves whispering secrets in the wind. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and forgotten things. We found the memory weaver's cottage in the clearing, shrouded in its perpetual mist. The crone stood in the doorway, her eyes glinting in the shadows. You have returned, she said, her voice like the rustling of dead leaves. Do you seek to trade more memories? No, Kara said, her voice firm and resolute. We've come to propose a different kind of bargain. The memory weaver raised a skeptical eyebrow. A different bargain? What could you possibly offer me that I do not already possess? We offer you warmth, Kara said. Not the fleeting warmth of a stolen memory, but a warmth that can last forever. The warmth of friendship, of love, of shared experience. The memory weaver laughed, a dry, rasping sound. Friendship, love, those are fleeting illusions, ephemeral as dreams. They hold no value for me. But they do, Kyra insisted. They hold the power to create new memories, to fill the void that you have created with your stolen treasures. We offer you the chance to experience these things for yourself, to feel the warmth that you have denied yourself for so long. The memory weaver was silent for a long moment, considering Kyra's words. Then she spoke. And what would you ask in return? We ask for Jackson's memories back, Kara said, and for you to forget his name, to release him from the curse. The memory weaver hesitated. This was a risky proposition. To give up her power, to open herself up to the vulnerability of human emotion, it was a terrifying thought. But the loneliness was gnawing at her. The emptiness of her existence, surrounded by stolen memories, was becoming unbearable. Perhaps there was another way. Very well, she said finally. I accept your bargain, but be warned. The path to warmth is not an easy one. It will require sacrifice, devotion, and a willingness to open yourselves up to the pain and joy of human connection. And so, the exchange began. We spent days, weeks, perhaps even months with the memory weaver, sharing our stories, our laughter, our tears. We told her about our childhoods in Bloomdale, our hopes and dreams, our fears and failures. We taught her about friendship, about love, about the simple joys of life. It wasn't easy. The memory weaver was a creature of darkness and solitude, accustomed to a life of isolation and control. She resisted our attempts to connect with her, clinging to her stolen memories as if they were precious jewels. But we persevered. We showed her kindness, compassion, and unwavering support. We challenged her cynicism, her bitterness, and her fear of intimacy. And slowly, gradually, the ice around her heart began to melt. She started to laugh, to cry, to open herself up to the possibility of human connection. She learned to appreciate the value of shared experiences, the warmth of friendship, and the power of love. As the memory weaver's heart softened, my memories began to return. The fog that had clouded my mind began to lift, revealing the familiar landscape of my own life, the faces of my loved ones, the taste of my favorite foods, the sound of my own laughter. They all came flooding back, filling the void that had threatened to consume me. And finally, the memory weaver forgot my name. The curse was broken. I was free. But the greatest miracle was not my own salvation, but the transformation of the memory weaver. She was no longer a creature of darkness and despair, but a compassionate and loving being, eager to embrace the warmth of human connection. She abandoned her cottage in the woods. Her stolen memories returned to their rightful owners. She came to live in Bloomdale among the people she had once preyed upon. At first, the villagers were wary, mistrustful of her sudden change of heart. But Kara, Simon, Clara, and I stood by her, vouching for her sincerity and urging the community to give her a chance. And gradually, the villagers began to accept her. They saw the genuine remorse in her eyes, the sincere desire to make amends for her past actions. They witnessed her acts of kindness, her unwavering support, and her willingness to embrace the values of their community. The memory weaver, once a symbol of fear and dread, became a beloved member of Bloomdale. She used her knowledge of forgotten things to help people remember their loved ones, to heal old wounds, and to connect with their past. She became known as simply Weaver, a gentle soul who spent her days tending to the village garden, sharing stories with the children, and offering wise counsel to those who sought her guidance. And I, Jackson Bloom, learned a valuable lesson about the power of memory, the importance of connection, and the transformative potential of love. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and wonder, but it was no longer a place of fear. It was a reminder of the darkness we had overcome and the light we had found within ourselves. Bloomdale, once a village living in the shadow of the unknown, blossomed into a community of warmth, hope, and unwavering belief in the power of memory and the enduring strength of the human spirit. And it all began with a curious girl, a whispered legend, and a walk into the woods where metal trees grew and a crone traded warmth for stolen memories. The end, or perhaps just the beginning, because in Bloomdale the story never truly ends. It simply weaves itself into the ever-changing tapestry of life love, and the memories that bind us all together. The harmattan wind, a dry, rasping breath from the Sahara, whipped through the skeletal remains of Oyo-Ile, the ancient capital of the Yoruba kingdom. Once, smoke from the sacred fire had billowed here, a visible connection to the heavens, a promise of prosperity and the watchful gaze of the Orishas, the deities. Now, only dust devils danced where flames had once leaped, and the silence was a heavy shroud. Ayo, a diviner with eyes like polished obsidian and the lean strength of a desert cat, knelt before the blackened altar. He traced the intricate carvings, each a prayer, a sacrifice, a plea answered long ago. Today, there was no answer. The fire pit was cold, a gaping maw in the heart of the ruined city. The ember of Alaafin, the eternal flame symbolizing the king's divine right and the kingdom's connection to the cosmos, was extinguished. Ayo closed his eyes, and the wind seemed to whisper secrets in his ear, not secrets of the living, but echoes of the dead, the lamentations of ancestors, and the distant murmurs of the Orishas. He saw visions flicker behind his eyelids, a sky choked with darkness, fields withering under a merciless sun, and the faces of his people etched with despair. He opened his eyes with a jolt. The vision was clear. The extinguishing of the ember was not merely a tragedy for Oyo-Ile, but a disruption in the cosmic balance. The realms of the living and the spirit world were blurring, chaos was brewing, and if the fire wasn't relit, the consequences would be catastrophic. Ayo was no ordinary diviner. He was a babalawo, a master of Ifa divination, chosen by the Orishas themselves. He could commune with the spirits, interpret the will of the deities, and navigate the treacherous paths between worlds. It was a gift and a burden, a responsibility he had never sought but could not ignore. He rose, his worn leather sandals crunching on the cracked earth. He clutched the tools of his trade, his opal, a divination chain made of sacred seeds, his iroka, an ivory tapper used to invoke the Orishas, and his ace, a small gourd filled with powerful herbs and potent words. His journey had begun. Ayo knew he couldn't simply relight the fire. The circumstances of its extinguishing were shrouded in mystery, and the reasons he suspected were rooted in the spirit world. He needed guidance, and for that he turned to Eshu, the trickster god, the gatekeeper between realms, the master of crossroads and chaos. He traveled for days, guided by the sun and the stars, his path leading him through sun-baked savannas, lush forests teeming with unseen creatures, and villages clinging to life in the shadow of the ancient kingdom. He listened to the whispers of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the songs of the birds, seeking clues, deciphering the subtle language of the natural world. Finally, he reached a sacred grove, a place where ancient trees clawed at the sky and the air hummed with an unseen energy. In the center stood a towering Iroko tree, its roots thick and gnarled, disappearing into the earth like grasping fingers. This was Eshu's domain. Ayo approached the Iroko tree with reverence, prostrating himself before its immense presence. He scattered kola nuts at its base, a traditional offering, and began to chant, his voice weaving a tapestry of ancient words, invoking the name of Eshu Elegbara. The air crackled with energy, and the shadows around the Iroko tree deepened. A figure materialized from the darkness, tall and lean, with eyes that gleamed like embers. He wore a patchwork of clothes, each piece taken from a different era, and a mischievous grin played on his lips. "Ayo, Babalawo," Eshu said, his voice a melodic rumble. "I have been expecting you. The ember's fall has caused quite a stir, even in my realm. What troubles you?" Ayo explained his plight, his voice filled with urgency. "The fire is extinguished, Eshu. The balance is disrupted. I need to know why. I need to know how to relight it." Eshu chuckled, a sound that echoed through the grove. "Ah, the ways of the Orishas are never simple, are they? The fire was not extinguished by accident. It was a consequence, a symptom of a deeper ailment." He paused, his gaze piercing Ayo's soul. "The balance between the realms is maintained by respect, by offerings, by remembrance. But the people have forgotten the old ways. They have turned their backs on the Orishas, chasing after fleeting pleasures and empty promises. Their neglect has weakened the veil between worlds, allowing darkness to seep through." "And who benefits from this darkness?" Ayo asked, his hand instinctively reaching for his Iroke. "That, Babalawo, is what you must discover," Eshu replied, his grin widening. "The path to the ember's relighting lies through the spirit world. You must journey to Orun, the realm of the ancestors, and uncover the truth. But be warned, the journey is fraught with peril. You will face trials that will test your courage, your wisdom, and your soul." The journey to Ile-Ife, the realm of the Orishas, was even more perilous than the descent into Orun. Ayo had to navigate treacherous landscapes, overcome formidable obstacles, and face trials that tested his very sanity. He had to climb mountains that pierced the clouds, cross rivers of molten lava, and traverse deserts where mirages danced like mocking spirits. He was tested by Ogun, the Orisha of iron and war, who challenged his courage and his strength. He was seduced by Oshun, the Orisha of beauty and love, who tempted him with earthly pleasures. He was confronted by Shango, the Orisha of thunder and lightning, who demanded his unwavering loyalty. With each challenge, Ayo grew stronger, wiser, and more determined. He learned to harness his inner strength, to resist temptation, and to remain true to his purpose. He realized that the journey was not just about relighting the ember, but about transforming himself into the person he needed to be to save his people. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he reached Ile-Ife, a city of shimmering gold and radiant light. The air was filled with the scent of flowers and incense, and the sounds of music and laughter echoed through the streets. It was a place of unparalleled beauty and serenity, a refuge from the chaos and darkness of the other world. He was greeted by Obatala, the Orisha of purity and light, who welcomed him with open arms. "Ayo Babalawo," Obatala said, his voice filled with compassion. "We have been waiting for you. You have proven yourself worthy to stand before the Orishas." Obatala led Ayo to a grand palace, where all the Orishas were gathered. They sat on thrones of gold and ivory, their faces radiating divine power. Ayo prostrated himself before them, his heart filled with awe and reverence. The Orishas listened intently as Ayo recounted his journey, his voice filled with passion and urgency. They knew the danger that Iku posed, and they understood the importance of relighting the sacred fire. After he finished, Shango, the Orisha of thunder and lightning, rose from his throne, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. "This Iku must be destroyed," he thundered. "It threatens the very fabric of existence." Oshun, the Orisha of beauty and love, spoke next, her voice soft but firm. "We cannot simply destroy Iku," she said. "It is a part of ourselves, a reflection of our own darkness. We must find a way to heal the wounds that gave rise to it, to transform the despair into hope, the hatred into love." The Orishas debated for what seemed like an eternity, their voices echoing through the palace. Finally, Obatala, the Orisha of purity and light, spoke, his voice filled with wisdom and compassion. "We cannot fight darkness with darkness," he said. "We must fight it with light. We must rekindle the flame of hope in the hearts of the people, restore their faith in the Orishas, and remind them of the power of love and forgiveness." He turned to Io, his gaze piercing his very soul. "Io Babalawo," he said, "you are the chosen one. You have the strength, the wisdom, and the compassion to defeat Iku and relight the sacred fire." He handed Io a small, unassuming clay pot. "This is the source of the ember's power," he said. "It contains the essence of creation, the spark of life. Take it back to Oyo Ile and use it to relight the sacred fire. But remember, the fire will only burn if the people's hearts are filled with hope and faith." Io returned to the mortal world, his heart filled with a renewed sense of purpose. He knew that his journey was far from over. He still had to confront Iku, the spirit of death and destruction, and he still had to convince the people to embrace hope and faith. He traveled back to Oyo Ile, the ruined capital of the Yoruba kingdom. The city was even more desolate than before, the air thick with despair, and the silence broken only by the mournful cries of the wind. He found the people huddled together, their faces etched with fear and hopelessness. They had lost their faith in the Orishas, their belief in the future. They had given up on life. Io climbed onto the blackened altar, holding the clay pot high above his head. "People of Oyo Ile," he cried, his voice echoing through the ruined city, "I have returned from the realm of the Orishas. I have seen the source of our darkness, and I know how to defeat it." He told them of his journey, of the trials he had faced, and of the wisdom he had gained. He reminded them of the power of the Orishas, of the importance of hope and faith, and of the strength that lay within them. At first, the people were skeptical. They had been through so much pain and suffering that they had lost the ability to believe in anything. But as Io spoke, his passion and sincerity began to touch their hearts. He showed them the clay pot, the source of the ember's power. "This is the spark of life," he said. "It has the power to heal our wounds, to restore our hope, and to relight the sacred fire." Eshu vanished as quickly as he had appeared, leaving Io alone in the silent grove. He knew what he had to do. He had to journey to Orun, the land of the dead, and confront whatever forces had conspired to extinguish the sacred fire. The entrance to Orun was hidden deep within a cavern, guarded by ancient spirits and shrouded in an almost tangible darkness. Io prepared himself with potent herbs and incantations, fortifying his spirit against the dangers that awaited him. He drew a protective circle around himself with white chalk, invoking the protection of Obatala, the Orisha of purity and light. He stepped into the darkness, and the world dissolved around him. He felt a disorienting sensation of falling, of being pulled through a vortex of swirling energy. Then suddenly, he was standing on solid ground, but the world around him was unlike anything he had ever seen. Orun was a land of shadows and whispers, a mirror image of the living world, yet distorted and faded. The trees were gnarled and leafless. The rivers flowed with a viscous black fluid, and the air was heavy with the scent of decay and regret. Lost souls wandered aimlessly, their faces etched with sorrow and longing. They were the spirits of those who had died without fulfilling their purpose, trapped between worlds, unable to find peace. Io avoided them, knowing that their despair could easily overwhelm him. He followed the path laid out for him by Aoife divination, using his opale to guide him through the labyrinthine landscape. He encountered mischievous spirits who tried to mislead him, vengeful spirits who sought to drag him into their torment, and ancient guardians who tested his worthiness. He used his knowledge of herbs and incantations to ward off the malevolent spirits, his wisdom to outwit the tricksters, and his unwavering faith in the Orishas to overcome the trials. He learned that Orun was not a place of eternal damnation, but a place of transition, where souls could find redemption or be consumed by their own darkness. As he journeyed deeper into Orun, he began to sense the source of the imbalance, the force that had corrupted the spirit world and led to the extinguishing of the sacred fire. It was a presence, a malevolent entity that emanated from the heart of Orun, a being of immense power and ancient hatred. Io's path led him to a clearing bathed in an ethereal light. In the center stood a circle of ancient trees, their branches intertwined to form a living canopy. Beneath the canopy sat the council of ancestors, the elders of the Yoruba people, their faces lined with wisdom and their eyes filled with the knowledge of generations. He approached the council with reverence, prostrating himself before their collective presence. "Honorable ancestors," he said, his voice filled with respect, "I come seeking guidance. The sacred fire has been extinguished, and the balance between worlds is disrupted. I have been sent to uncover the truth and find a way to relight the ember." The ancestors listened in silence, their gaze penetrating his very soul. Finally, the eldest among them, a woman with hair as white as moonlight and eyes as deep as the ocean, spoke. "Ayo Babalawo," she said, her voice a gentle whisper. "We have been watching you. We have seen your courage, your wisdom, and your unwavering devotion to the Orishas. You are worthy to know the truth." She gestured to a swirling vortex of energy that hung in the air above the clearing. "This is the source of the imbalance. It is the manifestation of the people's neglect, their abandonment of the old ways. It has given rise to a darkness that threatens to consume both the living world and the spirit world." "What is this darkness?" Io asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "It is called Iku," the ancestor replied, "the spirit of death and destruction. It feeds on despair, on anger, on hatred. It was born from the broken promises and the unfulfilled potential of our people. It seeks to sever the connection between the living and the dead, to plunge the world into eternal darkness." "How can I defeat Iku?" Io asked, his heart pounding in his chest. "You cannot defeat it alone," the ancestor replied. "Iku is a reflection of the people's collective consciousness. To defeat it, you must heal the wounds of the past, restore the people's faith in the Orishas, and rekindle the flame of hope in their hearts." She paused, her gaze locking onto Io's. "You must travel to the realm of the Orishas, to Ile Ife, the sacred city, the birthplace of humanity. There you will find the source of the ember's power, and there you will receive the guidance you need to defeat Iku." As he spoke, The ground began to tremble, and the air grew heavy with a chilling presence. Iku, the spirit of death and destruction, had arrived. The entity manifested as a towering figure of pure darkness, its eyes burning with malevolent fire. It exuded an aura of fear and despair that threatened to overwhelm Io and the people. "You cannot defeat me!" Iku boomed, its voice a thunderous roar. "I am the embodiment of your own darkness, your own despair. You are weak and you are doomed." Io stood his ground, his heart filled with courage and determination. He knew that he could not defeat Iku alone. He needed the help of the people, the strength of their faith, and the power of their love. He turned to the people, his eyes filled with compassion. "Do not be afraid," he cried. "We are not weak. We are the descendants of kings and queens, of warriors and healers, of artists and dreamers. We have the power to overcome this darkness, to heal our wounds, and to create a better future." He raised the clay pot high above his head. "Let us relight the sacred fire and let it burn away the darkness. Let us embrace hope and let it guide us to a brighter tomorrow." The people hesitated for a moment, their faces etched with doubt. But then, one by one, they began to nod, their eyes filling with a glimmer of hope. They reached out to each other, offering words of encouragement and support. Io placed the clay pot on the blackened altar and opened it. A spark of light emanated from within, growing brighter and brighter until it filled the entire city. The spark ignited the dried wood and herbs that had been placed in the fire pit, and a flame flickered to life. The flame grew stronger and stronger until it became a roaring inferno, reaching for the heavens. The light of the fire banished the darkness, and the warmth of the flames chased away the chill. As the fire burned, the people began to chant, their voices rising in unison, their words filled with power and emotion. They chanted the names of the Orishas. They chanted the names of their ancestors, and they chanted the names of their loved ones. Their chanting created a wave of energy that washed over Iku, weakening its power. The entity shrieked in agony as the light of the fire burned away its darkness. Finally, with a deafening roar, Iku exploded into 1,000,000 pieces, its essence scattered to the winds. The spirit of death and destruction was defeated, its reign of terror brought to an end. As the flames of the sacred fire danced in the sky, the people of Oyo Ile rejoiced. They had overcome their darkness, they had restored their faith, and they had rekindled a flame of hope in their hearts. Io watched as the people celebrated, his heart filled with joy and gratitude. He had done his duty, he had fulfilled his purpose, and he had saved his people from destruction. He knew that the journey was far from over. The world would always face challenges, and the darkness would always lurk in the shadows. But he also knew that the people of Oyo Ile had the strength and the wisdom to overcome any obstacle, to face any darkness, and to create a better future for themselves and for generations to come. The sacred fire burned brightly, a beacon of hope in a world filled with uncertainty. The ember of Alafin was rekindled, and the cosmic balance was restored. The connection between the living and the dead was strengthened, and the Orishas smiled down upon their people with love and compassion. Io, the wandering diviner, had saved his kingdom. He had traveled through realms of gods and spirits, confronted his own inner demons, and emerged victorious. He was a hero, a legend, a symbol of hope for all who sought to overcome darkness and embrace the light. As the sun rose over Oyo Ile,
casting a golden glow on the faces of the people. Io knew that the future was bright, the ember was burning, and the spirit of the Yoruba people would endure. The journey had been long and arduous, but in the end, love, faith, and unity prevailed. He was more than just a diviner, he was a restorer of balance, a guardian of his people, a testament to the power of belief.
The salt spray stung Amma's face as she stood on the Accra shoreline, the humid Ghanaian air thick with the scent of fish and anticipation. Tonight was the night. For generations, her family had held the vigil, passing down the knowledge, the rituals, and the bone-deep understanding of what this night meant. Tonight, Ogiakrom, the city of the dead, would rise. Amma wasn't a traditional priestess or even particularly spiritual in the conventional sense. She was a software engineer, coding by day and chasing server errors. But the blood of her ancestors flowed in her veins, a current stronger than any algorithm. She couldn't deny the pull, the electric hum in the air that grew stronger as the moon climbed higher. Around her, the beach throbbed with life. Fishermen had pulled their canoes ashore, offering libations to the sea gods, their voices a low, reverent murmur. Tourists, drawn by whispered legends and viral TikTok videos, mingled with locals, their cameras poised, eager to capture the spectacle. Amma found their presence jarring, a crass intrusion into something sacred. This wasn't a show, it was a reckoning. Her grandmother, Nana Abena, stood beside her, her face a roadmap of wrinkles etched by time and wisdom. Nana Abena's eyes, though clouded with age, held a sharp, unwavering focus. She clutched a gnarled wooden staff, its surface worn smooth by decades of rituals. "They are here for a spectacle, Amma," Nana Abena said, her voice raspy but firm, cutting through the ambient noise. "They do not understand the weight of what we witness." Amma nodded, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension that made the hairs on her arms stand on end. Then it began. A faint, ethereal glow shimmered on the water, barely visible at first. It pulsed, grew brighter, coalescing into a luminous form. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath as the impossible unfolded before their eyes. Ogiakrom rose from the depths. It wasn't a city of rotting corpses or grotesque specters as the sensationalist stories often claimed. It was beautiful, hauntingly so. Buildings crafted from shimmering opalescent stone spiraled towards the heavens, their architecture defying earthly physics. Ghostly lights flickered in the windows, and faint music, like the echo of a forgotten song, drifted across the water. It was a city frozen in time, a testament to a civilization lost to the sea, yet somehow preserved in a realm beyond mortal comprehension. Amma felt a wave of awe wash over her, mingled with a primal fear. The city was beautiful, but it was also undeniably wrong. It shouldn't exist. It defied the natural order. This year, though, there was something different. Aside from the normal ghostly lights of Ogiakrom, there was a pulsating golden light. It originated from the highest tower of the floating city, a beacon visible even from the shore. It was a light of immense power, of resistance. Nana Abena gripped Amma's arm, her fingers surprisingly strong. "He is here," she whispered, her voice filled with a mixture of dread and anticipation. "He has returned?" "Who?" Amma asked, her heart pounding in her chest. Before Nana Abena could answer, a figure emerged from the golden light. It was a man, or rather, the shape of a man, formed from pure energy. He hovered in the air between Ogiakrom and the shore, his form flickering like a dying flame. He looked at the crowd, and the tourists, even in their morbid fascination, took a step back. The man's gaze swept over the crowd like he was searching for someone or something. When the man's gaze settled on Amma, she forgot how to breathe. The man spoke, his voice resonating in Amma's mind, bypassing her ears altogether. "I am Kwame," he said, "and I will not stay dead." Chaos erupted. The tourists screamed, scrambling back from the shore. The fishermen, hardened by years of facing the unpredictable sea, crossed themselves and chanted ancient prayers. Nana Abena pushed Amma behind her, raising her staff in a defensive posture. "He is a rogue spirit," Nana Abena said, her eyes fixed on Kwame. "A soul who refuses to accept his fate. He seeks to return to the world of the living, a transgression against the balance." Kwame ignored the commotion, his gaze still locked on Amma. "I need your help," he said, his voice pleading. "I cannot do this alone." Amma, despite her fear, felt a strange pull towards Kwame, a flicker of recognition. It was as if she knew him, or perhaps knew of him, from a dream or a forgotten memory. "Why me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Because you are the key," Kwame replied. "You are the link between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Your bloodline carries the power to open the gate." Nana Abena gasped. "He speaks of forbidden magic," she said, her voice trembling. "The gate of return. It is a dangerous path, Amma. It leads to nothing but suffering." Amma ignored her grandmother. She was drawn to Kwame, to his desperation, to the hope that flickered within his spectral form. He was a ghost fighting against his own demise, a rebel against the natural order, and something inside Amma, something she had always suppressed, resonated with that rebellion. "What do you need me to do?" she asked. Kwame's form flickered brighter, as if fueled by her willingness. "I need you to perform the rite of passage," he said, "a ritual passed down through your family. It is the only way to anchor me to the mortal realm." "But the rite is meant to guide souls into the afterlife," Amma protested. "It can be reversed," Kwame said, "with the right intention, with the right power. You have that power, Amma. You have always had it." Nana Abena stepped forward, her face etched with worry. "Amma, do not listen to him. He is manipulating you. He seeks to disrupt the balance of life and death. He will bring nothing but chaos and destruction." Amma looked at her grandmother, at the fear in her eyes. She loved Nana Abena, respected her wisdom. But she couldn't ignore the pull, the undeniable feeling that this was her destiny, her purpose. "I have to try," she said, her voice firm. "I have to see what happens." Nana Abena shook her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Then you walk a dangerous path, child, a path from which there may be no return." The next few days were a blur of frantic research and whispered consultations with Nana Abena. Despite her disapproval, Nana Abena couldn't deny the ancient knowledge that flowed through her veins. She reluctantly guided Amma through the intricacies of the rite of passage, explaining the chants, the offerings, and the precise movements required to perform the ritual. Amma pored over ancient texts, her coding skills proving surprisingly useful in deciphering the cryptic symbols and archaic language. She learned about the Gate of Return, a mythical portal between the worlds of the living and the dead, a gate that was said to be guarded by powerful spirits. She also learned about Kwame. He was a warrior, a hero of his time, who had died defending his city from invaders. But his spirit was restless, unable to find peace in the afterlife. He believed that his purpose was not yet fulfilled, that he still had a role to play in the world of the living. Amma found herself drawn to Kwame's story, to his unwavering determination. She admired his courage, his refusal to accept his fate. But she also worried about the consequences of his actions. Could one soul, no matter how noble, truly defy the natural order without causing irreparable damage? As she prepared for the ritual, Amma felt the weight of responsibility press down on her. She was not just performing a ceremony, she was potentially altering the fabric of reality. She was opening a door that should have remained closed, inviting the unknown into the world. She shared her concerns with Kwame, communicating with him through dreams and meditative trances. He assured her that he understood the risks, that he would do everything in his power to protect the balance. But Amma couldn't shake the feeling that they were playing with forces beyond their comprehension. Finally, the night arrived. The moon was full, its silvery light bathing the Accra shoreline. Amma stood on the beach, surrounded by her family and a small group of trusted friends. Nana Abena stood beside her, her face a mask of stoic resignation. The air was thick with anticipation. The crowd was smaller this time, the tourists having been scared off by rumors of impending doom. But those who remained were there to support Amma, to witness the unfolding of history. Amma took a deep breath, steadied herself, and began the rite of passage. Her voice, amplified by the power of the ritual, echoed across the water. She chanted the ancient words, her body moving in precise rhythmic patterns. She offered libations to the sea gods, invoking their blessings and their protection. As she chanted, she felt a surge of energy flowing through her, a power she had never known she possessed. It was the power of her ancestors, the power of her bloodline, the power to bridge the gap between life and death. Kwame appeared before her, his spectral form shimmering in the moonlight. He reached out his hand, and Amma took it. Their hands touched, and a jolt of electricity surged through her body. The ground began to tremble, the sea churned, the sky crackled with lightning. The gate of return began to open. It wasn't a physical gate, but rather a tear in the fabric of reality, a shimmering portal that led to a realm beyond human comprehension. Amma could see glimpses of swirling colors, of strange landscapes, of faces both familiar and alien. The gate pulsed with energy, drawing Kwame towards it. He turned to Amma, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you," he said. "You have given me a second chance." "What happens now?" Amma asked, her voice trembling. "Now, I fight for my place in the world of the living," Kwame replied. "I will not let this opportunity go to waste." He stepped through the gate. For a moment, everything was still. The trembling stopped. The sea calmed. The lightning subsided. Then, the gate slammed shut. Amma collapsed to her knees, exhausted but exhilarated. She had done it. She had opened the gate of return. She had brought a soul back from the dead. But the victory was short-lived. The aftermath of Kwame's return was chaotic and unpredictable. He materialized in Accra as a being of pure energy, struggling to maintain a physical form. He was weak, disoriented, and vulnerable. Amma and her friends took him in, sheltering him in a secluded location. They helped him learn to control his powers, to adapt to the mortal realm. They taught him about the modern world, about technology, about politics, about the changes that had occurred since his death centuries ago. Kwame was a quick learner. He was intelligent, resourceful, and determined to make a difference. He quickly mastered the basics of technology, using his energy powers to manipulate computers and access information. He studied the history of Ghana, learning about the struggles and triumphs of his people. But he also faced challenges. His presence attracted unwanted attention. Government agencies, religious organizations, and shadowy corporations all sought to control him, to exploit his powers for their own purposes. Kwame refused to be a pawn. He used his abilities to fight back, to protect the innocent, to expose corruption. He became a symbol of hope for the oppressed, a beacon of light in a dark world. But his actions also had consequences. He made enemies, powerful enemies who were determined to destroy him. They spread rumors, launched smear campaigns, and even attempted to assassinate him. Amma and her friends stood by Kwame, protecting him from his enemies, guiding him through the complexities of the modern world. They became his family, his support system, his anchor to the mortal realm. As Kwame grew stronger, he began to remember details of his past life. He remembered his family, his friends, his city. He remembered the invaders who had killed him, the war that had destroyed his civilization. He became obsessed with finding out what had happened to his people, to his city. He used his powers to search for clues, to uncover ancient secrets. He discovered that Ogiakrom had not been completely destroyed. A small group of survivors had managed to escape the invaders, fleeing to a remote island where they had rebuilt their civilization. Kwame was determined to find them, to reunite with his people. But the journey would be dangerous. The island was said to be protected by powerful spirits who guarded it from outsiders. And Kwame's enemies were still hunting him, eager to capture him before he could reach his destination. Amma knew that she had to help him. She had brought him back from the dead, and she felt responsible for his well-being. She also believed in his mission, in his desire to reconnect with his past. Together, they embarked on a perilous quest, a journey that would take them across the seas, through uncharted territories, and into the heart of ancient mysteries. Their journey took them to hidden sanctuaries and forgotten temples, each step revealing more about Kwame's past and the fate of his people. Amma, initially a reluctant participant, found herself growing increasingly invested, her analytical mind captivated by the intricate tapestry of history and magic they were uncovering. The bond between her and Kwame deepened, forged in the crucible of shared danger and purpose. She was no longer just helping a rogue spirit. She was fighting for a lost civilization, for the preservation of a forgotten culture. They learned that Ogiakrom wasn't merely a city of the dead, but a repository of knowledge and power, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. The city's reappearance every century wasn't random. It was a deliberate act, a cyclical attempt to re-establish contact with the living world, to share its wisdom and its warnings. Kwame's return was not just a personal quest, it was a catalyst, a trigger that could potentially reignite the flame of Ogiakrom's legacy. But it also carried the risk of exposing the city's secrets to those who would exploit them for their own gain. Their pursuers were relentless. A shadowy organization known as the Collectors sought to capture Kwame, believing that his energy powers could be harnessed to create weapons of unimaginable destruction. They were led by a ruthless woman named Dr. Evelyn Reed, a brilliant but morally bankrupt scientist who saw Kwame as nothing more than a scientific experiment. They faced trials that tested their courage and their resolve. They battled ancient spirits, navigated treacherous landscapes, and outsmarted cunning adversaries. Amma's coding skills came in handy, allowing her to hack into security systems, decipher encrypted messages, and create technological countermeasures against their enemies. Kwame's powers grew stronger, but so did his awareness of the responsibility that came with them. One particular encounter stands out. They found themselves in a hidden cave guarded by a colossal earth spirit, its body formed from living rock. The spirit challenged Kwame, testing his worthiness to enter the sacred realm of Ogiakrome survivors. Kwame faced the spirit with humility and respect, acknowledging the spirit's power and its role as a protector. He spoke of his desire to reconnect with his people, to learn from their wisdom, and to help them preserve their culture. The spirit was moved by Kwame's sincerity. It granted them passage, but warned them of the dangers that lay ahead. The path to reunion is fraught with peril, the spirit boomed. You will face trials that will test your very souls. But remember, the strength of your spirit is greater than any obstacle. Finally, after months of relentless pursuit, they reached the island, a lush, vibrant paradise hidden amidst treacherous reefs and swirling currents. The survivors of Ogiakrome had created a thriving community, blending ancient traditions with modern technology. They lived in harmony with nature, harnessing the power of the elements to sustain their civilization. Kwame was welcomed as a hero, a legend returned to life. He reunited with his descendants, learning about the history of his people, about the sacrifices they had made to preserve their culture. But the reunion was bittersweet. The survivors of Ogiakrome were wary of the outside world, fearful of exposing their secrets to those who would exploit them. They were divided on the question of whether to reveal themselves to the world or to remain hidden in their sanctuary. Kwame found himself caught in the middle, torn between his desire to share his people's wisdom with the world and his loyalty to their traditions of seclusion. Meanwhile, Dr. Reed and the Collectors were closing in. They had tracked Kwame to the island, determined to capture him and seize the secrets of Ogiakrome. A final confrontation was inevitable. The Collectors launched a full-scale assault on the island, using advanced weaponry and technological gadgets. The survivors of Ogiakrome fought back with their ancient powers and their knowledge of the island's defenses. Kwame and Amma led the defense, using their combined skills and abilities to repel the invaders. Kwame channeled his energy powers, creating shields of light, deflecting missiles, and disrupting the Collector's technology. Amma used her coding skills to hack into their systems, disabling their weapons and creating diversions. The battle was fierce and chaotic. Lives were lost on both sides, but the survivors of Ogiakrome fought with courage and determination, defending their home, their culture, their very existence. In the midst of the chaos, Kwame confronted Dr. Reed. She revealed her twisted vision, her belief that Kwame's powers could be used to create a new world order, a world where the strong ruled over the weak. Kwame rejected her vision, He argued that power should be used to protect the innocent, to uplift the oppressed, to create a world of peace and justice. Their clash was not just a physical battle, but a philosophical one, a struggle between two opposing ideologies. In the end, Kwame prevailed. He used his powers to disable Dr. Reed's technology, rendering her harmless. But he refused to kill her. He believed that even she could be redeemed, that she could learn to use her talents for good. The remaining collectors were defeated, their forces scattered, their plans thwarted. The island was safe. In the aftermath of the battle, the survivors of Ogiakrom faced a difficult decision. Should they remain hidden, or should they reveal themselves to the world? Kwame argued that they had a responsibility to share their wisdom and their knowledge with humanity, to help create a better future. He believed that the world needed Ogyakrom's perspective, its understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, its reverence for nature. But he also acknowledged the risks. Exposure to the outside world could lead to exploitation, to cultural appropriation, to the destruction of their way of life. Ultimately, the decision was left to the elders of Ogiakrom. After much deliberation, they decided to take a cautious approach. They would begin by sharing their knowledge with a select group of individuals, people who were trustworthy and dedicated to making a positive impact on the world. Amma was chosen to be one of the ambassadors, to serve as a link between Ogiakrom and the outside world. She accepted the responsibility with humility and gratitude. Kwame, having fulfilled his purpose, began to fade. His connection to the mortal realm was weakening, his energy dissipating. He knew that it was time for him to return to the afterlife. He said his goodbyes to his people, to Amma, to his friends. He thanked them for their love, their support, their unwavering belief in him. He stepped back through the gate of return, this time willingly, peacefully. As he faded away, he left Amma with a message of hope. "The future is not predetermined," he said. "We have the power to shape our own destinies. We must use that power wisely to create a world that is worthy of our ancestors and worthy of our descendants." Amma returned to Accra, carrying Kwame's message with her. She dedicated her life to building bridges between cultures, to promoting understanding and cooperation, to creating a world where the wisdom of the past could guide the choices of the future. She never forgot Kwame, the rogue spirit who had defied death, who had fought for his people, who had inspired her to embrace her destiny. She knew that his spirit lived on, not just in the afterlife, but in the hearts of all those who dared to challenge the status quo, who dared to dream of a better world. And every 100 years, when Ogiakrom rose from the depths, Amma would stand on the Accra shoreline, listening for the echo of his voice, remembering the lessons he had taught her, and reaffirming her commitment to the cause of justice, equality, and peace. The city would rise again, bringing with it the reminder that even in death, there is the potential for rebirth, for renewal, for the enduring power of the human spirit to transcend the boundaries of time and space. And Amma would be ready, waiting for the next message, the next challenge, the next opportunity to make a difference in the world. The legacy of Kwame, the soul who refused to stay dead, would live on through her and through all those who dared to listen to the echoes of the past and to build a better future. The first sensation was the grit, a constant, abrasive presence coating my tongue, clinging to my skin, filling every crevice. Ash, fine, gray, and seemingly endless. I opened my eyes, but the world offered little relief. The sky was a bruised, perpetual twilight, choked with the same particulate that blanketed the ground. Buildings, or what remained of them, clawed at the dim light like skeletal fingers, their outlines jagged against the oppressive gloom. I sat up, a wave of nausea washing over me. My head throbbed a dull, insistent drumbeat. Memory flickered, fragmented and elusive like moths drawn to a dying flame. Names, faces, they danced just out of reach, leaving me with a profound sense of loss and disorientation. I was alone. My hand instinctively went to my side, finding the familiar weight of a sword. It was long, well balanced, the hilt cool and smooth beneath my fingers, but there was something wrong, something profoundly unsettling about it. The metal, usually gleaming, was dull and stained, as if it had been quenched in something foul. And then I saw it, the weeping. From the fuller, a thin, viscous fluid trickled, black as pitch and smelling faintly of decay. It wasn't water or oil or any substance I recognized. It was wrong. The sword wasn't just a weapon. It was afflicted, burdened with something unspeakable. I recoiled, a primal fear gripping me. What was this thing I held, and why did it feel so intrinsically linked to me? As I pushed myself to my feet, the world swam back into focus. I was in a city, or rather, what had been a city. The scale of the destruction was breathtaking. Buildings were collapsed, reduced to smoldering ruins. Streets were choked with debris, the remnants of a life that had been violently extinguished. This was Ashfold. The name surfaced, unbidden, along with a chilling understanding. Ashfold had burned, but not just burned. Something far more deliberate, far more terrifying had occurred here. The air itself felt heavy, laden with a palpable sense of dread. It was a silence unlike any I had ever experienced, a silence that screamed of absence, of a life force eradicated. It was a silence that pressed down on me, threatening to suffocate me. I began to walk, my boots crunching on the ash-covered ground. Each step was a struggle, my muscles stiff and unresponsive. I followed what was once a main thoroughfare, navigating around collapsed structures and piles of rubble. The devastation was everywhere, a constant reminder of the horror that had unfolded. As I moved deeper into the city, I began to see things, whispers of movement in the periphery, fleeting shadows that darted between the ruins. Sometimes I thought I saw figures, human-like in form, standing motionless in the distance, their faces obscured by the gloom. But whenever I tried to get closer, they vanished, leaving me questioning my sanity. Were they ghosts, illusions born of the oppressive atmosphere, or something else entirely? The sword, still weeping black tears, felt heavier with each passing moment. It was a constant drain, a physical and emotional burden. I considered discarding it, abandoning it to the ashes, but something held me back. A sense of obligation, or perhaps just morbid curiosity. It was a key, I suspected, to understanding what had happened here, to understanding who I was. Days blurred into nights, marked only by the gradual shift in the quality of the twilight. I scavenged for food and water, finding meager supplies in the ruins of what were once homes and shops. Most of it was spoiled or contaminated, but I ate anyway, driven by a primal need to survive. I slept in the hollowed-out shells of buildings, always alert, always listening for any sign of danger. The silence was my constant companion, broken only by the occasional groan of collapsing masonry or the whisper of the wind through the ruins. During one of these meager meals, I found a shield. It was almost completely burned, but some of the metal was still holding it together. I used some of the leather from the sheath of my sword to make a grip handle to hold the shield. The dreams started soon after. Visions of fire, of screams, of faces contorted in terror. I saw Ashfold in its glory, a vibrant city filled with life and laughter. Then the rot came, a creeping darkness that consumed everything in its path. And then the fire, a cleansing inferno that erased the rot, but also the city itself. And in the heart of the fire, I saw him, a figure cloaked in shadow, wearing a crown of burning embers. He sat on a throne of scorched bone, his face hidden from view. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that he was the one who had ordered the burning. He was the King of Ashfold. The dreams left me shaken and disoriented, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. Were they memories, or just figments of my imagination? One day, while exploring the ruins of what appeared to be a temple, I found something that offered a glimmer of hope. A mural, partially intact, depicting scenes of Ashfold's history. I recognized some of the events from my dreams. The city's founding, its rise to power, its prosperity. Then the mural depicted something new, something I hadn't seen before. A ritual, a group of figures, cloaked and hooded, performing some kind of dark ceremony. In the center of the circle stood a towering, grotesque creature, its form shrouded in shadow. The mural showed a creature corrupting the land, spreading the rot that would eventually consume Ashfold. And then the mural showed a single figure, a warrior, wielding a sword that wept black tears. He was depicted as the savior of Ashfold, the one who would vanquish the rot and restore the city to its former glory. I stared at the mural, my heart pounding in my chest. The warrior, he looked like me. The sword, it was the same one I held in my hand. Could it be true? Was I destined to save Ashfold? Or was it already too late? Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, I continued my journey through the ruins. I sought out any clues, any remnants of the past that could help me understand the rot and how to defeat it. I found fragments of ancient texts detailing the history of the rot and its origins. It was an ancient evil, a parasitic force that fed on life and corrupted everything it touched. It had been banished long ago, but somehow it had returned to Ashfold. The texts spoke of a way to defeat the rot, a ritual that required a sacrifice, a cleansing fire that would burn away the corruption. But the ritual was dangerous, and the price of failure was unimaginable. I also learned more about the King of Ashfold, the one who wore the crown of cinders. His name was Arian, and he was said to be a wise and just ruler. But the rot had twisted him, corrupted his mind and body. He had become a tyrant, consumed by a desire to control the rot, to harness its power for his own ends. In a last-ditch effort to save his kingdom, Arian had ordered the burning of Ashfold. He believed that the fire would cleanse the rot, that it would destroy the source of the corruption. But he was wrong. The fire had only amplified the rot, turning Ashfold into a wasteland of ash and despair, and Arian himself had become something else, a creature of fire and ash, bound to the throne of scorched bone, forever ruling over his ruined kingdom. I knew then what I had to do. I had to confront Arian, the Cinder King. I had to end his reign of terror and find a way to cleanse Ashfold of the rot. The path to the Cinder King led to the heart of the city, to the ruins of the royal palace. It was the most heavily fortified area in Ashfold, guarded by twisted creatures of ash and shadow. I fought my way through them, my sword a blur of motion. The black tears flowed freely, burning away the corruption with each strike. The combat was brutal, exhausting, but I pressed on, driven by my determination to save Ashfold. Finally, I reached the throne room. It was a vast, cavernous space filled with the stench of fire and decay. In the center of the room sat Arion, the Cinder King. He was a terrifying sight. His body was charred and twisted, his skin cracked and bleeding embers. His eyes glowed with an infernal light, and his voice was a rasping whisper that echoed through the chamber. "You have come," he said, his gaze fixed on me. "I have been expecting you." "You destroyed Ashfold," I said, my voice trembling with rage. "You unleashed the rot." "I tried to save it," Arion replied, his voice filled with pain. "But the rot, it was too strong. I had to burn it away to cleanse it with fire." "The fire only made it worse," I said. "You doomed us all." "Perhaps," Arion said, "but there is still hope. You are the key. The sword you wield, it is the only thing that can truly destroy the rot." He rose from his throne, his movement slow and labored. "Kill me," he said, "end my suffering, and use the sword to cleanse Ashfold. It is the only way." I hesitated. Could I do it? Could I kill the king even in his corrupted state? But then I looked at the ruins of Ashfold, at the suffering of its people. I knew what I had to do. I raised my sword, the black tears dripping onto the floor. "I'm sorry," I said, and then I struck. The sword plunged into Arion's heart, and he let out a final agonized scream. His body crumbled into ash, and the crown of cinders fell to the ground. With Arion dead, the rot began to recede, the shadows dissipated, and the air felt lighter, cleaner. But Ashfold was still a wasteland. The task of rebuilding lay ahead. I picked up the crown of cinders, its embers still glowing faintly. It was a symbol of Ashfold's past, of its destruction and its hope for the future. I placed the crown on my head, feeling the weight of it settle upon me. I was the last of the royal line, the only one who could lead Ashfold back to its former glory. But I knew that I couldn't do it alone. I needed the help of the survivors, the few who had managed to escape the burning. I ventured out into the ruins, searching for any sign of life, and slowly but surely I found them. People who had lost everything, but who still clung to hope. Together, we began to rebuild Ashfold. It was a long and arduous process, but we were determined to succeed. We cleared the rubble, replanted the fields, and rebuilt the homes. And as we worked, the land began to heal. The ash receded, and the first signs of green began to emerge. Hope bloomed in the wasteland. The sword continued to weep, but the tears were no longer black. They were clear, pure like water. The rot was gone, cleansed by the fire and the sacrifice of the Cinder King. Ashfold would never be the same, but it would rise again. A new city built on the ashes of the old. A city of hope, resilience, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. And I, the one who had awakened in the ashes, would be its ruler, not a king, but a protector, a guardian of the flame, ensuring that the rot never returned. The cinder crown, once a symbol of destruction, had become a symbol of hope. And I would wear it with pride, knowing that I had played my part in saving Ashfold. The weeping sword, no longer a burden, was now a symbol of sacrifice and cleansing. But the story doesn't end there. Years passed. Ashfold slowly healed, the scars of the burning fading with each passing season. The city was rebuilt, stronger and more resilient than before. The people prospered and the land flourished. I ruled wisely and justly, guiding Ashfold towards a new era of peace and prosperity. The cinder crown, once a symbol of destruction, had become a symbol of hope and renewal. But the memories of the burning never faded. The faces of those who had perished haunted my dreams. The fear of the rot returning lingered in the back of my mind. I knew that I could never truly rest, that I had to remain vigilant, always ready to defend Ashfold from any threat. One day, a traveler arrived in Ashfold, bearing news of a growing darkness in the east. A new form of rot was spreading, consuming everything in its path. It was more powerful, more insidious than the rot that had destroyed Ashfold. The traveler warned that this new rot was heading towards Ashfold and that the city would be defenseless against it. Fear gripped the hearts of the people. The memories of the burning were still fresh in their minds. They knew what the rot was capable of, and they were terrified. I gathered my advisors and discussed the situation. Some argued that we should flee, abandon Ashfold, and seek refuge elsewhere. Others argued that we should fight, defend our city to the last man. I listened to their arguments, but I knew what I had to do. I couldn't run. I couldn't abandon Ashfold. I had a duty to protect my people, to defend them from the rot. I ordered the city to be fortified. The walls were reinforced, and the defenses were strengthened. The people were armed and trained, ready to fight for their lives. And then I set out to find the source of the new rot. I knew that if I could destroy it at its source, I could save Ashfold from destruction. I traveled east, following the trail of the rot. I passed through ruined villages and desolate landscapes, witnessing the devastation it had wrought. The rot was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was a living, breathing entity, a parasitic force that consumed everything in its path. It twisted and corrupted the land, turning it into a grotesque mockery of life. I encountered creatures that had been infected by the rot. They were twisted and deformed, their minds consumed by madness. They attacked me without mercy, driven by a primal hunger. I fought them off, my sword weeping the black tears. The tears burned away the rot, but they were no match for the sheer number of creatures. I pressed on, determined to reach the source of the rot. I knew that time was running out and that Ashfold was in grave danger. Finally, I reached my destination, a dark and forbidding forest, shrouded in mist and choked with the stench of decay. This was the heart of the rot, the place where it had originated. I entered the forest, my sword drawn. The air was thick with the stench of corruption, and the trees were twisted and grotesque. The ground was covered in a thick layer of slime, and the silence was broken only by the sound of dripping water. I moved deeper into the forest, my senses on high alert. I knew that I was not alone, that the rot was watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. And then I saw it, a towering, grotesque creature, its form shrouded in shadow. It was the source of the rot, the embodiment of all that was evil and corrupt. The creature turned its gaze upon me, its eyes glowing with an infernal light. It let out a deafening roar, and the ground began to tremble. I knew that this was it, the final battle. The fate of Ashfold rested on my shoulders. I charged towards the creature, my sword raised high. The black tears flowed freely, burning away the rot that surrounded it. The creature attacked, its claws tearing through the air. I dodged its attacks, my movements swift and precise. I struck back, my sword plunging into the creature's flesh. It roared in pain, and the rot began to recede. But the creature was too powerful. It shrugged off my attacks and retaliated with a vengeance. I was knocked to the ground, my body bruised and battered. The creature loomed over me, its claws dripping with rot. I knew that I was beaten, that I couldn't win, but I refused to give up. I had to protect Ashfold, even if it meant sacrificing my life. I closed my eyes and prepared for the end, but then something unexpected happened. A blinding light filled the forest, and a wave of energy washed over me. The creature screamed in agony, and its body began to disintegrate. I opened my eyes and saw a figure standing before me. It was a woman, her face radiant with light. She wore a suit of armor that gleamed like silver, and she wielded a sword that burned with holy fire. She was an angel, a celestial being sent to aid me in my fight against the rot. The angel raised her sword and struck the creature, obliterating it in a single blow. The rot vanished, and the forest began to heal. The angel turned to me, her eyes filled with compassion. "You have fought bravely," she said. "You have saved Ashfold, but your journey is not yet over." She told me that the rot was not truly defeated, that it would return again and again, but she also told me that I was not alone, that there were others who would fight alongside me. She gave me a gift, a small seed that contained the essence of life. She told me to plant the seed in Ashfold, and that it would grow into a tree that would protect the city from the rot. I thanked the angel and returned to Ashfold. I planted the seed in the heart of the city, and it began to grow. Within days, a towering tree had sprung up, its branches reaching towards the sky. Its leaves were of vibrant green, and its trunk was as strong as steel. The tree radiated a powerful energy that cleansed the land and protected the city from the rot. Ashfold was safe, at least for now. I continued to rule Ashfold, guiding it towards a brighter future. The memories of the burning never faded, but they no longer haunted me. I had found peace, knowing that I had done everything I could to protect my people. But I also knew that the fight was not over, that the rot would return one day, and when it did, I would be ready. I would stand alongside my allies, the defenders of Ashfold, and we would fight to protect our city from the darkness. The cinder crown, once a symbol of destruction, had become a symbol of hope, resilience, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. And I would wear it with pride, knowing that I was a protector of Ashfold, a guardian of the flame. The weeping sword, no longer a burden, was now a symbol of sacrifice, cleansing, and the eternal battle against the forces of evil. My story is far from over, I am sure of it. The tree that grew from the seed given to me by the angel bore fruit. These fruits did not look like any fruit I've seen. They were dark, like the weeping of the sword, but shined with the same silver shade as the armor of the angel. I consulted with the wisest of Ashfold to decide what to do with them, and they all agreed. Eat them. I was hesitant. What if these were poisoned or had some adverse effect? But I was the protector, the ruler. I had to be the example. I ate one of the fruits. I felt immediately stronger. I felt like I could run for days and not get tired. so I began doing so. I gathered a group of our best people, gave them the fruits, and ran. We kept going until we reached other towns, other settlements. We gave all of them fruits and told them to keep going to find more people. We had to build an army. The rot would return, I knew it. But this time, we would be ready. We traveled far and wide, recruiting anyone we could find and getting them to eat the fruits that we started calling angel tears. We needed a fortress, a place to plan, a place to retreat to in case something went wrong. So we began looking. We looked for many months, consulting maps, charts, reading old stories, following rumors, until we found it. An old dwarven fortress built into the side of a mountain. It was abandoned for hundreds of years because of a mining accident. But it was perfect. We cleared it out, reinforced the tunnels, and set up shop. I had a vision. I knew what we needed to do. We needed to find the people who could wield the angel tear fruit in the most effective way. I knew who they were. They were the descendants of the people who had originally sealed the rot. They had the blood of angels in their veins. We sent out scouts, and they found them. They were spread out all over the world, living in hiding, afraid of their own power. We brought them to the fortress, and I taught them how to use their powers. We forged weapons of silver, blessed by the angels. We trained for years, preparing for the inevitable return of the rot. And then one day, it came. The rot returned, stronger than ever. It swept across the land, consuming everything in its path. But this time, we were ready. We met the rot head on, our silver weapons gleaming in the sunlight. The battle was fierce, but we were not afraid. We fought with the courage of angels, and we drove the rot back. We pushed it back to the forest where it had originated, and we sealed it away once more. But we knew that it would return, and we would be ready. We would stand guard, always vigilant, always prepared to defend the world from the darkness. And so, my story continues. I am the protector of Ashfold, the guardian of the flame. I am the wielder of the weeping sword, the bearer of the cinder crown. I am the leader of the angel tear army, the champion of light against the darkness. And I will never give up. I will never surrender. I will fight until my very last breath to protect the world from the rot. Because that is my purpose. That is my destiny, and I will not fail. The weeping sword had stopped. It no longer cried. It just bled. It constantly bled black and silver blood, the colors of the rot and the angel. It was pure, it was strong, and it was always ready. The sword had become a part of me, as the cinder crown had, as the fallen kingdom had. I am Ashfold, and Ashfold is me. I am eternal. Elara, her hands weathered like ancient wood, moved with a grace that belied her 70 years. Her world was the hum of bees, a symphony of life played out in the sun-drenched fields surrounding her cottage. These were no ordinary bees. Their honey, a shimmering golden elixir, held the power to unlock the sweetest chambers of memory. A single spoonful could transport one back to their first love, a childhood Christmas, or the day a long-held dream came true. For generations, Elara's family had been the keepers of these golden bees, a sacred trust passed down through blood and whispered secrets. She knew the language of the hive, the subtle dances that communicated needs and warnings. She understood the delicate balance that allowed the bees to create their magic, the precise combination of wildflowers and sunlight that infused their honey with its extraordinary properties. The memory honey, as it was known, wasn't sold for profit. It was given freely, offered as a balm for grief, a tonic for despair, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, joy existed. Elara had seen hardened war veterans weep with the remembered embrace of their mothers, grieving widows laugh with the ghost of their husbands' jokes, and children, robbed of happy beginnings, find solace in fabricated, yet vividly experienced moments of joy. The honey was a gift, a responsibility, and a secret fiercely guarded. Then the silence began. It started subtly, a gradual thinning of the familiar drone that permeated the air around the hives. Elara initially dismissed it as a natural fluctuation, a lull in activity due to the changing seasons. But the lull deepened, the hum faded, and the worst dawned upon her. The bees were vanishing. Hives that had once teemed with life were now eerily quiet, their golden inhabitants dwindling to a mere handful. Panic clawed at Elara's throat. She checked for disease, for parasites, for any of the usual culprits that plagued beekeepers. But the bees were healthy, strong, and strangely disoriented. They seemed to be searching for something, their delicate antennae twitching in confusion. Desperate, Elara consulted the ancient journals left by her ancestors, brittle parchment filled with arcane knowledge and warnings. She pored over their cryptic entries, her heart sinking with each passing hour. Finally, she found it, a passage, almost faded to illegibility, that spoke of a similar crisis, a time when the golden bees had disappeared, lured away by the allure of the Fae, the realm of the unseen, the creatures of myth and legend. Elara had always considered them stories, fantastical tales told to frighten children, but the journals spoke of their capricious nature, their love of beauty, and their insatiable desire for anything that held a spark of magic. The golden bees, with their honey that could manipulate memories, were undoubtedly a treasure in the eyes of the Fae. The journal described a hidden portal, a gateway between the mortal world and the realm of the Fae, located deep within the Whispering Woods, a place shunned by the villagers due to its unsettling atmosphere and strange occurrences. The portal was said to open only under the light of the hunter's moon, the full moon that marked the beginning of autumn. Elara knew what she had to do. She had to venture into the Whispering Woods, find a portal, and confront the Fae. The thought terrified her. She was an old woman, a beekeeper, not a warrior or a hero. But the fate of the bees and the solace they brought to the world rested on her shoulders. She couldn't fail. With a heavy heart, Elara packed a bag with provisions, dried berries, hard cheese, a flask of water, and a small jar of memory honey, salvaged from one of the nearly empty hives. She also took her grandfather's beekeeping veil, a worn leather apron, and a sturdy oak staff, its handle carved with the image of a bee. As she stepped out of her cottage and into the twilight, she felt a shiver run down her spine. The Whispering Woods loomed ahead, a dark and forbidding presence. The Whispering Woods lived up to its name. The wind rustled through the ancient trees, creating a constant murmur of secrets and warnings. Twisted branches clawed at the sky, their gnarled shapes forming grotesque figures in the fading light. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something indefinable, yet undeniably magical. Elara followed the directions in the journal, her steps slow and deliberate. The wood seemed to resist her progress, thorny bushes snagging at her clothes, roots tripping her feet. Strange shadows danced in the periphery, and she could feel unseen eyes watching her every move. As she ventured deeper, the silence became unnerving. The usual sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the hooting of owls, were absent. Only the whispering of the wind remained, a constant reminder that she was not alone. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, she reached a clearing. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wider than a cottage. Its branches, draped with glowing moss, reached towards the sky like supplicating arms. Around the base of the tree, the ground was covered in a ring of luminous mushrooms, their caps pulsing with a soft, ethereal light. This was it, the portal. As Ilara approached the oak, she could feel a surge of energy emanating from it. The air crackled with magic, and the whispering wind intensified, swirling around her like a tangible force. She raised her staff and touched it to the trunk of the tree. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble. The luminous mushrooms pulsed faster, their light growing brighter. The air shimmered, and a swirling vortex of energy opened in front of her, a gateway into another realm. The portal was a kaleidoscope of colors, a swirling vortex of emerald, sapphire, and gold. It pulsed with an irresistible energy, beckoning her to step through. Fear threatened to paralyze her, but Ilara steeled her resolve. She had come too far to turn back now. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the portal. The transition was disorienting. One moment, she was standing in the whispering woods. The next, she was in a world unlike anything she had ever imagined. The air was heavy with the scent of blooming flowers and ripe fruit. Towering trees, their leaves shimmering with iridescent colors, formed a canopy overhead, filtering the light into a soft, ethereal glow. Waterfalls cascaded down moss-covered cliffs, their waters sparkling like liquid jewels. This was the realm of the Fae. The landscape was breathtakingly beautiful, but also unsettlingly alien. The laws of physics seemed to bend and twist here. Trees grew upside down, their roots reaching toward the sky. Water flowed uphill, defying gravity. The air hummed with a constant undercurrent of magic, a palpable energy that made her skin tingle. As Ilara ventured further into the realm, she encountered its inhabitants. The Fae were as varied as the landscape itself. Some were tall and graceful, with flowing hair and piercing eyes. Others were small and mischievous, with pointed ears and mischievous grins. They were dressed in garments woven from leaves, flowers, and shimmering threads of light. They regarded her with curiosity, their eyes glinting with amusement and suspicion. Some whispered to each other in a language she couldn't understand, their voices like the tinkling of bells. Others openly stared, their expressions ranging from mild interest to outright hostility. Ilara knew that she had to be careful. The Fae were known for their trickery, their love of riddles and bargains. She had to tread lightly, speak carefully, and avoid making any promises she couldn't keep. She approached a group of Fae who were gathered around a shimmering pool of water. They were tall and elegant, with skin as pale as moonlight and hair as dark as night. Their eyes were like chips of obsidian, cold and unreadable. "Greetings," Ilara said, her voice trembling slightly. "I am Ilara, a beekeeper from the mortal realm. I have come in search of my bees, the golden bees that make memory honey." The Fae exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. One of them stepped forward, her voice as smooth as silk. "The memory honey? a most intriguing substance, we have heard whispers of its power. My bees have been taken, Elara said, her voice pleading. I believe they have been brought here, to your realm. The Fae smiled, a chillingly beautiful expression. And what makes you think we have your bees? I know the signs, Elara said. The disquiet of the hive, the strange disorientation of the remaining bees, and the ancient journals of my family speak of a time when the Fae were drawn to the bees' magic. The Fae considered her words, her expression, unreadable. Finally, she spoke. Perhaps we do know something of these bees, but if you wish to reclaim them, you must prove yourself worthy. Worthy? Elara asked, her heart sinking. What must I do? You must complete 3 tasks, the Fae said. Each task will test your wit, your courage, and your compassion. If you succeed, we will return your bees. If you fail, you will remain here in our realm forever. Elara felt a shiver run down her spine, but she knew she had no choice. I accept, she said, her voice firm. Tell me the tasks. The Fae smiled again, her eyes glinting with amusement. Very well. Your first task is to find the lost song of the willow. It is a melody of immeasurable beauty, capable of soothing even the most troubled soul. But it has been lost for centuries, hidden somewhere within this realm. You must find it and bring it back to us. Elara nodded, her mind already racing. Finding a lost song in a realm as vast and mysterious as this seemed like an impossible task. But she had to try. And where can I find this willow? Elara asked. The willow doesn't have a fixed location. It wanders with the wind, but it is said to prefer places where sorrow resides, places where tears have been shed. Elara thanked the Fae and set off, her oak staff her only companion. She wandered through the shimmering forests, her ears straining for any hint of the lost song. She asked the creatures she encountered, the pixies, the sprites, the gnomes, if they had heard it, but none of them could help her. Days turned into nights, and Elara grew weary. Doubt gnawed at her, whispering that she would never find the song. Perhaps the Fae had set her an impossible task, knowing that she would fail. Just as she was about to give up, she stumbled upon a hidden glade. In the center stood a weeping willow, its branches heavy with sorrow. The air around it was thick with a palpable sense of sadness, as if the tree itself was grieving. As Elara drew closer, she heard it, a faint, ethereal melody carried on the wind. It was the lost song of the willow, a hauntingly beautiful tune that spoke of loss, longing, and the enduring power of hope. Tears welled up in Elara's eyes as she listened to the song. It resonated with her own grief, the pain of losing her husband, the fear of failing her family's legacy. But it also reminded her of the beauty of life, the joy of connection, and the importance of holding on to hope, even in the darkest of times. She carefully transcribed the melody onto a piece of bark, using charcoal she found nearby. Then, with a heavy heart, she returned to the Fae, carrying the lost song of the willow. The Fae listened intently as Elara played the song on a simple flute she had fashioned from a hollow reed. The melody filled the air, its haunting beauty touching even the coldest hearts. When she finished, the Fae was silent for a moment, their expressions unreadable. Finally, the Fae spoke. The song is indeed beautiful. You have completed the first task, but the next will be even more challenging. Elara waited, her heart pounding in her chest. Your second task is to retrieve the stolen laughter of the children of the glen," the Fae said. "They were once the happiest creatures in this realm, their laughter echoing through the forests. But their joy was stolen by the Shadow Witch, who covets all things bright and beautiful. You must find her lair and retrieve their laughter." Alara felt a chill run down her spine. The Shadow Witch was a creature of nightmares, a being of pure darkness, who delighted in stealing joy and spreading despair. Her lair was said to be located in the Shadowlands, a desolate and foreboding region where sunlight never reached. "How can I find the Shadow Witch's lair?" Alara asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Follow the path of sorrow," the Fae said. "The Shadow Witch leaves a trail of despair in her wake. Where hope fades, where dreams die, there you will find her." Alara thanked the Fae and set off again, her oak staff her only comfort. She followed the path of sorrow, her heart heavy with each step. She passed through blighted lands where the trees were withered and the flowers had turned to ash. She saw creatures weeping, their faces etched with despair. Finally, after days of travel, she reached the Shadowlands. The air was thick with a suffocating darkness, and the ground was littered with broken dreams and shattered hopes. The Shadow Witch's lair was a towering fortress of obsidian, its walls pulsating with a malevolent energy. Alara approached the fortress cautiously, her senses on high alert. She could feel the Shadow Witch's presence, a cold and oppressive force that threatened to crush her spirit. As she neared the gates, she was confronted by the Shadow Witch's minions, grotesque creatures twisted by darkness and despair. They attacked her with savage ferocity, their claws and teeth bared. Alara fought back with all her might, her oak staff a surprisingly effective weapon. She parried their blows, dodged their attacks, and struck them with swift and decisive blows. But the minions were relentless, and she was beginning to tire. Just when she thought she was about to be overwhelmed, she remembered the jar of memory honey she had brought with her. She quickly opened the jar and smeared a dab of the honey onto her tongue. Suddenly, she was filled with a surge of energy and joy. She remembered the love of her family, the beauty of her bees, the satisfaction of helping others. The darkness around her seemed to recede, and she felt a renewed sense of hope and determination. With a newfound strength, she fought off the minions and forced her way into the fortress. Inside, she found herself in a vast chamber, its walls lined with cages. In each cage were the children of the glen, their faces gaunt and their eyes filled with despair. In the center of the chamber stood the Shadow Witch, a tall and terrifying figure cloaked in darkness. She held a crystal orb in her hand, and Alara could see the stolen laughter of the children of the glen swirling within it. "So, you have come to challenge me," the Shadow Witch said, her voice a chilling rasp. "You are a fool to think you can defeat me. I am the mistress of despair, the queen of shadows. Your hope means nothing here." "I may be a fool," Alara said, her voice trembling slightly, "but I will not let you steal the joy of these children. I will not let you spread your darkness." "Then you will die," the Shadow Witch said, and she unleashed her power. Darkness surged towards Alara, threatening to engulf her. But Alara stood her ground, her heart filled with the memory of the memory honey. She focused on the joy of the others, the solace her bees had brought, and she pushed back against the darkness with all her might. A beam of golden light shot from her heart, striking the crystal orb in the Shadow Witch's hand. The orb shattered, and the stolen laughter of the children of the glen was released, filling the chamber with its joyful sound. The Shadow Witch shrieked in agony as the laughter washed over her, weakening her power. Elara seized the opportunity and struck her with her oak staff. The Shadow Witch crumbled into dust, and the darkness in the chamber began to dissipate. The children of the glen were freed from their cages, their laughter echoing through the fortress. They thanked Elara profusely, their eyes shining with renewed joy. Elara felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had completed the second task. With the children of the glen in tow, Elara returned to the Fae, carrying their stolen laughter. The Fae were astonished by her success. "You have shown great courage and compassion," the Fae said. "You have proven yourself worthy. But there is one task remaining. This will be the most difficult task yet." Elara braced herself, her heart pounding in her chest. "Your final task is to heal the wounded king," the Fae said. "He is the ruler of this realm, but he has been struck by a grievous wound, a wound that festers with bitterness and resentment. He is imprisoned within his castle, slowly fading away, his sorrow poisoning the land. You must heal him, or this realm will fall into darkness." Elara felt a wave of despair wash over her. Healing a wounded king, a king consumed by bitterness and resentment, seemed like an impossible task. But she knew she had to try. "How can I heal him?" Elara asked, her voice barely a whisper. "You must offer him a memory," the Fae said, "a memory of pure, unadulterated joy, a memory that will remind him of the beauty of life and the power of love. But the memory must be genuine, a memory that comes from your own heart." Elara felt a flicker of hope. She knew she had many precious memories, moments of joy and connection that she treasured above all else. But could she truly offer one to the king, a stranger consumed by bitterness and resentment? "And how do I offer him this memory?" Elara asked. "Does he need memory honey?" "The memory honey is imbued with your own magic. It would be the same as offering him yourself. You must bare your soul. It is a risk, but if you succeed, you will have saved not only your bees, but this realm." Elara thanked the Fae and set off towards the king's castle, her heart filled with trepidation. The castle was a desolate and foreboding structure, its walls crumbling and its towers shrouded in mist. The air around it was thick with despair, and Elara could feel the king's pain radiating outwards like a palpable force. As she approached the gates, she was stopped by the king's guards. They were grim and unyielding, their faces etched with sorrow. "You cannot enter," they said. "The king wishes to see no one." "I have come to heal him," Elara said, her voice firm. "I have been sent by the Fae." The guards hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly allowed her to pass. Elara entered the castle, her heart pounding in her chest. Inside, she found herself in a vast and desolate hall. The walls were covered in tapestries depicting scenes of joy and celebration, but they were faded and tattered, their colors dulled by the king's sorrow. At the end of the hall, on a throne draped in black velvet, sat the wounded king. He was a gaunt and spectral figure, his face pale and drawn, his eyes filled with pain. Elara approached him cautiously, her heart filled with compassion. "Your Majesty," she said, her voice gentle, "I have come to heal you." The king looked at her with disdain. "Heal me? No one can heal me. My wound is too deep, my pain too great." "I believe I can," Elara said. "I have been given a gift, the ability to share memories. I can offer you a memory of pure joy, a memory that will remind you of the beauty of life and the power of love." The king scoffed. "And what makes you think I want your memories? I have no need for joy or love. They are illusions, fleeting and meaningless." "Perhaps," Ilara said, "but even illusions can bring comfort in the darkest of times. Please, your majesty, allow me to share a memory with you. It will cost you nothing, and it may bring you peace." The king hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Very well," he said. "I have nothing to lose." Ilara took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She focused on a memory of her wedding day. She remembered the warmth of the sun on her skin, the scent of wild flowers in the air, the sound of her husband's laughter. She remembered the love that filled her heart, the joy of starting a new life together. She opened her eyes and looked at the king. "I am ready," she said. She reached out and took the king's hand. As their fingers touched, a surge of energy passed between them. Ilara's memory flooded into the king's mind, filling him with the warmth of love and the joy of connection. The king gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. He saw himself as Ilara's husband standing at the altar, his heart filled with love. He felt the warmth of the sun on his skin, the scent of wild flowers in the air, the sound of his own laughter. For a moment, the king was transported to another time, another place. He was no longer the wounded king, consumed by bitterness and resentment. He was a man in love, filled with hope and joy. Then the memory faded, and the king was back in his castle, sitting on his throne. But something had changed. The darkness in his eyes had diminished, and a faint smile played on his lips. "That was beautiful," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "Thank you." Ilara smiled, her heart filled with joy. She had healed the wounded king. As the king's sorrow faded, his castle began to transform. The crumbling walls were repaired, the tattered tapestries were restored, and the air filled with the sound of music and laughter. The king rose from his throne, his face radiant with joy. "You have saved me," he said to Ilara. "You have saved this realm. I am forever in your debt." Ilara bowed her head. "I am glad I could help," she said. The king then summoned the Fae and commanded them to return Ilara's bees. The Fae obeyed immediately, bringing forth the golden bees from their hidden sanctuary. Ilara watched with tears in her eyes as her bees were released, their golden bodies filling the air with their familiar hum. They swarmed around her, their antennae twitching with recognition. She thanked the king and the Fae for their help, then returned to the mortal realm, carrying her bees with her. As she stepped back through the portal, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment wash over her. She had faced her fears, overcome impossible challenges, and saved her bees from the clutches of the Fae. She had proven herself worthy of her family's legacy, and she had brought hope and joy back to the world. When she returned to her cottage, she found it bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. The remaining bees greeted her with ecstatic dances, their buzzing a symphony of welcome. Ilara wept with joy, her heart overflowing with gratitude. She knew that the journey into the realm of the Fae had changed her. She was no longer just a beekeeper. She was a guardian of hope, a protector of memories, and a bridge between worlds. And as she tended to her golden bees, she knew that their honey would continue to bring solace and joy to those who needed it most. a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the sweetest memories can light the way. The city of Ethel lay nestled in a valley perpetually shrouded in twilight. Above, the moon, a cold, lifeless disk, cast a pallid glow upon the cobblestone streets and towering structures. Ethel was a place of ancient beauty and unsettling silence, a monument to forgotten gods and a stark reminder of mortal limitations. It was a city where memories faded like watercolor paintings left in the rain, and where, most disturbingly, the sound of one's own voice was lost forever upon entry. Tamaka, a cartographer with eyes that held the vastness of maps yet unexplored, stood at the precipice of the valley. She was a woman driven by a thirst for the unknown, her spirit as restless as the winds that whipped through mountain passes. For months she had traced rumors of Ethel, dismissing them as fanciful tales spun by superstitious travelers. But the consistency of the accounts, the shared details of the city bathed in eternal dusk, had piqued her curiosity, that relentless goad that led her to the edge of this valley. Beside her stood Juniper, a botanist whose love for the hidden language of flora rivaled Tamaka's fascination with uncharted lands. Juniper, with her gentle demeanor and calloused hands, sought not conquest, but understanding. The strange reports of Ethel's flora, plants that seemed to defy the laws of nature, blooming in perpetual twilight, had drawn her here. She carried a satchel filled with glass vials and notebooks, ready to document the city's secrets, hoping to understand how life could flourish in such an unnatural environment. Behind them, Cyrus, a historian burdened by the weight of ages past, nervously adjusted the spectacles perched upon his nose. He was a man of books and brittle parchment, more comfortable in the hushed silence of libraries than the uncertainties of the wilderness. He had come to Ethel seeking answers to a riddle that had plagued him for years, a forgotten civilization whose existence was only hinted at in fragmented texts, a people rumored to have vanished without a trace, leaving behind only whispers of a city bathed in twilight. Ramon, a mercenary with a past as shadowed as the valley before them, leaned against a weathered boulder, his eyes scanning the surroundings with practiced vigilance. He was a man of few words, his loyalty bought with coin and kept with a fierce sense of honor. He had been hired by Cyrus, his pragmatic skills a necessary counterpoint to the historian's academic inclinations. Ramon cared little for lost civilizations or botanical anomalies. He was here for the promised reward, but a flicker of something akin to curiosity danced in his eyes as he gazed at the city, the air around which felt heavy with mystery. As they descended into the valley, a strange sensation washed over them. The wind died down, the sounds of the forest faded, and a heavy silence descended, pressing against their eardrums. Tamaka felt a prickling on her skin. Juniper's breath hitched. Cyrus stumbled, and Ramon's hand instinctively tightened on the hilt of his sword. The air itself seemed to hum with an energy that both attracted and repelled. The first glimpse of Ethel stole their breath away. The city was built of a stone that seemed to absorb the faint moonlight, glowing with a soft internal luminescence. Towers pierced the perpetually dusky sky, their spires adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and writhe in the shadows. Buildings leaned against each other like weary travelers, their windows like vacant eyes staring out into the twilight. It was a city of profound beauty, but a beauty tinged with melancholy, a silent testament to a grandeur long past. They approached the city gates, massive arches crafted from the same luminous stone. They were open, inviting, yet also strangely forbidding. Tamaka hesitated, a rare moment of doubt clouding her usually resolute expression. "Are we sure about this?" she asked. But the sound died in her throat, a mere exhalation of air. She tried again, forcing the words out, but only silence answered. Panic flared in her chest. She looked at Juniper, Cyrus, and Ramon, desperately trying to convey her fear, but they seemed oblivious, their attention already drawn to the city before them. She gestured wildly, miming the act of speaking, but they only stared back, their faces blank with incomprehension. Juniper stepped forward, drawn by the sight of strange, luminous plants growing along the base of the gate. They were unlike anything she had ever seen, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. She reached out to touch one, her fingers trembling with anticipation. Cyrus, his eyes wide with wonder, pushed past them, his gaze fixed on the architecture of the city. He recognized elements of a language he had only glimpsed in ancient texts, the intricate carvings on the towers echoing symbols he had spent years deciphering. "This is it," he whispered, his voice also lost to the city's strange enchantment. "This is the city of the Silent Ones." Ramon, ever pragmatic, drew his sword, his eyes darting from shadow to shadow. He didn't trust this silence, this eerie perfection. He knew that danger often lurked beneath the surface of beauty, and Ethel radiated unsettling aura. He signed to the others, pointing to the rooftops, then to the darkened alleyways, warning them to be vigilant. They stepped through the gates entering the city of Ethel. The silence deepened, becoming almost tangible, a heavy blanket that stifled thought and choked the soul. Tamaka felt a growing sense of dread, a primal fear that resonated deep within her bones. She was a cartographer, a woman who prided herself on her ability to navigate the unknown, but here, in this silent city, she felt utterly lost. As they ventured deeper into Ethel, they encountered no living soul. The streets were deserted, the buildings empty. The only signs of habitation were the remnants of a life frozen in time. A table set for a meal, the food long since decayed, a child's toy lying abandoned in the street, a loom still threaded with unfinished cloth. It was as if the inhabitants of Ethel had simply vanished, leaving behind only the echoes of their existence. Juniper, despite the unsettling atmosphere, was enthralled by the city's flora. The plants of Ethel were unlike anything she had ever encountered, their forms twisted and alien, their colors shifting and shimmering in the twilight. She collected samples, carefully documenting their properties in her notebook, her mind racing to understand how these plants could thrive in such a lifeless environment. She discovered a grove of trees whose leaves glowed with an inner light, illuminating the surrounding area with an ethereal radiance. She felt drawn to them, as if they held a key to the city's secrets. Cyrus, meanwhile, was lost in his research. He explored the city's libraries, poring over ancient texts, his fingers tracing the faded inscriptions on crumbling tablets. He discovered accounts of the Silent Ones, a people who had possessed a profound understanding of the natural world, a civilization that had mastered the art of manipulating energy and harnessing the power of the earth. He learned of their downfall, a cataclysm that had plunged the city into perpetual twilight and stolen their voices. He believed that the secret to restoring Ethel lay hidden within these texts, that if he could decipher the ancient language, he could unlock the city's secrets and break the curse that held it captive. Ramon remained vigilant, his senses on high alert. He moved through the city like a ghost, his footsteps silent on the cobblestone streets. He noticed subtle details that the others missed: the faint scratch marks on the walls, the disturbed dust in the corners of rooms, the unnerving feeling of being watched. He sensed that they were not alone in Ethel, that something else was lurking in the shadows, observing their every move. Tamaka, still struggling with the loss of her voice, felt increasingly isolated. She tried to communicate with the others, but her efforts were futile. They were so engrossed in their own pursuits that they barely noticed her distress. She wandered the city alone, her heart heavy with despair. She felt like a ghost in a ghost town, a silent observer trapped in a world she could no longer understand. One evening, as the twilight deepened, Tamaka found herself drawn to the city's central plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a towering monolith, crafted from the same luminous stone as the rest of the city. The monolith was covered in intricate carvings, symbols that seemed to pulse with an inner light. As Tamaka approached, she felt a strange sensation, a tingling in her fingertips, as if the monolith was calling to her. She reached out and touched the stone, her fingers tracing the contours of the carvings. As she did so, a wave of energy surged through her body, a jolt that sent her reeling. Images flashed through her mind, visions of the silent ones, their faces radiant with knowledge, their voices echoing with power, visions of the cataclysm that had destroyed their civilization, the earth trembling, the sky ablaze, visions of a hidden chamber beneath the city, a place where the secrets of the silent ones were preserved. When the vision subsided, Tamaka gasped for breath, her heart pounding in her chest. She felt different, changed. She had glimpsed the truth of Ethel, the history of the silent ones, the secret of the city's silence. And then she heard it, a faint whisper, a sound she had thought she would never hear again. It was her own voice, trembling, hesitant, but undeniably hers. "Hello," she whispered, the word echoing in the silent plaza. "Can anyone hear me?" The sound of her voice shattered the illusion of silence that had enveloped Ethel. Juniper looked up from her plants, her eyes widening in surprise. Cyrus emerged from the library, his face etched with disbelief. Ramon stepped out of the shadows, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. They stared at Tamaka, their expressions a mixture of wonder and confusion. "Tamaka?" Juniper asked, her voice also returning, though raspy from disuse. "Is that you? Can you speak?" "Yes," Tamaka said, tears streaming down her face. "I can speak. I know what happened here. I know how to break the curse." She explained what she had seen, the visions of the silent ones, the cataclysm that had destroyed their civilization, the hidden chamber beneath the city. She told them that the key to restoring Ethel lay in understanding the silent one's connection to the natural world, their ability to harness the earth's energy. Juniper, with her knowledge of the city's flora, realized that the plants were not merely thriving in the twilight. They were drawing energy from it, acting as conduits for the earth's power. Cyrus, with his understanding of the silent one's language, realized that the carvings on the monolith were not mere decoration, but a complex system of symbols that could be used to channel that energy. Together, they devised a plan. They would use Juniper's plants to amplify the Earth's energy, Cyrus's knowledge of the Silent One's language to direct that energy, and Tamaka's newfound understanding of the city's history to guide them to the hidden chamber. Ramon, ever the pragmatist, would provide security, ensuring that they were not disturbed by whatever else lurked in the shadows. They followed Tamaka's lead, venturing deeper into the city than they had ever gone before. They navigated through labyrinthine streets, descended into forgotten catacombs, and climbed to the tops of crumbling towers. Along the way, they encountered strange creatures, beings twisted and warped by the city's unnatural energy. Some were hostile, attacking them with savage ferocity. Others were passive, simply observing them with vacant eyes. Ramon, with his skill and his sword, protected them from the hostile creatures, while Juniper and Cyrus used their respective knowledge to understand and appease the passive ones. Tamaka, guided by her visions, led them ever closer to their goal. Finally, after days of searching, they found it, the entrance to the hidden chamber. It was located beneath the city's main temple, concealed behind a massive stone door that was sealed with ancient magic. Cyrus used his knowledge of the Silent One's language to decipher the runes on the door, while Juniper used her plants to disrupt the magical seals. Ramon, with his brute strength, forced the door open, revealing a dark and forbidding passage. They descended into the chamber, their hearts pounding with anticipation. The air was thick with energy, the silence even more oppressive than above. The chamber was vast and cavernous, its walls lined with shelves filled with ancient artifacts. In the center of the chamber stood a crystal, pulsating with a soft inner light. It was the source of the city's energy, the heart of the Silent One's power. As they approached the crystal, they were confronted by a figure, a being of pure energy, a guardian of the chamber. It was a remnant of the Silent Ones, a consciousness that had been preserved within the crystal, tasked with protecting its secrets. The guardian warned them to turn back, to leave Ethel and never return. It told them that the city was cursed, that its fate was sealed. Tamaka refused to be deterred. She told the guardian that they had come not to steal the Silent One's secrets, but to restore their legacy. She told it that they understood the Silent One's connection to the natural world, their desire to live in harmony with the earth. She pleaded with the guardian to trust them, to give them a chance to break the curse that held Ethel captive. The guardian listened to her words, its energy flickering with uncertainty. It sensed the sincerity in her voice, the genuine desire in her heart. After a long moment of silence, it relented. It told them that it would give them a chance, but that the task would not be easy. They would have to prove themselves worthy of the Silent One's legacy. The guardian revealed the source of the curse. It was not a malevolent force, but an imbalance in the earth's energy, a wound that had been inflicted upon the land during the cataclysm. The Silent Ones had tried to heal the wound, but they had failed, and their efforts had only worsened the situation, trapping the city in perpetual twilight and silencing its inhabitants. To break the curse, they would have to restore the balance of energy, to heal the wound in the earth. The guardian showed them how to do it, teaching them the ancient techniques of the Silent Ones, guiding them through a complex ritual that would channel the Earth's energy and redirect it to the point of imbalance. Together, Tamaka, Juniper, Cyrus, and Ramon performed the ritual. Juniper used her plants to create a network of energy conduits. Cyrus used his knowledge of the Silent One's language to chant the ancient incantations. Ramon used his strength to maintain the flow of energy. Tamaka, guided by the Guardian, acted as the focal point, channeling the energy through her body and directing it to the crystal. As they performed the ritual, the chamber began to tremble. The crystal pulsed with increasing intensity, the air crackling with energy. The Guardian watched with bated breath, its energy shimmering with hope. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the ritual reached its climax. A surge of energy erupted from the crystal, flooding the chamber with light. The wound in the earth began to heal, the imbalance of energy began to dissipate. The twilight that had enveloped Ethel began to fade, replaced by the soft glow of dawn. The silence that had haunted the city was broken by the sound of birds singing, the rustling of leaves, the murmur of voices. The inhabitants of Ethel, who had been trapped in a state of limbo, began to awaken, their memories returning, their voices restored. Ethel was reborn. The city of Whispering Stone was no more. Ethel was now a city of light and sound, a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. The Silent One's legacy was restored, their wisdom preserved for future generations. Tamaka, Juniper, Cyrus, and Ramon had accomplished the impossible. They had broken the curse of Ethel, restoring balance to the earth and bringing life back to a dying city. They had proven themselves worthy of the Silent One's legacy. As the sun rose over Ethel, casting its golden rays upon the city's luminous stone, Tamaka looked at her companions, her heart filled with gratitude. They had faced adversity, overcome obstacles, and emerged victorious. They had learned the true meaning of courage, the power of knowledge, and the importance of friendship. They had found their voices in the city of silence, and in doing so, they had found themselves. They stayed in Ethel for a time, helping the city rebuild and sharing their knowledge with its inhabitants. But eventually, the call of the unknown beckoned them once more. Tamaka yearned to explore new lands. Juniper sought to discover new species of plants. Cyrus longed to decipher new ancient texts, and Ramon craved the thrill of adventure. They knew that their journey was far from over, that there were still countless mysteries to be solved, countless challenges to be overcome. But they also knew that they were ready for whatever lay ahead, that they had the strength, the knowledge, and the friendship to face any obstacle. As they left Ethel behind, they carried with them the memory of the city of silence, a reminder of the power of hope, the importance of balance, and the enduring legacy of the Silent Ones. They knew that they would never forget their time in Ethel, that it would forever shape their lives and guide their destinies. And so they ventured forth into the unknown, their voices echoing in the wind, their hearts filled with the promise of adventure. The world awaited them, and they were ready to meet it together. Years later, the story of Ethel became a legend, a tale told around campfires and whispered in hushed tones. It was a story of courage and sacrifice, of knowledge and friendship, of the triumph of hope over despair. It was a story that inspired countless others to seek out the unknown, to challenge the impossible, and to never give up on their dreams. And somewhere, in a hidden corner of the world, the city of Ethel continued to shine, a beacon of light in the darkness, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. The salt-laced wind whipped around Silas's face, stinging his cheeks and tugging at the brim of his worn-out woolen cap. He squinted, his eyes scanning the churning gray expanse of the Atlantic. For 5 years, the isolated granite sentinel on the New England coast had been his world. The lighthouse, affectionately, or perhaps begrudgingly, nicknamed Old Bess by the locals, was his post, his responsibility, and more often than not, his prison. He preferred the term refuge. Silas wasn't running from anything, not exactly. He was running toward something. Solitude, peace, and a chance to unravel the tangled threads of his own thoughts. The constant rhythmic pulse of the lamp, the crashing waves, the cries of gulls. These were the sounds he needed to piece himself back together. He'd been a history professor once, bright and articulate, but the academic world had become a suffocating maze of politics and egos. Old Bess, with its unwavering beam piercing the gloom, was a simpler, more honest existence. But even in the stark simplicity of lighthouse keeping, oddities could creep in. It started subtly. A fleeting glimpse of a square-rigged ship, sails billowing in a spectral breeze, disappearing as quickly as it materialized in the thick morning fog. Silas chalked it up to fatigue, the tricks the sea played on a weary mind. Then there was the Roman galley, oars flashing, gliding silently through the mist as if rerunning a battle from millennia ago. A Viking longship, dragons carved menacingly on its prow, followed a few weeks later. He documented them meticulously in his logbook, initially dismissing them as elaborate hallucinations. He rationed his coffee, increased his sleep, and even tried meditation, a practice that, in his former life, he would have scoffed at. But the visions persisted, growing bolder, more frequent. These weren't shipwrecks or ghostly apparitions. They were complete, tangible vessels, plucked from the stream of time and momentarily deposited in his reality. He could almost smell the pitch on the decks of the galleon, hear the chanting of the Viking oarsmen, taste the salt spray from the Roman warship. He was witnessing history, or perhaps history was witnessing him. The rational part of Silas's brain, the part that still clung to its academic roots, struggled to reconcile what he was seeing with everything he understood about the universe. Time, as far as he knew, was linear. It marched forward, relentless and unforgiving. It didn't loop or bend or spontaneously regurgitate artifacts from the past. But the sea, Silas was beginning to understand, held secrets deeper than any textbook could reveal. The rhythmic pulse of the ocean, the ebb and flow of the tides, the constant whisper of the wind, it all seemed to resonate with a hidden energy, a force that could warp the very fabric of reality. Then came the storm. A nor'easter of biblical proportions slammed into the coast, unleashing its fury on Old Bess. The waves, monstrous and relentless, clawed at the granite base of the tower, threatening to swallow it whole. Silas, strapped into his harness, fought to keep the lamp burning, a defiant beacon against the raging darkness. It was in the heart of the storm, as the lighthouse groaned and shuddered around him, that he received the call. It crackled through the radio, a static-laced voice barely audible above the howling wind. "Mayday, Mayday, this is the Kronos, cargo vessel Kronos, requesting immediate assistance. We are taking on water. Position approximately. The voice trailed off, lost in a burst of static. Silas gripped the microphone, his heart pounding in his chest. This is Old Bess Lighthouse, New England coast. Repeat your position, Kronos. What is your cargo? More static. Then a faint, desperate voice, younger this time, panicked. We're caught in some kind of temporal anomaly. Our navigation is haywire. We don't know where we are. We're going down. Temporal anomaly? Silas repeated, his voice barely a whisper. He checked the date on his modern digital clock. The Kronos. He knew that name. That ship wasn't due to be launched for another 100 years. It was supposed to be the first commercial vessel equipped with experimental time displacement technology. He quickly tried to regain his composure. The distress was of a ship that doesn't exist until another 100 years. Kronos, this is Old Bess Lighthouse. Can you give me your coordinates? Coordinates are unreadable. The system is damaged. We are somewhere in the North Atlantic. The voice was cracking, almost tearful. Please help us. Silas hesitated. This was impossible. It defied logic, reason, everything he thought he knew. But the desperation in the young man's voice was real. And the sea, as he had learned, didn't always abide by the rules of logic. He looked out at the raging storm. The lamp, his lamp, cut through the darkness, a promise of safety. He couldn't ignore it. He couldn't turn a blind eye. Kronos, this is Old Bess. I'm transmitting a beacon. Follow it. Do you copy? We copy, Old Bess. Thank you. Thank you. Silas adjusted the lighthouse's powerful beam, focusing it on a specific point in the churning waves. He knew it was a long shot. The Kronos, if it was truly from the future, could be anywhere, anywhen. But he had to try. He had to do something. He spent the next few hours in a frantic dance of communication and observation. The Kronos' signal was weak, intermittent, but he managed to glean fragments of information. The ship was powered by a revolutionary fusion reactor, its hull constructed from an advanced alloy unknown in his time. The crew was small, barely a handful of engineers and scientists, all young and filled with the naive optimism of those who dared to tamper with the fundamental laws of the universe. As the storm began to subside, a faint light appeared on the horizon. It flickered and danced, almost swallowed by the lingering fog. But it was there. A ship, unlike any he had ever seen, was emerging from the temporal vortex. It was sleek and futuristic, its hull shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The Kronos limped into the harbor, its fusion reactor sputtering, its hull scarred and battered. Silas watched from the lantern room as the crew, pale and shaken, disembarked onto the rocky shore. They looked like kids, dressed in strange silver jumpsuits, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. The captain, a young woman with fiery red hair and determined eyes, approached the lighthouse. Silas met her at the base of the tower, the wind still howling around them. "Thank you," she said, her voice hoarse. "You saved us. I'm Captain Eva Rostova, and I think we owe you an explanation." Eva, after quickly accessing a translator device, led Silas back to the Kronos. Inside, he was confronted with a dizzying array of technology. Holographic displays flickered with complex equations, wires snaked across the floor, and strange humming devices pulsed with energy. Ava and her crew explained their mission. The Kronos was a prototype designed to test the feasibility of temporal cargo transport. Their goal was to transport valuable resources from the future to the present, alleviating the shortages and driving scientific advancement. But something had gone wrong. The ship had become destabilized, caught in a temporal eddy, and flung back in time. "We don't know how we ended up so far in the past," Ava confessed, her face etched with worry. "Our navigation systems are fried. We're stranded." Silas listened, his mind reeling. He had always been fascinated by history, but he had never imagined that he would become a part of it, or rather, that the future would become a part of him. "What can I do to help?" he asked, surprised by the calm in his own voice. Ava smiled, a flicker of hope in her eyes. "We need to repair our navigation system, but we don't have the resources or the knowledge of this era to do it alone. We need your help to navigate the past, to stay hidden, and to find a way back to our own time." And so, Silas found himself drawn into a conspiracy that spanned centuries. He became the guardian of the Chronos, helping Ava and her crew scavenge for parts, navigate the treacherous waters of the past, and avoid detection by the authorities. He learned about the future, about the wonders of technology, and the dangers of unchecked ambition. He also learned about the past, about the resilience of the human spirit and the timeless power of hope. They hid the Chronos in a secluded cove, accessible only by a narrow, treacherous passage. Silas became their liaison, venturing into the nearby town to purchase supplies and gather information, always careful to avoid raising suspicion. He told people the futuristic ship was a wealthy industrialist's private yacht, undergoing secret repairs. The crew of the Chronos were brilliant, but hopelessly out of their element. They were accustomed to a world of instant communication and automated systems. They struggled with the technology, or lack thereof, of the 21st century. Silas found himself teaching them how to barter, how to navigate by the stars, and how to avoid the prying eyes of the local gossip. One night, while huddled around a makeshift campfire on the beach, Ava asked Silas about his past. He hesitated, reluctant to dredge up the painful memories. "I was a professor," he said finally. "I taught history, but I lost my way." "What happened?" Ava asked gently. Silas sighed. "I believed in the power of knowledge, in the ability of history to teach us about ourselves, but I became disillusioned. I saw how easily history could be manipulated, distorted, used to justify agendas and fuel conflicts." "So you ran away?" Ava asked. Silas nodded. "I came here to find peace, to escape the noise and the lies. But I guess you can't escape the past or the future, no matter how hard you try." Ava smiled. "Maybe you were meant to be here, Silas. Maybe you were meant to help us." As the weeks turned into months, Silas and Ava grew closer. They shared their hopes and their fears, their dreams and their regrets. Silas found himself drawn to Ava's energy, her intelligence, her unwavering determination. She, in turn, was captivated by his wisdom, his compassion, and his quiet strength. But their sanctuary couldn't last forever. The Chronos' presence in the past was creating ripples in the timeline, anomalies that were becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. The visions that Silas had been experiencing grew stronger, more chaotic. He saw glimpses of future wars, of technological disasters, of realities that could never be allowed to exist. One day, a stranger arrived in town. He was a tall, imposing man with cold eyes and sharp suit. He introduced himself as Agent Thorne, a representative of a shadowy organization known only as the Chronal Integrity Agency. Thorne knew about the Chronos. He knew about Ava and her crew. And he knew about Silas. "We've been monitoring your activities, Mr. Blackwood," Thorne said, his voice smooth and menacing. "You've become involved in something far beyond your understanding. The Chronos is a threat to the stability of time itself. It must be neutralized." Silas stood his ground. "They're not a threat. They're just trying to get home. Their very existence here is a paradox," Thorne countered. "They are contaminating the timeline. The longer they remain, the greater the risk of catastrophic consequences." Thorne gave Silas an ultimatum: help him capture the Chronos and its crew, or face the consequences. Silas refused. He couldn't betray Eva. He couldn't condemn them to an uncertain fate. Thorne smiled, a chilling expression that sent a shiver down Silas's spine. "Very well, Mr. Blackwood. You've made your choice." Thorne's men descended on the town, searching for the Chronos. Silas and Eva were forced to flee, leading Thorne's agents on a desperate chase through the rugged coastline. They fought with everything they had, using their knowledge of the terrain and Eva's futuristic technology to evade capture. But they were outnumbered and outgunned. Thorne was relentless, and his agents were closing in. Cornered on a cliff overlooking the sea, Eva turned to Silas, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resolve. "There's only one way to stop them," she said. "We have to activate the Chronos' temporal drive. We have to jump to another time, another place. But it's risky. We don't know where we'll end up." Silas looked at Eva, his heart aching. He knew that this was their only chance, but he also knew that it meant leaving everything behind, abandoning his life, his home, his past. He took Eva's hand, his grip firm and unwavering. "Then let's do it," he said. "Let's jump." They raced back to the Chronos, Thorne's agents hot on their heels. Eva scrambled to activate the temporal drive, the ship humming with raw power. Silas stood guard, wielding a rusty old shotgun he had found in the lighthouse, determined to protect Eva until the very end. As the Chronos trembled, ready to leap through time, Thorne burst into the ship, his gun raised. "It's over, Rostova," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "You can't escape." Eva ignored him, her fingers flying across the control panel. The temporal drive reached critical mass. The ship bathed in an eerie blue light. "Goodbye, Agent Thorne," she said, a defiant smile on her face. "See you in another life." With a deafening roar, the Chronos vanished, leaving Thorne standing alone in the empty cove. Silas and Eva found themselves hurtling through the temporal vortex, a chaotic maelstrom of colors and sensations. They had no idea where they were going, or what awaited them on the other side. When the Chronos finally stabilized, they found themselves in a world unlike anything they had ever imagined. The sky was a vibrant shade of purple, the trees glowed with bioluminescent light, and strange alien creatures roamed the landscape. They had jumped not just to another time, but to another dimension. Eva and Silas spent the next few months exploring this new world, marveling at its wonders and adapting to its challenges. They discovered that the inhabitants were a peaceful, intelligent race, far more advanced than humans. They learned about their culture, their technology, and their philosophy. But they never forgot about their own world or their own time. They knew that they had to find a way back to warn humanity about the dangers of temporal manipulation and to prevent the rise of organizations like the Chronal Integrity Agency. With the help of their new alien friends, they managed to repair the Chronos' temporal drive and recalibrate its navigation system. They were ready to return, but before they left, Ava turned to Silas, her eyes filled with gratitude and love. "Thank you, Silas," she said. "You saved my life, and you showed me the true meaning of courage and sacrifice." Silas smiled. "You showed me that there's always hope, even in the darkest of times." They embraced, a silent promise of a future together, whatever that future may hold. With a final farewell to their alien friends, Ava and Silas boarded the Kronos and set course for their own time. They knew that their journey was far from over. They had a mission to fulfill, a warning to deliver. But they also knew that they were not alone. They had each other, and they had the knowledge and the experience that they had gained from their incredible adventure. As the Kronos vanished once more into the temporal stream, Silas looked back at the strange, beautiful world they were leaving behind. He knew that he would never forget it. He knew that it had changed him forever. He was no longer a disillusioned professor, hiding from the world in an old lighthouse. He was a time traveler, a protector of the timeline, a guardian of hope. And he was ready for whatever the future might bring. Back in the 21st century, Silas and Ava emerged from the temporal vortex, landing the Kronos in a remote, uninhabited island. They knew that they couldn't simply reveal themselves to the world. They had to be careful, strategic, and above all, discreet. They spent years gathering information, studying the timeline, and identifying potential threats. They tracked the activities of the Chronal Integrity Agency, uncovering their secret agendas and their insidious methods. They also sought out allies, individuals who shared their concerns and who were willing to fight for the preservation of time. They found them in unexpected places: a reclusive physicist, a disillusioned historian, a rogue CIA agent. Together, they formed a clandestine organization dedicated to protecting the timeline from those who would seek to manipulate it for their own gain. They called themselves the Chronal Guardians. Silas and Ava became the leaders of this organization, using their knowledge and their skills to guide their allies and to thwart the plans of their enemies. They traveled the world, investigating temporal anomalies, rescuing stranded time travelers, and preventing catastrophic paradoxes. They were always one step ahead of the Chronal Integrity Agency, anticipating their moves and disrupting their operations. They exposed their lies, revealed their secrets, and ultimately brought them down, dismantling their organization and dismantling their control over the timeline. In the end, Silas and Ava achieved their mission. They secured a future of time, ensuring that it would remain a stable and predictable force. They became legends, whispered about in hushed tones by those who knew the truth. But they never forgot their humble beginnings or the lessons they had learned in the old lighthouse on the New England coast. They continued to protect the timeline, vigilant and unwavering, always ready to face whatever challenges the future might bring. And so, the story of the lighthouse keeper and the time traveler became a timeless tale, a reminder that even the most ordinary of people can become extraordinary when faced with the impossible. A tale still lingering in the salty winds that whip along the coast, among the waves crashing and the warning of Old Bess. And now, some soothing rain sounds for those that are still awake. Sweet dreams, friend.